Introduction of a journal from our legation in Belgium. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A journal from our legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. Introduction. This volume is not a carefully prepared treatise on the war. It does not set out to prove anything. It is merely what its title indicates, a private journal jotted down hastily from day to day in odd moments when more pressing duties would permit. Much material has been eliminated as of little interest. Other material of interest has been left out because it cannot be published at this time. It is believed, however, that what is printed here will suffice to give some idea of life in Belgium during the first few months of the war. I have eliminated from the journal most of the matter about the early history of the Commission for Relief in Belgium. My day-to-day record did not do any sort of justice to the subject, and since it was not adequate, I have preferred to eliminate all but such casual reference to the relief work as is necessary to maintain the narrative. I am reconciled to this treatment of the subject by the knowledge that the story will be told comprehensively and well by Dr. Vernon Kellogg, who will soon publish an authoritative history of the Commission's work. As former director of the Commission in Belgium, he has the detailed knowledge of its workings and the sympathetic understanding of its purpose, which peculiarly fit him for the task. The work of the Commission is of a scope and significance that few of us realize. It is without doubt the greatest humanitarian enterprise in history, conducted under conditions of almost incredible difficulty. To those who had an understanding of the work, it had a compelling appeal, not only as an opportunity for service, but also as the greatest conservation project of all time, the conservation of one of the finest races of our civilization. In its inception and execution, the work of the Commission is distinctively American. Its inception was in the mind of Herbert Hoover. In its execution, he had the wholehearted assistance of a little band of quiet American gentlemen who labored in Belgium from the autumn of 1914 until we entered the war in April of this year. They came from all parts of our country and from all walks of life. They were simple workaday Americans, welded together by unwavering devotion to the common task and to Herbert Hoover, the chief. It was the splendid human side of the Commission that made it succeed in spite of all obstacles, and that part of the story will be hard to tell. The gallant little band is now widely scattered. Some are carrying on their old work from Holland or England or America in order to ensure a steady flow of food to Belgium. Others are serving our government in various capacities or fighting in the armies of our allies. Some of them we shall not see again, and there will never be another reunion, as in the old days, when the chief came over from London to Brussels with work to be done. But the bright light of kindly human service which brought them all together is still aflame and will always be an inspiration to those who served, however humbly, in the great work. Washington, D.C., September 24th, 1917. End of introduction. Section 1 of a journal from our legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brussels, July 4th, 1914. After years of hard work and revolutions and wars and rumors of war, the change to this quiet post has been most welcome, and I have wallowed in the luxury of having time to play. For the last year or two, I have looked forward to just such a post as this, where nothing ever happens, where there is no earthly chance of being called out of bed in the middle of the night to see the human race brawling over its differences. When pounding along in the small hours of the night, nearly dead with fatigue, I have thought that I should like to have a long assignment to just such a post and become a diplomatic lotus eater. And at first it was great fun. That phase lasted until I had had a thorough rest, and then the longing for something more active began to manifest itself. I sat down and wrote to the Department of State that while I greatly appreciated having been sent to this much-coveted post, I was ready whenever there might be need of my services to go where there was work to be done. July 28, 1914. Well, the roof has fallen in. War was declared this afternoon by Austria. The town is seething with excitement, and everybody seems to realize how near they are to the big stage. 3 classes of reserves have already been called to the colors to defend Belgian neutrality. A general mobilization is prepared and may be declared at any time. The Boers has been closed to prevent too much play on the situation and let things steady themselves. In every other way, the hatches have been battened down and preparations made for heavy weather. Tonight, the streets are crowded and demonstrations for and against war are being held. The socialists have Juarez, their French leader, up from Paris and have him haranguing an anti-war demonstration in the Grand Place, where a tremendous crowd has collected. Nobody on earth can see where it will all lead. England is trying hard to localize the conflict and has valuable help. If she does not succeed, blank. An advance guard of tourists is arriving from France, Germany, and Switzerland, and a lot of them drop in for advice as to whether it is safe for them to go to various places in Europe. And most of them seem to feel that we really have authoritative information as to what the next few days are to bring forth, and resent the fact that we are too disobliging to tell them the inside news. A deluge of this sort would be easier for a full-size embassy to grapple with, but as Belgium is one of those places where nothing ever happens, we have the smallest possible organization, consisting on a peace basis of the minister and myself with 1 clerk. We shall have somehow to build up an emergency force to meet the situation. July 30th. No line on the future yet. Brussels is beginning to look warlike. Troops are beginning to appear. The railway stations have been occupied, and the Boy Scouts are swarming over the town as busy as bird dogs. A week ago there was hardly a tourist in Brussels. Now the legation hall is filled with them, and they all demand precise information as to what is going to happen next, and where they can go with a guarantee from the legation that they will not get into trouble. July 31st. No, my recent remarks about nothing ever happening in Brussels were not intended as sarcasm. I thought Belgium was the one place where I could be sure of a quiet time, and here we are, right in the center of it. Even if nothing more happens, we have had enough excitement to last me for some time. The doings of the past few days have brought out some idea of what a general European war would mean, and it is altogether too dreadful to think of. Saturday, August 1st. Last night when I went home, at about midnight, I found the police going about with the orders for mobilization, ringing the doorbells and summoning the men to the colors. There was no time to tarry, but each man tumbled out of bed into his clothes and hurried away to his regiment. 2 of my neighbors were routed out a little after midnight and got away within the hour. There was a good deal of weeping and handshaking and farewelling, and it was not the sort of thing to promote restful sleep. This morning I got down to the Chancery at 8:15 and found that Omer, our good messenger, had been summoned to the colors. He had gone, of course, and had left a note for me to announce the fact. He had been ill and could perfectly well have been exempted. The other day, when we had discussed the matter, I had told him that there would be no difficulty in getting him off. He showed no enthusiasm, however, and merely remarked, without heroics, that it was up to him. Colonel Falls, 7th Regiment of the National Guard of New York, came in, having been sent back from the frontier. He had the pleasure of standing all the way as the trains were packed. Millard Shaler, the American mining engineer, who had just come back from the Congo, came in with his amusing Belgian friend who had been telling us for weeks about the wonderful new car in which he was investing. This time he came around to let me have a look at it, he having been advised that the car was requisitioned and due to be taken over today. We have done a land office business in passports and shall probably continue to turn them out by the dozen. Sunday, August 2nd. Another hectic day with promise of more to come. This morning I came down a little earlier than usual and found the minister already hard at it. He had been routed out of bed and had not had time to bathe or shave. There was nothing to show that it was a Sunday. nearly twice as many callers as yesterday, and they were more exacting. Mrs. A.B.C. came in airily and announced that she had started from Paris yesterday on a motor tour through France and Belgium. Having got this far, some rude person had told her that her motor might be seized by the government for military purposes, and that an order had been promulgated forbidding anyone to take cars out of the country. She came around confidently to have us assure her that this was a wicked lie, and needless to say, was deeply disappointed in us when we failed to back her up. We had refrained from asking the government to release our own servants from their military obligations and have refused to interfere for anybody else, but that was not enough for her. She left, a highly indignant lady. The story is around town this afternoon that the Germans have already crossed the frontier without the formality of a declaration of war, but that remains to be seen. Brussels was put under martial law last night and is now patrolled by grenadiers and lancers. The money situation is bad. All small change has disappeared in the general panic, and none of it has dared show its head during the past few days. The next thing done by panicky people was to pass round word that the government banknotes were no good and would not be honored. Lots of shops are refusing to accept banknotes, and few places can make any change. The police are lined up outside the banks, keeping people in line. People in general are frantic with fear and are trampling each other in the rush to get money out of the banks before the crash that probably will not come. Travelers who came here with pockets bulging with express checks and banknotes are unable to get a cent of real money, and nobody shows any enthusiasm over American paper. I have a few banknotes left, and this evening when I went into a restaurant I have patronized ever since my arrival, the head waiter refused to change a note for me, and I finally had to leave it and take credit against future meals to be eaten there. We may have our troubles when our small store is gone, but probably the situation will improve, and I refuse to worry. And some of our compatriots don't understand why the legation does not have a cellar full of hard money to finance them through their stay in Europe. Communications with such parts of the world as we still speak to are getting very difficult on account of mobilization, the military having right of way. This morning's Paris papers have not come in this evening, and there are no promises as to when we shall see them. The news in the local papers is scarce and doubtful, and I hope for a word from Paris. Word has just come in that the government has seized the supplies of bread, rice, and beans, and will fix prices for the present. That is a sensible and steadying thing, and should have a good effect. Nobody seems to remember that a few days ago Serbia was playing a star role in this affair. She seems to have faded away behind the scenes. A few days ago, Mexico loomed large in the papers, and now we have forgotten that she ever existed. Albania supplied a lot of table talk, and now we think about as much about her and her troubles as we do about Tibet. This afternoon, I went around to the Rue du Cal to take a look at the French legation. The tricolor was flying in the fresh breeze, and there was a big crowd outside cheering itself hoarse. It was made up of men who were called to the colors and were waiting to enroll themselves and get instructions as to where they should report for duty. The air was electric, and every now and then the military band struck up the Marseillaise, and the crowd instantly became happily delirious. Some of them had been standing in the sun for hours, waiting to get in and get their orders, but they were just as keenly responsive to the music and the mood of the crowd as anybody. All the crowd in the legation had been working day and night for days and was dead with fatigue, but some way they kept going and managed to be civil and friendly when I had business with them. How they do it, I don't know. A Frenchman's politeness must be more deeply ingrained than even I had supposed. On the way back from the legation this evening, I saw von Bülow, the German minister, driving home from the Foreign Office to his legation. He passed close to me, and I saw that the perspiration was standing out on his forehead. He held his hat in his hand and puffed at a cigarette like a mechanical toy, blowing out jerky clouds of smoke. He looked neither to left nor right, and failed to give me his usual ceremonious bow. He is evidently not at ease about the situation, although he continues to figure in the newspapers as stating that all is well, that Germany has no intention of setting foot on Belgian soil, and that all Belgium has to do is to keep calm. In an interview given to Le Soir, he sums up his reassuring remarks by saying, "Your neighbor's house may burn, but yours will be safe." August 3rd, 1914. No mail in today. All communications seem to be stopped for the time being at least. Mobilization here and in France requires all the efforts of all hands, and little workaday things like mail and newspapers go by the board. According to the news which was given me when I got out of bed this morning, the German minister last night presented to the Belgian government an ultimatum demanding the right to send German troops across Belgium to attack France. He was evidently returning from this pleasant duty when I saw him last night, for the ultimatum seems to have been presented at 7 o'clock. The king presided over a cabinet council which sat all night, and when the 12 hours given by the ultimatum had expired, at 7 this morning, a flat refusal was sent to the German legation. Arrangements were got underway, as the council sat, to defend the frontiers of the country against aggression. During the night, the garrison left, and the Garde Civique came on duty to police the town. The influx of callers was greater today than at any time so far, and we were fairly swamped. Miss Larner came in and worked like a Trojan, taking passport applications and reassuring the women who wanted to be told that the Germans would not kill them even when they got to Brussels. She is a godsend to us. Monsieur de Laval, the Belgian lawyer who for 10 years has been the legal counselor of the legation, came in and brought some good clerks with him. He also hung up his hat and went to work, making all sorts of calls at the Foreign Office, seeing callers, and going about to the different legations. Granville Fortescue came in from Ostend, and I should have put him to work, but that he had plans of his own, and has decided to blossom forth as a war correspondent. He is all for getting to the front, if any. Just to see what would happen, I went to the telephone after lunch and asked to be put through to the embassy at London. To my surprise, I got the connection in a few minutes and had a talk with Bell, the second secretary. The cabinet had been sitting since 11 this morning, but had announced no decision. I telephoned him again this evening and got the same reply. Bell said that they had several hundred people in the chancery and were preparing for a heavy blow. As nearly as we can make out, the Germans have sent patrols into Belgian territory, but there have been no actual operations so far. All day long we have been getting stories to the effect that there has been a battle at Visé and that 1,500 Belgians had been killed. Later it was stated that they had driven the Germans back with heavy losses. The net result is that at the end of the day, we know little more than we did this morning. Parliament is summoned to meet in special session tomorrow morning to hear what the king has to say about the German ultimatum. It will be an interesting sight. Parliament has long been rent with most bitter factional quarrels, but I hear that all these are to be forgotten, and that all parties, socialists included, are to rally round the throne in a great demonstration of loyalty. All the regular troops have been withdrawn from this part of the country and dispatched to the front, leaving the protection of the capital to the Garde Civique, who are patrolling the streets to examine the papers of everybody who moves about. This is a sort of local guard made up of people who have not been called for active military service, but who have volunteered for local defense. They are from every class, lawyers and butchers and bakers and dentists and university professors. They have, of course, had little training for this sort of work and have had only elementary orders to guide them. These they carry out to the letter. There are detachments of them at all sorts of strategic points in the city where they hold up passing vehicles to see who is inside. I have been stopped by them goodness knows how many times this day. They hold up the car, look inside, apologize, and explain good-naturedly that they are obliged to bother me, asking who I am, and after I have satisfied them with papers that any well-equipped spy would be ashamed of, they let me go on with more apologies. They rejoice in a traditional uniform topped off by a derby hat with kangaroo feathers on it. This is anything but martial in appearance and seems to affect their funny bone as it does mine. August the 5th. Yesterday morning we got about early and made for the Chamber of Deputies to hear the King's speech. The minister and I walked over together and met a few straggling colleagues headed in the same direction. Most of them had got there ahead of us, and the galleries were all jammed. The Rue Royale, from the palace around the park to the Parliament building, was packed with people, held in check by the Garde Civique. There was a buzz as of 1,000 bees, and every face was ablaze, the look of a people who have been trampled on for hundreds of years and have not learned to submit. The Garde Civique had 2 bands in front of the Senate, and they tried to play the Brabant Con in unison. Neither of them could play the air in tune, and they were about a bar apart all the time. They played it through and then began to play it over again without a pause between. They blew and pounded steadily for nearly half an hour, and the more they played, the more enthusiastic the crowds became. When I saw how crowded the galleries were, I thought I would not push, so resigned myself to missing the speech and went out onto a balcony with Weber of the British Legation to see the arrival of the King and Queen. We had the balcony to ourselves, as everybody else was inside fighting for a place in the galleries to hear the speech. When the King and Queen finally left the palace, we knew it from a roar of cheering that came surging across the park. The little procession came along at a smart trot, and although it was hidden from us by the trees, we could follow its progress by the steadily advancing roaring of the mob. When they turned from the Rue Royale into the Rue de la Loi, the crowd in front of the Parliament buildings took up the cheering in a way to make the windows rattle. First came the staff of the king and members of his household, then the Queen, accompanied by the royal children in an open domon. The cheering for the Queen was full-throated and with no sign of doubt because of her Bavarian birth and upbringing. She is looked on as a Belgian queen and nothing else. After the Queen came a carriage or two with members of the royal family and the court. Finally, the King on horseback. He was in the field uniform of a lieutenant general, with no decorations and none of the ceremonial trappings usual on such occasions as a speech from the throne. He was followed by a few members of his staff, who also looked as though they were meant more for business than for dress parade. As the King drew rein and dismounted, the cheering burst forth with twice its former volume, and in a frantic demonstration of loyalty, hats and sticks were thrown into the air. 2 bands played on manfully, but we could hear only an occasional discord. Just as the King started into the building, an usher came out, touched me on the arm, and said something, beckoning me to come inside. One of the galleries had been locked by mistake, but had now been opened, and Weber and I were rewarded for our modesty by being given the whole thing to ourselves. In a few minutes, the Bolivian chargé came in and joined us. Our places were not 10 feet from the throne, and we could not have been better placed. The Queen came in quietly from one side and took a throne to the left of the tribune, after acknowledging a roaring welcome from the members of the 2 houses. When the cheering had subsided, the King walked in alone from the right, bowed gravely to the assembly, and walked quickly to the dais above and behind the tribune. With a businesslike gesture, he tossed his cap onto the ledge before him and threw his white cotton gloves into it, then drew out his speech and read it. At first, his voice was not very steady, but he soon controlled it and read the speech to the end in a voice that was vibrating with emotion, but without any oratory or heroics. He went straight to the vital need for union between all factions and all parties, between the French, Flemish, and Walloon races, between Catholics, liberals, and socialists, and a determined resistance to the attack upon Belgian independence. The House could contain itself for only a few minutes at a time, and as every point was driven home, they burst into frantic cheering. When the King, addressing himself directly to the members of Parliament, said, "Are you determined at any cost to maintain the sacred heritage of our ancestors?" the whole chamber burst into a roar, and from the socialist side came cries of, "At any cost, by death if need be." It was simple and to the point, a manly speech, and as he delivered it, he was a kingly figure, facing for the sake of honor what he knew to be the gravest danger that could ever come to his country and his people. When he had finished, he bowed to the Queen, then to the Parliament, and then walked quickly out of the room, while the assembly roared again. The senators and deputies swarmed about the king on his way out, cheering and trying to shake him by the hand, and none were more at pains to voice their devotion than the socialists. After he had gone, the Queen rose, bowed shyly to the assembly, and withdrew with the royal children. She was given a rousing ovation as everybody realized the difficulty of her position and was doubly anxious to show her all their confidence and affection. The whole occasion was moving, but when the little Queen acknowledged the ovation so shyly and so sadly and withdrew, the tears were pretty near the surface, my surface at any rate. End of section 1. Section 2 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. For several minutes after the Queen withdrew, the cheering continued. Suddenly a tense silence fell upon the room. Monsieur de Broqueville, the Prime Minister, had mounted the tribune and stood waiting for attention. He was clearly under great stress of emotion, and as the house settled itself to hear him, he brushed away the tears that had started to his eyes. He began in a very direct way by saying that he would limit himself to reading a few documents, and hoped that, after hearing them, the House would consider the government worthy of the confidence that had been reposed in it, and that immediate action would be taken upon matters of urgent importance. He first read the German ultimatum, which was received quietly, but with indignation and anger, which was with difficulty suppressed. Without commenting upon the German note, he then read the reply which had been handed to the German minister. The following is the text of the German ultimatum. Brussels, August 2nd, 1914. Quote, very confidential. Reliable information has been received by the German government to the effect that French forces intend to march on the line of the Meuse by Givet and Namur. This information leaves no doubt as to the intention of France to march through Belgian territory against Germany. The German government cannot but fear that Belgium, in spite of the utmost goodwill, will be unable, without assistance, to repel so considerable a French invasion with sufficient prospect of success to afford an adequate guarantee against danger to Germany. It is essential for the self-defense of Germany that she should anticipate any such hostile attack. The German government would, however, feel the deepest regret if Belgium regarded as an act of hostility against herself the fact that the measures of Germany's opponents forced Germany, for her own protection, to enter Belgian territory. In order to exclude any possibility of misunderstanding, the German government make the following declaration. 1. Germany has in view no act of hostility against Belgium. In the event of Belgium being prepared in the coming war to maintain an attitude of friendly neutrality towards Germany, the German government bind themselves, at the conclusion of peace, to guarantee the possessions and independence of the Belgian kingdom in full. 2. Germany undertakes, under the above-mentioned condition, to evacuate Belgian territory on the conclusion of peace. 3. If Belgium adopts a friendly attitude, Germany is prepared, in cooperation with the Belgian authorities, to purchase all necessaries for her troops against a cash payment, and to pay an indemnity for any damage that may have been caused by German troops. 4. Should Belgium oppose the German troops, and in particular should she throw difficulties in the way of their march by a resistance of the fortresses on the Meuse, or by destroying railways, roads, tunnels, or other similar works, Germany will, to her regret, be compelled to consider Belgium as an enemy. In this event, Germany can undertake no obligations towards Belgium, but the eventual adjustment of the relations between the two states must be left to the decision of arms. The German government, however, entertain the distinct hope that this eventuality will not occur, and that the Belgian government will know how to take the necessary measures to prevent the occurrence of incidents such as those mentioned. In this case, the friendly ties which bind the two neighboring states will grow stronger and more enduring. End of German note. The Belgian government replied as follows to the German ultimatum. Quote, the German government stated in their note of the 2nd August 1914 that according to reliable information, French forces intended to march on the Meuse via Givet and Namur, and that Belgium, in spite of the best intentions, would not be in a position to repulse without assistance in advance of French troops. The German government, therefore, considered themselves compelled to anticipate this attack and to violate Belgian territory. In these circumstances, Germany proposed that the Belgian government adopt a friendly attitude towards her and undertook, on the conclusion of peace, to guarantee the integrity of the kingdom and its possessions to their full extent. The note added that if Belgium put difficulties in the way of the advance of German troops, Germany would be compelled to consider her as an enemy and to leave the ultimate adjustment of the relations between the two states to the decision of arms. This note has made a deep and painful impression upon the Belgian government. The intentions attributed to France by Germany are in contradiction to the formal declarations made to us on August 1st in the name of the French government. Moreover, if contrary to our expectation, Belgian neutrality should be violated by France, Belgium intends to fulfill her international obligations, and the Belgian army would offer the most vigorous resistance to the invader. The treaties of 1839, confirmed by the treaties of 1870, vouch for the independence and neutrality of Belgium under the guarantee of the powers, and notably of His Majesty the King of Prussia. Belgium has always been faithful to her international obligations. She has carried out her duties in a spirit of loyal impartiality, and she has left nothing undone to maintain and enforce respect for her neutrality. The attack upon her independence with which the German government threatened her constitutes a flagrant violation of international law. No strategic interest justifies such a violation of law. The Belgian government, if they were able to accept the proposals submitted to them, would sacrifice the honor of the nation and betray their duty towards Europe. Conscious of the part which Belgium has played for more than 80 years in the civilization of the world, they refuse to believe that the independence of Belgium can only be preserved at the price of the violation of her neutrality. If this hope is disappointed, the Belgian government are firmly resolved to repel, by all the means in their power, every attack upon their rights. Brussels, August 3, 1914, 7 a.m. End of Belgian reply. This was followed by a final note delivered by the German minister this morning, stating, quote, that in view of the refusal of the king to accede to the well-intentioned proposals of the emperor, the imperial government, greatly to its regret, was obliged to carry out by force of arms the measures indispensable to its security. End quote. After reading these documents, he made a short and ringing speech, full of fire, which was repeatedly interrupted by cheers. When he came down from the tribune, he was surrounded by cheering senators and deputies struggling to shake his hand and express their approval of his speech. Even the socialists who had fought him for years rose to the occasion and vied with their colleagues in their demonstrations of enthusiasm. Broqueville rose again and said, "In the present crisis, we have received from the opposition a wholehearted support. They have rallied to our side in the most impressive way in preparing the reply to Germany. In order to emphasize this union of all factions, His Majesty the King has just signed a decree appointing Monsieur Vandervelde as a Minister of State." This announcement was greeted by roars of applause from all parts of the House, and Vandervelde was immediately surrounded by ministers and deputies anxious to congratulate him. His reply to the Prime Minister's speech was merely a shout above the roar of applause. "I accept." As we came out, some of the colleagues were gathered about debating whether they should go over to the palace and ask to take leave of the king. They were saved that labor, however, for the king had stepped into a motor at the door and was already speeding to the general headquarters, which has been set up nobody knows where. That looks like business. When I got back to the legation, I found von Stumm, counselor of the German legation, with the news that his chief had received his passports and must leave at once. He had come to ask that the American minister take over the care of the German legation and the protection of the German subjects who had not yet left the country. I said that we could not undertake anything of that sort without authority from Washington, and got the minister to telegraph for it when he came in from some hurried visits he had made in search of news. While we were snatching some lunch, von Stumm came back with the German minister, von Bülow, and said that some provisional arrangement must be made at once, as the staff of the legation would have to leave for the Dutch frontier in the course of the afternoon, long before we could hope for an answer from Washington. We did not like the idea of doing that sort of thing without the knowledge of Washington, but finally agreed to accept the charge provisionally on grounds of humanity, until such time as we should receive specific instructions as to who would be definitely entrusted with the protection of German interests. In case of need, we shall be asked to take over certain other legations and shall have our hands more than full. At 5 o'clock, we went over to the German legation, which we found surrounded by a heavy detachment of Gardes Civiques as a measure of protection against violence. We drew up, signed, and sealed a protocol accepting what is known as la garde des clefs et des squeaux, until such time as definite arrangements might be made. The minister and von Stumm were nearly unstrung. They had been under a great strain for some days and were making no effort to get their belongings together to take them away. They sat on the edge of their chairs, mopped their brows, and smoked cigarettes as fast as they could light one from another. I was given a lot of final instructions about things to be done, and all with the statement that they should be done at once, as the German army would doubtless be in Brussels in 3 days. While we were talking, the chancellor of the legation, Hofrat Grabowski, a typical white-haired German functionary, was pottering about with sealing wax and strips of paper, sealing the archives and answering questions in a deliberate and perfectly calm way. It was for all the world like a scene in a play. The shaded room, the 2 nervous diplomats registering anxiety and strain, the old functionary who was to stay behind to guard the archives and refused to be moved from his calm by the approaching cataclysm. It seemed altogether unreal, and I had to keep bringing myself back to a realization of the fact that it was only too true and too serious. They were very ominous about what an invasion means to this country, and kept referring to the army as a steamroller that will leave nothing standing in its path. Stumm kept repeating, "Oh, the poor fools! Why don't they get out of the way of the steamroller? We don't want to hurt them, but if they stand in our way, they will be ground into the dirt. Oh, the poor fools!" The government had a special train ready for the German diplomatic and consular officers who were to leave, and they got away about 7. Now, thank goodness, they are safely in Holland and speeding back to their own country. Before leaving, Bülow gave out word that we would look after German interests, and consequently we have been deluged with frightened people ever since. All the Germans who have remained here seem to be paralyzed with fright, and have for the most part taken refuge in convents, schools, etc. There are several hundreds of them in the German Consulate General, which has been provisioned as for a siege. Popular feeling is, of course, running high against them, and there may be incidents, but so far nothing has happened to justify the panic. This morning a Belgian priest, the Abbé Opmans, came in to say that he had several hundred Germans under his care and wanted some provision made for getting them away before the situation got any worse. After talking the matter over with the minister and getting his instructions, I took the abbé in tow, and with Monsieur de Laval went to the Foreign Office to see about getting a special train to take these people across the border into Holland and thence to Germany. At first, the suggestion was received with some resentment, and I was told flatly that there was no good reason for Belgium to hand over special trains to benefit Germans when every car was needed for military operations. I pleaded that consideration must be shown these helpless people, and that this course was just as much in the interest of Belgium as of anybody else, as it would remove the danger of violence with possible reprisals and would relieve the overworked police force of onerous duties. After some argument, Baron Donny went with me to the Sûreté Publique, where we went over the matter again with the chief. He got the point at once and joined forces with us in a request to the Minister of Railways for a special train. We soon arranged matters as far as the Belgian frontier. I then telephoned through to The Hague, got Marshal Lienhart, and asked him to request the Dutch government to send another train to the frontier to pick our people up and send them through to Germany. He went off with a right good will to arrange that, and I hope to have an answer in the morning. We plan to start the train on Friday morning at 4 o'clock so as to get our people through the streets when there are few people about. We are making it known that all Germans who wish to leave should put in an appearance by that time, and it looks as though we should have from 700 to 1,000 to provide for. It will be a great relief to get them off, and I hold my breath until the train is safely gone. The Belgian government is making no distinction between Germans and is letting those liable for military service get away with the others. Wild stories have begun to circulate about what is bound to happen to Americans and other foreigners when hostilities get nearer to Brussels, and we have had to spend much time that could have been devoted to better things in calming a lot of excitable people of both sexes. I finally dug out the plan of organization of the foreigners for the siege of Peking and suggested to the minister that, in order to give these people something to do and let them feel that something was being done, we should get them together and appoint them all on committees to look after different things. This was done today. Committees were appointed to look for a house where Americans could be assembled in case of hostilities in the immediate vicinity of Brussels, to look after the food supply, to attend to catering, to round up Americans and see that they get to the place of refuge when the time comes, to look after destitute Americans, etc. Now they are all happy and working like beavers, although there is little chance that their work will serve any useful purpose aside from keeping them occupied. We got Mrs. Shaler to open up the Students' Club, which had been closed for the summer, so that the colony can have a place to meet and work for the Red Cross and keep its collective mind off the gossip that is flying about. Last night, our cipher telegrams to Washington were sent back from the telegraph office with word that under the latest instructions from the government, they could not be forwarded. The minister and I hurried over to the Foreign Office, where we found several of the colleagues on the same errand. It was all a mistake, due to the fact that the General Staff had issued a sweeping order to stop all cipher messages without stopping to consider our special case. It was fixed after some debate, and the minister and I came back to the shop and got off our last telegrams, which were finished at 3 this morning. I was back at my desk by a little after 8 and have not finished this day's work, although it is after midnight. I have averaged from 3 to 5 hours sleep since the trouble began, and strange to say, I thrive on it. I have called several times today at the French and British legations to get the latest news. They keep as well posted as is possible in the prevailing confusion, and are most generous and kind in giving us everything they properly can. There seems to have been a serious engagement today at Liège, which the Germans are determined to reduce before proceeding toward France. The report is that the attack was well resisted, and the Germans driven back with heavy loss. A number of prisoners have been taken and were being brought into Brussels this evening, along with the wounded. In the course of the fighting, there was a sort of charge of the Light Brigade. One squadron of Belgian Lancers was obliged to attack 6 times its number of Germans and was cut to pieces, only one officer escaping. The morale of the Belgians is splendid. This afternoon, as the minister and I were going to call on the British minister, we passed the king and his staff, headed out the Rue de la Loi for the front. They looked like business. Several times today, I have talked over the telephone with the embassy in London. They seem to be as strong on rumors as we are here. One rumor I was able to pass on to Bell was to the effect that the British flagship had been sunk by German mines with another big warship. Another to the effect that 5 German ships have been destroyed by the French fleet off the coast of Algeria, etc., etc. The Red Cross is hard at work getting ready to handle the wounded, and everybody is doing something. Nearly everybody with a big house has fitted it in whole or in part as a hospital. Others are rolling bandages and preparing all sorts of supplies. The military attachés are all going about in uniform now. Each legation has a flag on its motor in the letters CD, which are supposed to stand for Corps Diplomatique, although nobody knows it. I have seized Mrs. Boyd's big car for my own use. D.L. Blunt has put his car at the disposal of the minister and is to drive it himself. There is talk already of moving the court and the government to Antwerp and to take refuge behind the fortifications. When the Germans advance beyond Liège, the government will, of course, have to go, and the diplomatic corps may follow. It would be a nuisance for us, and I hope we may be able to avoid it. Germans are having an unhappy time, and I shall be happier when they are across the border. Nothing much seems to have happened to them beyond having a few shops wrecked in Antwerp and one or two people beaten up here. One case that came to my knowledge was an outraged man who had been roughly handled and could not understand why. All he had done was to stand in front of a cafe where the little tables are on the sidewalk and remark, "Talk all the French you can. You'll soon have to talk German." Of course, there are a lot of Belgians, Swiss, and Dutch who rejoice in good German names, and they are not having a pleasant time. One restaurant called Chez Fritz I saw when coming along the boulevard this evening had hung out a blackboard with a proud device, "Fritz est Luxembourgeois, mais sa maison est Belge." He was taking no chances on having the place smashed. August 6th. This morning, when I came into the legation, I found the Minister of Justice in top hat and frock coat waiting to see somebody. He had received a report that a wireless station had been established on top of the German legation and was being run by the people who were left in the building. He came to ask the minister's consent to send a judge to look, see, and draw up a procès verbal. In our own artless little American way, we suggested that it might be simpler to go straight over and find out how much there was to the report. The Minister of Justice had a couple of telegraph linemen with him, and as soon as Mr. Whitlock could get his hat, we walked around the corner to the German legation, rang the bell, told the startled occupants that we wanted to go up to the garret, and up we went. When we got there, we found that the only way onto the roof was by a long perpendicular ladder leading to a trap door. We all scrambled up this, all but the Minister of Justice, who remained behind in the garret with his top hat. We looked the place over very carefully, and the workmen, evidently in order to feel that they were doing something, cut a few wires which probably resulted in great inconvenience to perfectly harmless people farther along the street. But there was no evidence of a wireless outfit. One of the men started to explain to me how that proved nothing at all, that an apparatus was now made that could be concealed in a hat and brought out at night to be worked. He stopped in the middle of a word, for suddenly we heard the rasping, intermittent hiss of a wireless very near at hand. Everybody stiffened up like a lot of pointers, and in a minute had located the plant. It was nothing but a rusty girouette on top of a chimney being turned by the wind and scratching spitefully at every turn. The discovery eased the strain, and everybody laughed. Then there was another sound, and we all turned around to see a trap door raised, and the serene, bemonocled face of my friend Cavalcanti looked out on us in bewilderment. In our search, we had strayed over onto the roof of the Brazilian legation. It seemed to cause him some surprise to see us doing second-story work on their house. It was a funny situation, but ended in another laugh. It is a good thing we can work in a laugh now and then. The day was chiefly occupied with perfecting arrangements for getting off our German refugees. The minister wished the job on me, and I, with some elements of executive ability myself, gave the worst part of it to Nasmyth, the vice-consul general. Modifications became necessary every few minutes, and Laval and I were running around like stricken deer all day, seeing the disheartening number of government officials who were concerned, having changes made and asking for additional trains. During the afternoon, more and more Germans came pouring into the consulate for refuge, until there were over 2,000 of them there, terribly crowded and unhappy. Several convents were also packed, and we calculated that we should have 2,000 or 3,000 to get out of the country. In the morning, the legation was besieged by numbers of poor people who did not know which way to turn and came to us because they had been told that we would take care of them. We were all kept busy, and Laval, smothering his natural feelings, came out of his own accord and talked and advised and calmed the frightened people in their own language. None of us would have asked him to do it, but he was fine enough to want to help and to do it without any fuss. A crowd of curious people gathered outside the legation to watch the callers, and now and then they booed a German. I looked out of the window in time to see somebody in the crowd strike at a poor little worm of a man who had just come out the door. He was excited and foolish enough to reach toward his hip pocket as though for a revolver. In an instant the crowd fell on him, and although Gustav, the messenger, and I rushed out, we were just in time to pull him inside and slam the door before they had a chance to polish him off. Gustav nearly had his clothes torn off in the scrimmage, but stuck to his job. An inspired idiot of an American tourist who was inside tried to get the door open and address the crowd in good American, and I had to handle him most undiplomatically to keep him from getting us all into trouble. The crowd thumped on the door a little in imitation of a mob scene, and the Garde Civique had to be summoned on the run from the German legation to drive them back and establish some semblance of order. Then de Laval and I went out and talked to the crowd. That is to say, we went out and he talked to the crowd. He told them very reasonably that they were doing harm to Belgium, as actions of this sort might bring reprisals which would cost the country dear, and that they must control their feelings. He sounded the right note so successfully that the crowd broke up with a cheer. End of section 2. Section 3 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Orders have been issued to permit us free use of the telephone and telegraph, although they have been cut for everybody else. Yesterday afternoon I talked with the consulates at Ghent and Antwerp. They were both having their troubles with Germans who wanted to get out of the country. I told them to send everybody up here and let them report at their own consulate, where they will be looked after. The government is taking no chances of having trouble because of the doings of Frank Tireur. The Minister of the Interior sent out, on the 4th, a circular to every one of the 2,700 communes in the country to be posted everywhere. The circular points out in simple and emphatic terms the duty of civilians to refrain from hostile acts, and makes it clear that civilians might be executed for such acts. Aside from this, every newspaper in the country has printed the following notice signed by the Minister of the Interior. Quote, "To civilians, the Minister of the Interior advises civilians, in case the enemy should show himself in their district, not to fight, to utter no insulting or threatening words, to remain within their houses and close the windows so that it will be impossible to allege that there has been any provocation, to evacuate any houses or small village which may be occupied by soldiers in order to defend themselves, so that it cannot be alleged that civilians have fired. An act of violence committed by a single civilian would be a crime for which the law provides arrest and punishment. It is all the more reprehensible in that it might serve as a pretext for measures of repression resulting in bloodshed and pillage or the massacre of the innocent population with women and children." End quote. In the course of the afternoon, we got our telegrams telling of the appropriation by Congress of $2.5 million for the relief of Americans in Europe, and the dispatch of the Tennessee with the money on board. Now all hands want some of the money and a cabin on the Tennessee to go home in. Blank, the Wheat King, came into the legation this morning and was very grateful because we contrived to cash out of our own pockets a $20 express check for him. He was flat broke with his pocket bulging with checks and was living in a pension at 6 francs a day. There is going to be a lot of discomfort and suffering unless some money is made available pretty soon. The worst of it is that this is the height of the tourist season, and Europe is full of school teachers and other people who came over for short trips with meager resources carefully calculated to get them through their traveling and home again by a certain date. If they are kept long, they are going to be in a bad way. One of our American colony here, Heinemann, had a goodly store of currency and had placed it at the disposal of the legation to be used in cashing at face value travelers' checks and other similar paper which bankers will not touch now with a pair of tongs. Shaler has taken charge of that end of the business and has all the customers he can handle. Heinemann will have to bide his time to get any money back on all his collection of paper, and his contribution has meant a lot to people who will never know who helped them. There was a meeting of the diplomatic corps last night to discuss the question of moving with the court to Antwerp in certain eventualities. It is not expected that the government will move unless and until the Germans get through Liège and close enough to threaten Louvain, which is only a few miles out of Brussels. There was no unanimous decision on the subject, but if the court goes, the minister and I will probably take turns going up so as to keep in communication with the government. There is not much we can accomplish there, and we have so much to do here that it will be hard for either of us to get away. It appeals to some of the colleagues to take refuge with a court in distress, but I can see little attraction in the idea of settling down inside the line of forts and waiting for them to be pounded with heavy artillery. Liège seems to be holding out still. The Belgians have astonished everybody, themselves included. It was generally believed, even here, that the most they could do was to make a futile resistance and get slaughtered in a foolhardy attempt to defend their territory against invasion. They have, however, held off a powerful German attack for 3 or 4 days. It is altogether marvelous. All papers have the headlines, Les forts tenant toujours. In the course of the afternoon, we arranged definitely that at 3 o'clock this morning there should be ample train accommodations ready at the Gare du Nord to get our Germans out of the country. Naismith and I are to go down and observe the entire proceedings so that we can give an authoritative report afterward. There is a German-American girl married to a German who lives across the street from me. I sent her word today that she and her husband and little boy had better get away while there was a way open. Last evening, while we were at dinner at the legation, the 3 of them arrived in a panic. They had heard that there was a mob of 10,000 people about the German consulate about to break in and kill every German in the place. Of course, they could not be persuaded to go near the consulate or any of the other refuges. They wanted to settle down and stay at the legation. As the minister was on his way out to the meeting of the corps, the woman waylaid him, got down on her knees and kissed his hand and groveled and had hysterics. He called for me, and we got them quieted down. I finally agreed to go down to the consulate and take a look so as to reassure them. When I got there, I found that the streets had been barred off by the military for 2 blocks in every direction, and that there was only a small crowd gathered to see what might happen. About as hostile as a lot of children. I got through the line of troops and in front of the consulate found several hundreds of the refugees who had been brought out to be marched to the Cirque Royale, where they could be more comfortably lodged until it was time to start for the train. They were surrounded by placid gardes civiques and were all frightened to death. They had had nothing to do for days but talk over the terrible fate that awaited them if the bloodthirsty population of Brussels ever got at them. The stories had grown so that the crowd had hypnotized itself and was ready to credit any yarn. The authorities showed the greatest consideration they could under their orders. They got the crowd started and soon had them stowed away inside the Cirque Royale, an indoor circus near the consulate. Once they got inside, a lot of them gave way to their feelings and began to weep and wail in a way that bade fair to set off the entire crowd. One of the officers came out to where I was and begged me to come in and try my hand at quieting them. I climbed up on a trunk and delivered an eloquent address to the effect that nobody had any designs on them, that the whole interest of the Belgian government lay in getting them safely across the frontier, called their attention to the way the Garde Civique was working to make them comfortable, and to reassure them, promised that I would go with them to the station, put them on their trains, and see them safely off for the frontier. That particular crowd cheered up somewhat, but I could not get near enough to be heard by the entire outfit at one time, so one of the officers dragged me around from one part of the building to another until I had harangued the entire crowd on the installment plan. They all knew that we were charged with their interests, and there was nearly a riot when I wanted to leave. They expected me to stay right there until they were taken away. I came back to the legation and told my people that the way was clear and that they had nothing to worry about. Mrs. Whitlock and Miss Larner had taken the family in hand, were petting the baby boy, and had them all cheered up to a sensible state of mind. I got them into the motor and whisked them down to the lines that were drawn about the block. Here we were stopped, and sooner than undertake a joint debate with the sentry, I was for descending and going the rest of the way on foot. When a few of the idly curious gathered about the car, the woman nearly had a fit and scrambled back into the car almost in spasms. Of course, the scene drew some more people, and we soon had a considerable crowd. I gathered up the boy, who was a beauty and not at all afraid, and took him out of the car. There was in the front rank an enormous Belgian with a fiercely bristling beard. He looked like a sane sort, so I said to him, "Expliquez à ces jeunes que vous n'êtes pas des ogres pour croquer les enfants." He growled out affably, "Mais non, on ne mange pas les enfants ni leur mère," and gathered up the baby and passed him about for the others to look at. My passengers then decided that they were not in such mortal danger and consented to get out. An officer I knew came along and offered to escort them inside. On the way in, I ran into Madame Carton de Wiart, wife of the Minister of Justice, who was there to do what she could to make things run smoothly. She is rabid about the Germans, but is not for taking it out on these helpless people. And that seems to be the spirit of everybody, although it would be quite understandable if they showed these people some of their resentment. The guard were bestirring themselves to look after their charges. Some of them had contributed their pocket money and had bought chocolate and milk for the children and mineral waters and other odds and ends for those that needed them. And some of them are not very sure as to how long they will have pocket money for themselves. Aside from the fright and the heat and the noise of that crowd in the cirque, it was all pretty depressing. During the night, one old man died, probably from fright and shock, and a child was born. It was altogether a night of horror that could perfectly well have been avoided if people had only been able to keep calm and stay at home until time for the train to leave. Having settled my charges and taken a look round, I went back to the legation and got off some telegrams and talked with Bell over the telephone. He had a lot of news that we had not received, and many errands to be done for people who had friends and relatives here. A little after midnight, friend Naismith came along and we set out together for our rounds. We first took a look at one or two places and then went to my diggings for a sandwich and such rest as we could get before time to start on our roundup. Soon after midnight, Fortescue came rolling up in a cab looking for a place to lay his head. He had just come in from Liège, where he had had a close view of yesterday morning's heavy fighting. He said the Germans were pouring men in between the forts in solid formation, and that these sheep were being mown down by the Belgians heavily entrenched between the forts. The Germans are apparently determined to get some of their men through between the forts and are willing to pay the price, whatever it may be. Today we hear that the Germans have asked for an armistice of 24 hours to bury their dead. After we had hung upon his words as long as he could keep going, Naismith and I got under way to look after our exodus. The guard was keeping order at all places where there were refugees, and I was easy in my mind about that. My only worry was as to what might happen when we got our people out into the streets. Promptly at 3 o'clock, we began to march them out of the cirque. The hour was carefully chosen as the one when there were the least possible people in the streets. The evening crowds would have gone home, and the early market crowd would hardly have arrived. A heavy guard was thrown around the people as they came out of the building, and they were marched quickly and quietly down back streets to the Gare du Nord. I never saw such a body of people handled so quickly and yet without confusion. In the station, 4 trains were drawn up side by side. As the stream of people began pouring into the station, it was directed to the first platform, and the train was filled in a few minutes. At just the right moment, the stream was deflected to the next platform, and so on until all 4 trains were filled. After starting the crowd into the station and seeing that there was going to be no trouble, I set off with an officer of the Garde Civique to see about other parties coming from some of the convents. They had not waited for us, but were already moving, so that when we got back to the station, they tacked on to the end of the first party and kept the stream flowing. As fast as the trains were filled, the signal was given and they pulled out silently. I stood behind some of the Garde Civique and watched the crowd pour in. The guard did not know who I was aside from the fact that my presence seemed to be countenanced by their officers, and so I overheard what they had to say. They were a decent lot and kept saying, Mais c'est malheureux tout de même. Regardez donc ces pauvres gens. Ce n'est pas de leur faute, and a lot more of that sort of thing. It takes a pretty fine spirit to be able to treat the enemy that way. A lot of people in the passing crowd spotted me and stopped to say goodbye or called out as they went by. It was pathetic to see how grateful they were for the least kind word. I never saw such a pitiful crowd in my life, and hope I never may again. They hurried along, looking furtively to right and left with a look of a rat that is in fear of his life. I have seldom pitied people more, for that sort of fear must be the most frightful there is, simple fear of physical violence. It was remarkable to see the different classes of people who were there. The manager of a bank of Brussels had abandoned everything he owned and joined the crowd. There were several financiers of standing who felt obliged to flee with their families, and there were lots of servants who had lived here for years and were really Belgian in everything but birth. Just before the last train left, some closed wagons came from the prisons to bring a lot of Germans and wish them back on their own country in this way. And there was not an incident. Here and there, a prowling cab driver hooted, but there was not a stone thrown or any other violence. Before the last of the procession got into the station, it was nearly 6 o'clock and broad daylight. We moved up the platform with Major Dandoy and watched the last train leave. The Abbé Ootmans was there through it all, working like a trump, bucking the people up. He did not stop until the last train pulled out into the fresh summer morning, and then he stayed aboard after the train was in motion to shake hands with a little handful of downhearted people. He shook himself and heaved a sigh of relief, remarking quietly that his duty had required him to go through all this and look after his charges while they were in trouble, but that now he might have the satisfaction of being a Belgian. I too heaved a sigh of relief, but it was because the mob was safely off, and I need not worry about street fighting. Dandoy had not had any sleep for nearly 60 hours, and though Naismith and I were pretty tired ourselves, we thought the least we could do was to take him home. His family is in Liège, and he has not been able to get any word from them. I offered to try a telephone message to the consul at Liège, but have had no luck with it. Nonetheless, Dandoy has been most grateful. Before we left the station, they began bringing in the wounded and prisoners. Most of the wounded I saw were not badly hurt and were plucky and confident. Most of them were supported or led by Boy Scouts who have taken off the military the full burden of messenger work and a lot of other jobs. They are being of real value, as they can do lots of useful things and thereby release grown men for service at the front. When I got back to the Rue St. Boniface, after stopping at the legation to see what had come in, I had just time to throw myself down for a 20-minute rest before the slave came in with my coffee. And then, with no time for a tub, I had to hurry back and get into the harness. And none too soon, for the work began to pour in, and I have been kept on the jump all day. If all goes well, I hope to get to bed sometime after midnight tonight. That means about 3 hours sleep and hard going during the past 48 hours. This morning, the various American committees came to the legation to report on the measures they have taken for the protection of the colony in case of danger. I have been handed the pleasant task of Chief of Staff, with full authority to settle all matters affecting the protection of Americans in case hostilities reach this part of the country, as seems may well be the case before many days. In harmony with my well-known policy of passing the buck, more politely known as executive ability, I impressed Major Boyer of the Army, who is here for the time. He has set up an office at the headquarters of the committee and makes it his business to keep me fully posted as to what is going on there. First, I started him out to look at the various houses that have been under discussion by the committee so that he could decide as to their relative accessibility and general strategic advantages. He did this and made all sorts of arrangements tending to coordinate the work of the various subcommittees along the lines of the plan we drew up. It will be a great thing to have somebody who will act as buffer for all the detail and relieve me of just that much. Germans who for one reason or another had not got away in our train kept turning up all day, and we kept sending them along to the consulate. Late this afternoon, the hard-working Naismith came in to say that there were already 700 of them gathered there. We shall have to have another special train for day after tomorrow morning, and hope to get most of the remaining Germans out of harm's way by that time. The Belgians continue to be a surprise. At last accounts, they were still holding the forts at Liège. The French appear to have established themselves along the Meuse and to be ready for the attack when it comes. Where the British troops are, nobody here seems to know. And strange to say, they are not advertising their whereabouts. There are plenty of people who have had confidential tips from their cook's brother, who lives in the country and has seen them with his own eyes. According to such stories, they are all landed at Ostend and are being hurried across the country through Malines. Another story is that they have been shipped through to Liège in closed freight cars to outwit German spies, and that they are now in the thick of it. According to still another of these confidential fellows, they have been shipped through Brussels itself in the night, and we were unaware when they passed under our very windows. You can choose any story you like and get an audience with it these days. Today's mouth-to-mouth news is that the French have fought a big battle near St. Hubert and repulsed the Germans with heavy losses. This has about as much confirmation as the reports as to the whereabouts of the British Army. Today, trains have been coming in all day with wounded from Liège, and the lot, Belgian and German, are being cared for by the Red Cross. The palace has been turned into a hospital, and the Queen has taken over the supervision of it. Nearly every big hotel in town has turned its dining room into a ward, and guests are required to have their meals in their rooms. Some of the big department stores have come up finally in outfitting hospitals and workrooms, clearing out their stocks, and letting profits go hang for the time being. The International Harvester Company cleared its offices here and installed 25 beds, informing the Red Cross that it would take care of the running expenses as long as the war lasts. The hospital facilities have grown far faster than the wounded have come in, and there is an element of humor in the rush of eager women who go to the station and almost fight for the wounded as they are brought off the trains. I impressed the services of several people to help out today, but the most valuable are 2 crack stenographers who have been turned over to us by business firms here. By dint of laboring with them all morning and afternoon and seeing as few people as possible, I have managed to clean up my desk so that I can go to bed with a clear conscience tonight when I have got through my call to London. Brussels, August 8, 1914. Today, our new organization is working like a clockwork. In Kruger's formerly calm chancery, there are 5 typewriters pounding away, and at the committee rooms there are swarms of people working to take care of odds and ends. Monsieur de Laval has a table at one side of my room, and the committee relieves us of the people who want information and those who want to talk. Sunday, August 9th. I got this far when the roof fell in last night. During the afternoon yesterday, I got out to attend to a few odds and ends of errands, and as always happens when I go out, things began to happen. I came back to find the minister and de Lavelle wrestling with a big one. A curious telegram had come from The Hague, quoting the text of a message which the German government desired us to present to the Belgian government. Here it is in translation, a truly German message. Quote, "The fortress of Liège has been taken by assault after a brave defense. The German government most deeply regret that bloody encounters should have resulted from the attitude of the Belgian government toward Germany. Germany is not coming as an enemy into Belgium. It is only through the force of circumstances that she has had, owing to the military measures of France, to take the grave decision of entering Belgium and occupying Liège as a base for her further military operations. Now that the Belgian army has upheld the honor of its arms by its heroic resistance to a very superior force, the German government begged the King of the Belgians and the Belgian government to spare Belgium further horrors of war. The German government are ready for any compact with Belgium which can be reconciled with their conflicts with France. Germany once more gives her solemn assurance that it is not her intention to appropriate Belgian territory to herself, and that such an intention is far from her thoughts. Germany is still ready to evacuate Belgium as soon as the state of war will allow her to do so." End quote. Of course, we were loath to present anything of the sort, but the thing had to be handled carefully. After some powwowing, I went over to the Foreign Office with a message and saw Baron van der Elst. I told him seriously that we had received a very remarkable telegram which purported to contain a message from the German government, that it bore no marks of authenticity, and that we were not sure as to its source, but that we felt that we should be lacking in frankness if we did not show him what we'd received. He seized the message and read it through, his amazement and anger growing with each line. When he had finished, he gasped for a minute or two, and then led me into the next room to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Monsieur d'Avignon, to whom he translated the telegram aloud. When they had finished discussing the message, and I had a pretty clear idea as to the Belgian attitude toward the proposal, not that I had had any real doubt, I asked him, if the American minister had delivered this message, what would have been its reception? Without an instant's hesitation, Monsieur d'Avignon replied, "We should have resented his action and should have declined to receive the communication." That was all I wanted to know, and I was ready to go back to the legation. End of section 3. Section 4 of A Journal from Our Legation, Belgium, by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. I took Baron van der Elst home in the car and had the pleasure of seeing him explain who he was to several guards civiques who held up the car from time to time. He was very good-natured about it and only resented the interruptions to what he was trying to say. His son is in the army and he has no news of him. As he got out of the car, he remarked that if it were not so horrible, the mere interest of events would be enough to make these days wonderful. When I got back to the legation and reported the result of my visit, we went to work and framed a telegram to Washington, giving the text of the German message, explaining that we had nothing to prove its authenticity, and adding that we had reason to believe that the Belgian government would not accept it. The same message was sent to The Hague. This pleasant exercise with the code kept us going until 4 a.m. Eugene, the wonderful chauffeur, had no orders, but curled up on the front seat of his car and waited to take me home. He was also on hand when I got up a couple of hours later to take me back to the legation. Chauffeurs like that are worth having. When I came in this morning, the place was packed with Germans. Some cheerful idiot had inserted a notice in the papers that all Germans were to be run out of the country and that they should immediately apply to the American Legation. As the flood poured in, Laval got on the telephone to the Sûreté Publique and found out the true facts. Then we posted a notice in the hall. But that was not enough. As is always the case with humans, they all knew better than to pay any attention to what the notice said, and each one of the 100 or more callers had some reason to insist on talking it over with somebody. When they once got hold of one of us, it was next to impossible to get away without listening to the whole story of their lives. All they had to do was to go down to the German Consulate General, where we had people waiting to tell them all there was to know. It was hard to make them realize that by taking up all our time in this way, they were preventing us from doing things that were really necessary to serve them in more important matters. I said as much to several of them, who were unusually long-winded, but every last one replied that his case was different and that he must be heard out at length. Our refugee train left this morning and took 800 more of the poor people. Where they all turn up from, I don't know, but each day brings us a fresh and unexpected batch. Many of the cases are very sad, but if we stop to give sympathy in every deserving case, we should never get anything practical done for them. Today's budget of news is that the French have got to Mulhouse and have inflicted a decisive defeat upon the Germans. According to reports, the Alsatians went mad when the French troops crossed the frontier for the first time in 44 years. They tore up and burned the frontier posts and generally gave way to transports of joy. I would have given a lot to see the crowds in Paris. A letter came yesterday from Omer, the legation footman, who is at Tourmont with the artillery. He said he had not yet been hit, although he had heard the bullets uncomfortably near. He wound up by saying that he had beaucoup de courage, and I believe him. It seems that some of the German troops did not know what they were attacking and thought they were in France. When brought here as prisoners, some of them expressed surprise to find that Paris was so small. They seem to have thought that they were in France and the goal not far away. The king today received through other channels the message from the Emperor of Germany in regard to peace, which we declined to transmit. I have not seen its text, but here it is practically identical with the message sent us, asking the king to name his conditions for the evacuation of Liege and the abandonment of his allies, so that Germany may be entirely free of Belgian opposition in her further operations against France. I have heard among Belgians only the most indignant comments on the proposal, and look forward with interest to seeing the answer of the king, which should appear tomorrow. Note, the Belgian reply, which was sent on August 12th through the Netherlands Minister for Foreign Affairs, is as follows, quote, "The proposal made to us by the German government repeats the proposal which was formulated in the ultimatum of August 2nd. Faithful to her international obligations, Belgium can only reiterate her reply to that ultimatum, the more so as since August 3rd, her neutrality has been violated, a distressing war has been waged on her territory, and the guarantors of her neutrality have responded loyally and without delay to her appeal." End quote. The town is most warlike in appearance. There is hardly a house in the town that does not display a large Belgian flag. It looks as though it were bedecked for a fiesta. Here and there are French and British flags, but practically no others. Every motor in town flies a flag or flags at the bow. We fly our own, but nonetheless the sentries, who are stationed at all the corners dividing the chief quarters of the town and before all the ministries and other public buildings, stop us and demand the papers of the chauffeur and each passenger in the car. We have passports and all sorts of other papers, but that was not enough, and we finally had to be furnished by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs with a special laissez-passer. This afternoon I slipped out for a breath of air and was held up and told that even that was no good until I had had it viséed by the military authorities. It is said that these strict measures are the result of the discovery of a tremendous spy system here. According to the stories which are told, but of which we have little confirmation, spies are being picked up all the time in the strangest disguises. The gossip and inside news that is imparted to us is screamingly funny, some of it. Yesterday, according to one of these yarns, 4 nuns arriving at the Gare du Midi were followed for some time and finally arrested. When searched, they proved to be young German officers who had adopted that dress in order to conceal carrier pigeons which they were about to deliver in Brussels. Wireless outfits are said to have been discovered in several houses belonging to Germans. I cannot remember all the yarns that are going about, but even if a part of them are true, it should make interesting work for those who are looking for the spies. The regular arrests of proven spies have been numerous enough to turn every Belgian into an amateur spy catcher. Yesterday afternoon, Burgomaster Max was chased for several blocks because somebody raised a cry of espion based on nothing more than his blond beard and chubby face. I am just as glad not to be fat and blond these days. Yesterday afternoon, a garde civique came in with the announcement that the chancellor and clerks of the German legation, who were locked up there, were in dire distress, that a baby had been born the day before to the wife of the concierge, and that all sorts of troubles had come upon them. Laval, who had announced that his heart was infinitely hardened against all Germans, was almost overcome by the news of a suffering baby, and ran like a lamplighter to get around there and help out. When we arrived, however, we found them all beaming and happy. The baby had been born some days before, and the mother was up and about before the legation had been closed. Their meals are sent in from a neighboring restaurant, and they are perfectly contented to bide their time as they are. They had orders from Berlin not to leave the legation, so it made little difference to them whether they were blockaded by the Belgian authorities or not. I shall drop in every day or two and see whether there is anything I can do to lighten their gloom. Of course, their telephone was cut off, and they are not allowed to receive mail or papers, so they are consumed with curiosity about developments. It was, of course, necessary to refuse to answer their questions about what was going on, and to make assurance doubly sure, I had the garde civique stand by me while I talked with them. As things shape up now, it looks as though we were the only life-sized country that could keep neutral for long, and as a consequence, all the representatives of the countries in conflict are keeping us pretty well posted in the belief that they may have to turn their interests over to us. We shall probably soon have to add Austrian interests to the German burdens we now have. If there is a German advance, some of the Allied ministers will no doubt turn their legations over to us. The consequence is that we may see more of the inside of things than anybody else. Now, at least, we are everybody's friends. This is undoubtedly the most interesting post in Europe for the time being, and I would not be anywhere else for the wealth of the Indies. Brussels, August 10, 1914. The Belgian government has finally got out a proclamation urging German subjects to leave the country, but stating that in the event of a general order of expulsion, certain classes of people will be allowed to remain, such as very old persons, the sick, governesses, nurses, etc., and even others for whom Belgians of undoubted reputation are willing to vouch. There are quantities of Germans who have lived here all their lives, who are really more Belgian than German, have no interest in the present conflict, and are threatened with financial ruin if they leave their interests here, and it is pretty hard on them if they are to be obliged to get out. But they are only a few of the many, many thousands who are suffering indirectly from the effects of the war. It is not any easier for the manufacturers in the neighborhood of Liège, who will see the work of many years wiped out by the present hostilities. Some inspired idiot inserted in the papers yesterday the news that the legation was attending to the repatriation of German subjects, and the consequence is that our hallways have been jammed with Germans all day, making uncouth noises and trying to argue with us as to whether or not we are in charge of German interests. The mere fact that we deny it is not enough for them. I suppose that the hallways will continue to sound like a celebration of Kaiser's Geburtstag until we have sent off the last of them. This morning a large, badly frightened darky came in looking for a passport. He awaited his turn very quietly and grew visibly more and more apprehensive at the long series of questions asked of the people ahead of him. When he moved up to the desk, the first question was, "Where do you want to go?" "Just as far as the Statue of Liberty." "Are you an American citizen?" "Me? Lord bless you. "No, I ain't nothing but a plain old Baltimore coon." Then they gave him the usual blank to fill out. One of the questions on it was, "Why do you desire to return to the United States?" Without any hesitation, he wrote, "I am very much interested in my home at the present time." Everybody here is intensely curious as to what has become of the British Army. The most generally accepted story is that troops have been landed at Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend, but although this is generally believed, there seems to be absolutely no official confirmation of it. Everyone seems to take it for granted that the British will turn up in good form when the right time comes, and that when they do turn up, it will have a good effect. If they can get to the scene of hostilities without everybody knowing about it, it increases by just so much their chances of success, and anyone that knows anything at all is keeping mum and hoping that no British soldier will stumble over a chair and make a noise and give away the line of march. Our letters from London indicate intense satisfaction with the appointment of Kitchener and confidence that he will get a maximum of service out of the forces at his command. We have been looking from one moment to another for news of a big naval engagement, but suppose the British Navy is somewhere waiting for a chance to strike. Colonel Fairholme, the British military attaché, has made a number of trips to the front and reports that the morale of the Belgian troops is excellent, that the organization is moving like clockwork, and, as he expresses it, that every man has his tail up. This evening I went over to the British Legation to see the colonel and learn whatever news he had that he could give me. There was a great scurrying of servants, and the porter was not to be found in the chancery. The door to Grant Watson's room was ajar, so I tapped, and on being bade in a gruff voice to come in, walked into the presence of a British officer in field uniform, writing at Weber's desk. He was dusty and unshaven, and had evidently come in from a long ride. I promptly backed out with apologies and was hustled out of the place by Kidston, who came running out from the minister's office. I asked him if the rest of the army was hidden about the chancery, and his only reply was to tell me to run along and find the Navy, which they themselves had not been able to locate. They evidently have all they need to know about the whereabouts of the army, but have succeeded in keeping it dark. C.M. came over to the legation this afternoon to get some books for her mother. We fixed her up and put her in her car when she announced that on the way over she had been arrested and taken to the police station as a German. People are pointing out spies on the street, and anybody that is blonde and rosy-cheeked stands a fine show of being arrested every time he goes out. She had impressed this car with a suspected number and paid for it by being made into a jailbird. My day's work began with a visit to the German legation. The government asked me to secure and return the number for the automobile of von Stumm, the German counselor. I had his machine put in the legation the day after he left, although he had offered it to me. I presented myself at the door of the legation with a note from the Foreign Office asking for the number, but was refused admittance by the Garde Civique. They were very nice, but stated that they had the strictest orders not to let anybody come in or out, and that they had not discretionary powers. At a visit to the Foreign Office later in the day, I told of my experience and asked that I be furnished by the military authorities with a laissez-passer, which would enable me to enter the legation whenever I so desire. This afternoon I received a formidable document from the military governor, which gives me free passage, so far as I can make out, to enter the legation in any way save by telephone or telegraph. I shall go around tomorrow and rub it in on the Garde Civique. The question of passes has been changed and made more strict each day, and has got to be a sort of joke. I first used my card that was declared insufficient almost from the first. Then I tried my permis de circulation, which was issued to allow me to get into the railway stations without paying. That was good for a day or so. Then I tried my passport as a bearer of dispatches, and that got me through once or twice. Then the Minister for Foreign Affairs gave me his personal card with a laissez-passer in his own hand, but that was soon turned down on the ground that the military authorities are in control and the civil authorities cannot grant passes. Finally, the government has got out a special form of laissez-passer for the diplomats, and it may prove to be good, although it is not signed by the military authorities. I have taken the precaution of keeping all the aforementioned documents and some others on my person, and am curious to see how soon I shall have to have some other. The Garde Civique is no longer content with holding up the car every few blocks and examining the pièce d'identité of the chauffeur. They must now be satisfied as to the bona fides of each passenger. Doing some errands around town this afternoon, I was held up and looked over 11 times. I now pull out all the documents I own and hand out the bunch each time I am stopped. The guard then, in most cases, treats the matter rather humorously, and the next time I pass lets me go on without going through the whole performance again. In front of the German Legation, however, which we nearly always pass on our way to or from town, we are invariably held up and looked into seriously. I know most of the people on the different shifts by this time, and wish them well each time they look at the well-remembered papers. I shall keep the credentials and any others that may eventually be added to them, and perhaps someday I shall be able to paper a room with them. In the course of the morning, there were several matters of interest which made it necessary for me to go to the Foreign Office. All their messengers are now gone, and in their place there is a squad of Boy Scouts on duty. I had a long conference with Van der Elst, the Director General of the Ministry. In the course of our powwow, it was necessary to send out communications to various people and dispatch instructions in regard to several small matters. Each time Van der Elst would ring for what he calls a scoots and hand him the message with specific instructions as to just how it should be handled. The boys were right on their toes and take great pride in the responsibility that is given them. Some of them have bicycles and do the messenger work through the town. Those who have not run errands in the different buildings and attend to small, odd jobs. The Red Cross is very much in evidence. I went around to the headquarters after my call at the Foreign Office to make a little contribution of my own and to leave others for members of our official family. The headquarters is at the house of Count Jean de Merode, the Grand Marshal of the Court. The entrance hall was filled with little tables where women sat receiving contributions of money and supplies. I had to wait some time before I could get near enough to one of the dozen or more tables to hand in my contributions. This is the headquarters, but there are any number of branch offices, and they are said to be equally busy. The society has been quite overcome by the way people have come forward with gifts, and they have been almost unable to get enough people together to handle them as they come in. The big cafes downtown nearly all have signs out announcing that on a certain day or days they will give their entire receipts to the Red Cross or to one of the several funds gotten up to take care of those suffering directly or indirectly from the war. Many of the small shops have signs out of the same sort, announcing that the entire receipts for all articles sold on a certain day will be handed to one of the funds. They must have gathered an enormous amount of money, and I don't doubt they will need it. The wounded are being brought in great numbers, and many buildings are quite filled with them. In nearly every street there is a Red Cross flag or two to indicate a temporary hospital in a private house or a hotel or shop, and people are stationed in the street to make motors turn aside or slow down. There are almost no motors on the street except those on official business or Red Cross work, and because of the small amount of traffic, these few go like young cyclones, keeping their sirens going all the time. The chauffeurs love it and swell around as much as they are allowed to do. I pray with ours now and then, but even when I go out to the barber, he seems to believe that he is on his way to a fire and cuts loose for all he is worth. Quantities of German prisoners continue to be brought here for safekeeping, and many of them are taken on down to Bruges. Among those removed there for unusually safekeeping yesterday was a nephew of the Emperor. Judging from the stories printed in the London Times, which arrived tonight, the German government aroused great enthusiasm by playing up the capture of Liège. The Germans evidently were led to believe they had gained a great victory, whereas the forts, which are the only object of the campaign, are still intact. The city itself is undefended, and there is no great military reason why the Belgians should not allow it to be taken. The German troops that had invested the town have not taken over the administration, but appear to be confining themselves to requisitioning provisions and supplies of which they are in need. The Berlin papers made a great hurrah about the capture of the citadel, which is a purely ornamental old fort without military importance. From what they tell me, I judge that you could back an American army mule up against it and have him kick it down without the expense of bombarding it. It sounds well in the dispatches, however. 8 French airplanes sailed over the city this afternoon, probably coming from Namur. One of the machines landed on the aviation field at the edge of the city, and the aviator was nearly torn to shreds by admirers who wanted to shake him by the hand and convince him that he was really welcome to Brussels. It is said that some of these fellows are going to lie in wait for the Zeppelins, which have been sailing over Brussels by night to terrify the population. We hear that one of the Belgian army aviators did attack a Zeppelin and put it out of business, bringing to earth and killing all the crew. He himself went to certain death in the attempt. The afternoon papers say that in Paris the name of the Rue de Berlin has been changed to Rue de Liege. Here the Rue de l'Allemagne has been changed to Rue de Liege, and the Rue de Prusse to Rue de General Leman, the defender of Liege. The time abounds in beaux gestes, and they certainly have their effect on the situation. Kitchener says that the war may last for some time. At first, it seemed to be taken for granted that it could not last long, as the financial strain would be too great and the damage done so enormous that one side or the other would have to yield to avoid national bankruptcy. End of section 4. Section 5 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brussels, August 11, 1914. Our halls have been filled with Germans and Americans, the latter in smaller numbers and the former in larger crowds than ever. They are gradually being got out of the country, however, and those who are going to remain are being induced to go to the right authorities, so that their troubles will soon be settled to a large extent, and they will not be coming here so much. We are getting off hundreds of telegrams about the whereabouts and welfare of Americans and others here and in other parts of Europe. This work alone is enough to keep a good-sized staff working, and we have them hard at it. This afternoon, I went over to the British Legation and saw Colonel Fairholme, the military attaché, for a few minutes. He was just back from a trip out into the wilds with a party of British officers, and was so clearly rushed that I had not the heart to detain him, although I was bursting with curiosity about the news he evidently had concealed about him. He appreciates the lenient way I have treated him, and goes out of his way to let me have anything that he can. While I was out, we saw a German monoplane which sailed over the city, not very high up. The newspapers have published a clear description of the various airplanes that are engaged in the present war, so that nobody will be foolish enough to fire at those of the Allies when they come our way. This one was clearly German, and the Garde Civique and others were firing at it with their rifles, but without any success. Our legation guard, which consists of about 25 men, banged away in a perfect fusillade, but the airman was far too high for them to have much chance of hitting him. Yesterday afternoon, when the German biplanes passed over the city, a Belgian officer gave chase in a monoplane, but could not catch them. Contests of this sort are more exciting to the crowd than any fancy aviation stunts that are done at exhibitions, and the whole town turns out whenever an airplane is sighted. This morning I presented myself at the German legation with the imposing laissez-passer furnished me by the military governor of Brabant, but the guard on duty at the door had not received orders to let me in and turned me down politely but definitely. I took the matter up with the Foreign Office and said that I wanted it settled so that I would not have any more fruitless trips over there. At 5, an officer from the État-Major of the Garde Civique came for me in a motor and took me over to the legation to give orders in my presence that whenever I appeared, I was to be allowed to pass without argument. As I got into the motor, I noticed that the soldier who was driving the car looked at me with a twinkle in his eye, but paid no attention to him. When I took a second look, I saw that it was G.B., with whom I had played golf several times. I am constantly being greeted by people in uniform whom I had known at one time or another. It is hard to recognize them in uniform. So far as operations in Belgium are concerned, we may not have anything big for some days to come. But in the meantime, work of preparation is being pushed rapidly and supplies and reinforcements are being rushed to the front. Half the shops in town are closed, and all the people are working either in the field or taking care of the wounded or prisoners. There are said to be some 8,000 German prisoners in Belgium, and it is some work to take care of them all. Brussels, August 12, 1914. A few minutes gap, so I seize my pen to scratch off a line. Last night, when I left here, I rode up the Rue Bayard on my way home. I was stopped in front of the German legation by the guard, which was placed across the street. They examined the chauffeur's papers carefully and then looked over mine. They compared the tintype on my laissez-passer with the classic lineaments of the original, and after looking wise, told me to move on. When we got up to the boulevard, there was great cheering, and we came out on a thin file of French cavalry, which was on its way through town from the Gare du Midi. The crowd was mad with enthusiasm, and the soldiers, although plainly very tired, pulled their strength together every now and then to cry, "Vive la Belgique!" There were crowds on the boulevards, waiting for news from La Base. A few French officers were going about in cabs, and each time that one appeared, the crowd went mad. The officers were smiling and saluting, and every now and then one stood up in his place and cheered for Belgium. In 20 minutes or so, I saw that we could get through, so started for home and bed. When we got to the Porte de Namur, we heard frenzied cheering down by the Porte Louise. The chauffeur is a regular old warhorse who does not want to miss a trick. He cast a questioning glance over his shoulder, and catching my nod, put on full speed down the boulevard until we came to a solid crowd banked along the line of march of more French cavalry. The people in the crowd had bought out the nearby shops of cigars and cigarettes and chocolate and small flasks of brandy, and as each man rode by, he was loaded up with as much as he could carry. The défilé had been going on for over an hour, but the enthusiasm was still boundless. All the cafes around the Porte Louise sent out waiters and waitresses with trays of beer to meet the troops as they came into the Avenue Louise. Each man would snatch a glass of beer, swallow it as he rode along, and hand it back to others who were waiting with empty trays 100 yards or so down the line of march. The men were evidently very tired, and it was an effort for them to show any appreciation of their reception, but they made the effort and croaked out, "Vive la Belgique!" The French and British troops can have anything they want in this country. They will be lucky, though, if they escape without acute indigestion. Yesterday afternoon, as I was coming out of the chancery of the British legation, a little Cockney messenger in uniform came snorting into the court on a motorcycle. As he got off, he began describing his experiences and wound up his story of triumphant progress. And when I got to the boulevards, I ran down a blighter on a bicycle, and the crowd gave me an ovation. More troubles today about the German legation. The état-major gave orders that nobody but I should be allowed to enter. The laymen who have the onerous duty of protecting the legation held a council of war and decided that this precluded them from allowing food to go in. So when the waitress from the Grand Veneur with the lunch of the crowd inside came along, she was turned back and told I should have to go with her. I went around to the legation and fixed it up with a guard. A few minutes ago, the waitress came back with word that more bread and butter was wanted, but that the guard had changed and that she was again barred out. Monsieur de Laval and I went around again and fortunately found someone from the état-major who was there for inspection. He promised to get proper orders issued, and now we hope that we shall not be obliged to take in every bite under convoy. There are ominous reports today of a tremendous German advance in this direction, and it is generally believed that there will be a big engagement soon near Halen, which is on the way from Liège to Turlmont. Communications are cut, so I don't quite see where all the news comes from. After dinner. News sounds better tonight. Although there is nothing very definite, the impression is that the Belgians have come out victorious today in an engagement near Turlmont. I hope to get some news later in the evening. During a lull in the proceedings this afternoon, I got in Blunt's car and went out to Brooks to see his horses and arranged to have him send them in for our use every afternoon. He came over here a few months ago to spend the rest of his life in peace and quiet. It looks as though he wouldn't get much of either. The Avenue de Tervuren, a broad boulevard with a parkway down the center, is the most direct way into town from the scene of the fighting, and there has been a general belief that the Germans might rush a force into town in motors that way. In order to be ready for anything of the sort, a barricade has been made of heavy tram cars placed at right angles across the road, so that they do not absolutely stop traffic, but compel motors to slow down and pick their way. Thus, there follows a diagram showing the trams lined up. It is close work getting through and can only be done at a snail's pace. The latest news we have is that the nearest large German force is just 38 miles away from Brussels. Brussels, August 13, 1914. Last night, after dining late, I went out to find my friend, Colonel Fairholme, and see if he had any news. He had just finished his day's work and wanted some air. Fortunately, I had the car along, and so took him out for a spin to the end of the Avenue Louise. We walked back, followed by the car, and had a nightcap at the Porte de Nemours. The colonel has been going to Louvain every day to visit the general staff and report to the king as the military representative of an ally. The first time, he arrived in a motor with General de Saliers de Moronville, the chief of staff. As they drew into the square in front of the headquarters, they saw that everything was in confusion, and a crowd was gathered to watch arrivals and departures. When their car stopped, a large thug, mistaking him for a German officer, reached in and dealt him a smashing blow on the mouth with his fist, calling him a sale au boche by way of good measure. He had to go in and report to the king, streaming with blood, a pleasant beginning. He is just getting back to a point where he can eat with ease and comfort. Life will be easier for some of the attachés when people get used to khaki uniforms and learn that some do not cover Germans. The day the general staff left for the front, the colonel went to see them off. He was called by one of the high officers who wanted to talk to him and was persuaded to get on the train and ride as far as the Gare du Luxembourg, sending his car through town to meet him there. Word came that the king wanted to see the chief of staff, so he asked the colonel to take him to the palace. When the crowd saw a British officer in uniform and decorations come out of the station, accompanied by the chief of staff and 2 aides, they decided that it was the commander-in-chief of the British Army who was arriving and gave him a wonderful ovation. Even the papers published it as authentic. He was tremendously fussed at the idea of sailing under false colors, but the rest of us have got some amusement out of it. Stories are coming in here about the doings of the German troops. According to reports, they came into Hasselt and took the money in the town treasury and the local bank, some 2.5 million altogether. The story, whether true or not, has caused a great deal of ill feeling here. There is another story that the commanding officer of one of the forts around Liège was summoned to parley with a white flag. When he climbed on top of his turret, he was shot through both legs and only saved by his men pulling him to cover. Of course, there are always a great many stories of this sort scattered broadcast at the beginning of every war, but in this instance, they seem to be generally believed and are doing the Germans no good at all. Mademoiselle D., one of our stenographers, has a brother in the French army. She has not heard a word from him since the war began and had no idea where he was. Yesterday, a small detachment of French cavalry came along the street. She ran out, called to one of them that her brother was in the blank, and asked where it was. They told her it had not yet been in action, and she has been walking on air ever since. but she could not telegraph the good news to her family for fear of betraying military movements. Roger de Laval, the 8-year-old son of our friend, practically broke off diplomatic relations with his father and mother because he was not allowed to be a Boy Scout. His father was at the legation, his mother at the Red Cross, and he had to stay at home with his governess. He felt so badly about it that we had Monsieur de Laval register him as a B.S. and have him assigned to special duty at the legation. He attends in full uniform and carries messages and papers from my room to the other offices and vice versa. When we go out, he rides on the box with his chauffeur and salutes all the officers we pass. They are used to it now and return the salutes very gravely. The youngster now feels that he is really doing something, but is outraged because we go along. He wants to undertake some of the big missions alone. Princess Charles de Ligne was in this morning. Her son, Prince Henry, head of that branch of the house, has enlisted as a private in the aviation corps. There seemed to be no way for him to have a commission at once, so he put his Star of the Legion of Honor on his private's uniform and was off to the front yesterday. That's the spirit. Comtesse d'A was at their home in the Grand Duchy when war broke out. No news had been received from her, and her husband was worried sick. We got a message through via The Hague and got word back this morning that she was safe and well. I went up to tell him the good news. He was presiding over some sort of committee meeting, and the maid said I could not see him. I insisted that she should announce me, and after some argument, she did. As the door opened, the buzz subsided, and she announced, Monsieur le Secrétaire de la Legation d'Amérique. There was a terrible cry of fear, and the old count came running out, white as a sheet. Before he had come in sight, I called out, Les nouvelles sont bonnes. The old chap collapsed on my shoulder and cried like a baby, saying over and over, J'étais si inquiet, j'étais si inquiet. He soon pulled himself together and showed me out to the car with the honors of war. We send and receive hundreds of telegrams of inquiry and shoot them through in a perfectly routine way. It is only now and then that we come to a realizing sense of the human side of it all. This afternoon, I went over and made inquiry as to the well-being of those who are cooped up in the German legation. They are getting along perfectly well, but are consumed with curiosity as to the progress of the war. The government has not allowed them to have any letters or newspapers, and they are completely in the dark as to what is going on. I felt like a brute to refuse them, but could not very well do anything against the wishes of the government. They were decent enough not to embarrass me by insisting, which made it harder to refuse. The son of Hofrath Grabowski, the chancellor of the legation, is secretary of the German consulate at Antwerp. He came down here to say goodbye to his father the day war was declared, and lingered so long that he was cooped up with the others. He is liable for military service in Germany, and having left his post at Antwerp at such a time, he must face a court-martial whenever he does get home. There are 5 or 6 people there, including the wife of the old Hofrath, who are firmly convinced that they will all be murdered in their beds. It is my daily job to comfort them and assure them that nobody now here is giving any thought to them. Last night I dined with Colonel Fairholme and Kidston, the first secretary of the legation. We went to the usually crowded terrace of the Palace Hotel, where we had no difficulty in getting a table in the best part of the balcony. The few other diners were nearly all colleagues or officers. Military motors and motorcycles came and went, and orderlies dashed up on horseback and delivered messages. It looked like war. The proprietor of the hotel, who was given 100,000 francs to the Red Cross, rolled up in his motor from a trip to the front and got out with an armful of Prussian helmets and caps, which he had collected. A crowd gathered round the motor and displayed as much pleasure as though he had brought in a whole German army corps. The novelty of these souvenirs has not yet worn off. Women with big tin boxes came by every few minutes to collect for the Red Cross or some other fund. Finally, the colonel protested and asked if there was no way of buying immunity. That was quickly arranged by giving up 5 francs, in return for which we were given tags of immunity. Dozens of collectors came by during the evening, but our ostentatiously displayed tags saved us. We ate at our leisure, out of doors, the first unhurried and unharried meal I have had for days, and then got back to the legation. This afternoon, the minister and I went over to see Sir Francis Villiers, the British minister, and spent half an hour with him. He is evidently all ready to make a quick getaway whenever it looks as though the Germans would come to Brussels. A number of the other diplomats are also prepared to depart. Those who are accredited at The Hague will probably go there, and the others will go to Antwerp. We are too busy here to enjoy the luxury of spending a month undergoing a siege, so no matter what happens, we shall probably not go along. The minister and I shall take turns from time to time, going up to pay our respects. Having some things to talk over, the minister and I went for a drive after our visit, and it was well we did, for when we got back, we found the hall filled with callers. As the tourists and the Germans leave, the war correspondents begin to come in, and in a few days we shall probably have the place full of them. I heard today that there were 200 of them in London, and that most of them want to come on here. Maxwell, the British correspondent, told me this afternoon that he looked for a big engagement at Diest tomorrow or the day after. He has been down through the fighting zone ever since the trouble began, and probably knows more about pending operations than any other civilian. While I was writing, Z came in, suffering from a bad case of panic. He announced as he burst into my office that the Germans were within 20 kilometers of Brussels and were going to occupy the city this evening. He was fairly trembling, but got indignant because I denied it, having just talked with Colonel Fairholme and with Maxwell, both of whom had no more than come back from the front. The fact that it had been published in the Soir was enough for him, and although the news had made him nervous, he hated to have his perfectly good sensation spoiled. The authorities, so as to be prepared for any eventuality, have this evening published a communiqué to impress upon the population the necessity for abstaining from any participation in the hostilities in case of an occupation. It advises everybody to stay indoors and avoid any words or actions that might give an excuse for measures against non-combatants. August 15th. Last night I dined with a colonel, Grant Watson, and Kidston at the Palace. I was looking forward to a lot of interesting talk as the colonel had just come from the front. Just as we were settling down to our conversational marathon, up walked Blank, the blank chargé, and bade himself to dine with us. He is strongly pro-German in his sympathies, and of course that put a complete damper on conversation. We talked about everything on earth save the one thing we were interested in, and sat tight in the hope that he would move on. Not only did he stay, but after a time the blank first secretary came and joined us, and we gave up in despair. The only result of the evening was that I gathered the impression that there is a good deal of apprehension on the part of the Allies as to the result of the next big battle, which may occur any day now. The Germans are undoubtedly pretty near now, perhaps a good deal nearer than we know. Just before dinner, the War Office announced that there would be no further official communiques as to the operations. That looks as though they were battening down the hatches for the next big engagement. Yesterday's papers announced France's declaration of war against Austria. This morning comes the news that Montenegro has also declared her intention of wiping Austria off the map. Our daily query now is, who has declared war today? Every minute we are not hammering away at our work, we sit around and talk of the latest developments. These things make such an impression that I can quite understand old veterans boring everybody to death with reminiscences. I see some 40 years from now that people will be saying, I don't want to let old man Gibson get hold of me and tell me all about the War of 1914. This morning I received a telegram from Richard Harding Davis, who wants to join the Belgian forces. We are trying to arrange it this morning, and I expect to see him any day now. We are going to have a lot of newspaper men in our midst. I met 2 more of them last night. None of them who have so far appeared speak any language but English, but they are all quite confident that they can get all the news. I look next for Palmer and Jimmy Hare and the rest of the crowd. Maxwell, the telegraph correspondent, yesterday showed me a photograph of a French bulldog that has been doing good service at Liege. His master, who is an officer in one of the forts, fastens messages in his collar and shoves him out onto the glacis. The puppy makes a blue streak for home, and, as he is always sent at night, has managed so far to avoid the Germans. His mistress brings him back to the edge of town and starts him back for the fort. The Belgian troops have so far had to dam the flood of Germans with little or no help from the Allies. The Kaiser expected, so far as we can make out, to sweep through Belgium with little opposition and be fighting in France in 3 days. The Belgians have knocked his schedule out by 12 days already, and there is no telling how much longer they may hold out. My military advisers tell me that in view of the great necessity for a quick campaign in France, so as to get the army back in time to head off the Russian flood when it begins to pour over the northern frontier, the loss of this much time is equivalent to the loss of the first great battle. The moral effect is also tremendous. The minister today had a card from Omer which began, J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à votre excellence que je suis encore toujours vivant. Encore toujours sounds as though he were pretty emphatically alive. We are all relieved to hear from him. Villalobar, the Spanish minister, came in after dinner just to visit. His household is greatly upset. His cook and 3 footmen have gone to the war. He apologized for not inviting us to dine during these depressing days, but said he could not, as his cook was a Lucretia de Borgia. He is confident that the war is going to knock Brussels' life into a cocked hat this winter. So many of the families will be in mourning, and so much poverty will come as a result of the war. Life goes on so normally now, save for the little annoyances of living under martial law, that it is hard to realize that such great changes are imminent. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brussels, August 16, 1914. This morning I walked out of my office and bumped into Frederick Palmer. I had no idea he was so near. 2 weeks ago he was in Veracruz, but made a beeline for Brussels at the first news of impending war. In the breathing spaces during the morning, I got in a little visiting with him. He stayed to lunch at the legation, and so did I. In the afternoon, I took him to the Foreign Office and the War Office and the Gendarmerie, and got him outfitted with passes so that he can make a try to get towards the front. As a measure of precaution, I added another laissez-passer to my collection with a beautiful photograph on it. The collection grows every day. I went to the palace to dine with Palmer and Blunt. We had hardly got seated when in walked Richard Harding Davis and Gerald Morgan and joined us. I had not expected Davis here so soon, but here he is. He was immaculate in dinner jacket and white linen, for war does not interfere with his dressing. While we were dining, a lot of motors came by filled with British officers. There was a big crowd in the square, and they went crazy with enthusiasm, cheering until the windows rattled. Brussels, August 18, 1914. At 10 in the morning, I started with Frederick Palmer and Blunt in the latter's car to see whether we could get a little way out of town and get a glimpse of what was going on. We were provided with laissez-passers and passports and all sorts of credentials, but as a strict prohibition against sightseers has been enforced for some days, we rather doubted whether we should be able to get farther than the edge of town. Before we got back, we had gone more than 100 kilometers through the heart of things and saw a great deal more than anybody should be allowed to see. We got back to town about 8 o'clock, thoroughly tired and with eyes filled with dust and cinders. Part way out the avenue, we were hailed by a soldier who asked us for a lift as far as Tervuren. He climbed into the car beside me and rode out. The Forêt des Soignes was mournful. Quatre Basses, where the cafes are usually filled with a good-sized crowd of bourgeois, was deserted and empty. The shutters were up and the proprietors evidently gone. The minister's house nearby was closed. The gate was locked, and the gardener's dog was the only living thing in sight. We passed our golf club a little farther on toward Tervuren. The old chateau is closed, the garden is growing rank, and the rose bushes that were kept so scrupulously plucked and trim were heavy with dead roses. The grass was high on the lawns, weeds were springing up on the fine tennis courts. The gardeners and other servants have all been called to the colors. Most of the members are also at the front, shoulder to shoulder with the servants. A few caddies were sitting mournfully on the grass and greeted us solemnly and without enthusiasm. These deserted places are in some ways more dreadful than the real horrors at the front. At least there is life and activity at the front. Before we got out of town, the guards began stopping us, and we were held up every few minutes until we got back to town at night. Sometimes the posts were 1 kilometer or even 2 kilometers apart. Sometimes we were held up every 50 yards. Sometimes the posts were regulars, sometimes guards civiques, often hastily assembled civilians, mostly too old or too young for more active service. They had no uniforms, but only rifles, caps, and brassards to distinguish them as men in authority. In some places, the men formed a solid rank across the road. In others, they sat by the roadside and came out only when we hove in sight. Our laissez-passers were carefully examined each time we were stopped, even by many of the guards who did not understand a word of French, and strangely enough, our papers were made out in only the one language. They could at least understand our photographs and took the rest for granted. When we got to the first outpost at Tervuren, the guard waved our papers aside and demanded the password. Then our soldier passenger leaned across in front of Blunt and whispered, "Belgique." That got us through everything until midday, when the word changed. From Tervuren on, we began to realize that there was really a war in progress. All was preparation. We passed long trains of motor trucks carrying provisions to the front. Supply depots were planted along the way. Officers dashed by in motors. Small detachments of cavalry, infantry, and artillery pounded along the road toward Louvain. A little way out, we passed a company of scouts on bicycles. They are doing good work and have kept wonderfully fresh. In this part of the country, everybody looked tense and anxious and hurried. Nearer the front, they were more calm. Most of the groups we passed mistook our flag for a British standard and cheered with a good will. Once in a while, somebody who recognized the flag would give it a cheer on its own account, and we got a smile everywhere. All the farmhouses along the road were either already abandoned or prepared for instant flight. In some places, the reaping had already begun, only to be abandoned. In others, the crops stood ripe, waiting for the reapers that may never come. The sight of these poor peasants fleeing like hunted beasts, and their empty houses or their rotting crops were the worst part of the day. It is a shame that those responsible for all this misery cannot be made to pay the penalty, and they never can, no matter what is done to them. Louvain is the headquarters of the king and is état-major. The king is commander-in-chief of the Allied forces operating in Belgium and is apparently proving to be very much of a soldier. The town is completely occupied, and troops line the streets, stopping all motors and inspecting papers, then telling you which way you can go. We were the only civilians on the road all day, except the Red Cross people. The big square was completely barred off from general traffic and was surrounded with grenadiers. We got through the town and stopped at the only cafe we could find open, where we had a bottle of mineral water and talked over what we should do next. In Louvain, there is an American theological seminary. We had had some correspondence with Monsignor de Becker, its rector, as to what he should do to protect the institution. At our suggestion, he had established a Red Cross hospital and had hoisted a big American flag, but still he was not altogether easy in his mind. I called on him and did my level best to reassure him on the ground that the Germans were certainly not making war on seminaries or priests, and that if the Germans reached Louvain, all he had to do was to stay peacefully at home and wait for quiet to be restored. Most of his students were gone, and some of the faculty had followed them, so his chief concern was for the library and other treasures. My arguments did not seem to have very much weight, but I left with a promise to look in again at the first opportunity and to respond to any call the rector might make. From the seminary, we drove out the Turlemont road to see if we could get to that little town and see some of the fighting that was known to be going on. At the edge of the town, we came to a barricade of carts, road rollers, and cobblestones, where we were courteously but firmly turned back. Everybody was anxious to make it as nice as possible for us, and one of the bright boys was brought forward to tell us in English so as to be more convincing. He smiled deprecatingly and said, "Very bad, very sorry. We must make our office, not?" So he turned and went back to town. They had told us that nobody could go beyond the barricade without an order from the commandant de place at Louvain. On the way back, we decided that we could at least try, so we hunted through the town until we found the headquarters of the commandant. A fierce-looking sergeant was sitting at a table near the door, hearing requests for visas en laissez-passer. Everybody was begging for a visa on one pretext or another, and most of them were being turned down. I decided to try a play of confidence, so took our 3 cards and walked up to his table, as though there could be no possible doubt of his doing what I wanted. I threw our 3 laissez-passers down in front of him and said in a businesslike tone, "Trois visas pour Turlemont, SVP." My man looked up in mild surprise, visaed the 3 papers without a word, and handed them back in less time than it takes to tell it. We sailed back to the barricade in high feather, astonished the guard with our visé, and plowed along the road, weaving in and out among ammunition wagons, artillery caissons, infantry, cavalry, bicyclists, all in a dense cloud of dust. Troops were everywhere in small numbers. Machine guns, covered with shrubbery, were thick on the road and in the woods. There was a decidedly hectic movement toward the front, and it was being carried out at high speed without confusion or disorder. It was a sight to remember. All along the road we were cheered, both as Americans and in the belief that we were British. Whenever we were stopped at a barricade to have our papers examined, the soldiers crowded around the car and asked for news from other parts of the field, and everybody was wild for newspapers. Unfortunately, we had only a couple that had been left in the car by accident in the morning. If we had only thought a little, we could have taken out a cartful of papers and given pleasure to hundreds. The barricades were more numerous as we drew nearer the town. About 2 miles out, we were stopped dead. Fighting was going on just ahead, between us and the town, and the order had been given out that nobody should pass. That applied to military and civilians alike, so we could not complain and came back to Louvain, rejoicing that we had been able to get so far. We hunted up our little cafe and ate our sandwiches at a table on the sidewalk, letting the house profit to the extent of 3 glasses of beer. We were hardly seated when a hush fell on the people sitting near. The proprietor was summoned, and a whispered conversation ensued between him and a bewhiskered old man 3 tables away. Then Mr. Proprietor sauntered over our way with the exaggerated carelessness of a stage detective. He stood near us for a minute or two, apparently very much interested in nothing at all. Then he went back, reported to Whiskers, and the buzz of conversation began again as though nothing had happened. After a bit, the proprietor came over again, welcomed us to the city, asked us a lot of questions about ourselves, and finally confided to us that we had been pointed out as Germans and that he had listened to us carefully and discovered that we were nothing of the sort. "J'ai très bon oreille pour les langues," he said. Of course, we were greatly surprised to learn that we had been under observation. Think of German spies within 200 yards of the headquarters of the General Staff, and yet they have caught them that near. Every active citizen now considers himself a policeman on special duty to catch spies, and lots of people suffer from it. I was just as glad the proprietor had not denounced us as spies, as the populace has a quite understandable distaste for them. I was glad the bright cafe proprietor could distinguish our lingo from German. After lunch, we went down to the headquarters of the General Staff to see if we needed any more visas. We did not, but we got a sight of the headquarters with officers in all sorts of uniforms coming and going. The square was full of staff autos. The beautiful carved Hotel de Ville is the headquarters. As we walked by, a British Major General came down the steps, returned everybody's salutes, and rolled away, a fine, gaunt old type with white hair and mustache, the sort you read about in storybooks. After lunch, we found that there was no use in trying to get to Turremont, so gave that up and inquired about the road to Diest. Everybody who was in any sort of position to know told us we could not get more than a few kilometers along the road, and that as Uhlans were prowling in that neighborhood, we might be potted at from the woods or even carried off. On the strength of that, we decided to try that road, feeling fairly confident that the worst that could happen to us would be to be turned back. As we drew out along the road, the traffic got steadily heavier. Motors of all sorts, beautifully finished limousines filled with boxes of ammunition or sacks of food, carriages piled high with raw meat and cases of biscuit, even dog carts in large numbers, with the good Belgian dogs straining away at the traces with a good will and barking with excitement. They seemed to have the fever and enthusiasm of the men, and everyone was pulling with all his strength. In some places we saw men pushing heavily laden wheelbarrows, with one or two dogs pulling in front. From Louvain on, most of the barricades were mined. We could see clearly as we passed where the mines were planted. The battery jars were under the shelter of the barricade, and the wire disappeared into some neighboring wood or field. Earthworks were planted in the fields all along the lines, good, effective, well-concealed entrenchments that would give lots of trouble to an attacking force. There was one place where an important entrenchment was placed in a field of hay. The breastworks were carefully covered with hay, and the men had it tied around their hats in such a way as to conceal them almost completely. This war is evidently going to be fought with some attention to detail and with resourcefulness. Diest itself we reached at about 3:30, after having been nearly turned back 6 or 7 times. We were the only civilians that had turned up all day, and although our papers seemed to be all right and we could give a good account of ourselves, our mere presence was considered so remarkable that a good many of the outposts were inclined to turn us back. By virtue of our good arguments and our equally good looks, however, we did manage to get through to the town itself. Diest is an old town which figures a good deal in the combats of the Middle Ages. It has a fine old church, quite large, a good Hotel de Ville, and clean, Dutch-looking streets, with canals here and there. The whole town is surrounded with high earthworks, which constituted the fortifications, which were part of the line of forts erected by the Allies after Waterloo, as a line of defense against French aggression. These forts were so numerous that Belgium, in her younger days, had not sufficient men to garrison them. A number of them were abandoned, finally leaving Antwerp, Liège, and Namur to bear the burden. Briomont, who built the great ring forts at Liège, wanted to build modern fortifications at Diest, but could not get those holding the purse strings to see things his way. Diest was attacked by Germans about 3 days ago. They wanted to take the old fortifications so as to control the road and use the place as a base of operations. It could hardly be called a big battle, but was more probably in the nature of a reconnaissance in force with 4 or 5 regiments of cavalry. This part of Belgium is the only place on the whole field of operations where cavalry can be used, and they are certainly using it with a liberal hand, probably an attempt to feel out the country and locate the main body of opposing troops. They have got into a lot of trouble so far, and I am sure they have not yet located the main bodies of the Allied armies. The shops were all closed, and most of the people were sitting on the sidewalk waiting for something to turn up. Some of them had evidently been to America, and we had an ovation all the way in. The Grande Place was filled with motors and motor trucks, this evidently being a supply depot. We had some of the local mineral water and talked with the people who gathered round for a look at the Angliches. They were all ready for anything that might come, particularly Prussians. In the old days, the Uhlans spread terror wherever they appeared, to burn and shoot and plunder. Now they seem to arouse only rage and a determination to fight to the last breath. There was a little popping to the north and a general scurry to find out what was up. We jumped in the car and made good time through the crowded, crooked little streets to the fortifications. We were too late, however, to see the Rio Row. Some Uhlans had strayed right up to the edge of town and had been surprised by a few men on the earthworks. There were no fatalities, but 2 wounded Germans were brought into town in a motor. They were picked up without loss of time and transported to the nearest Red Cross hospital. Cursing our luck, we started off to Halen for a look at the battlefields. Prussian cavalry made an attack there the same day they attacked Diest, and their losses were pretty bad. At one of the barricades, we found people with Prussian lances, caps, haversacks, etc., which they were perfectly willing to sell. Palmer was equally keen to buy, and he looked over the junk offered, while some 200 soldiers gathered around to help and criticize. I urged Palmer to refrain in the hope of finding some things ourselves on the battlefield. He scoffed at the idea, however. He is, of course, an old veteran among the war correspondents and knew what he was about. He said he had let slip any number of opportunities to get good things in the hope of finding something himself, but there was nothing doing when he got to the field. We bowed to his superior knowledge and experience and let him hand over an English sovereign for a long Prussian lance. I decided to do my buying on the way home if I could find nothing myself. The forward movement of troops seemed to be headed toward Diest, for our road was much more free from traffic. We got into Halen in short order and spent a most interesting half hour talking to the officer in command of the village. As we came through the village, we saw the effect of rifle fire and the work of machine guns on the walls of the houses. Some of them had been hit in the upper story with shrapnel and were pretty badly battered up. The village must have been quite unpleasant as a place of residence while the row was on. The commanding officer, a major, seemed glad to find someone to talk to, and we stretched our legs for half an hour or so in front of his headquarters and let him tell us all about what had happened. He was tense with rage against the Germans, whom he accused of all sorts of barbarous practices, and whom he announced the Allies must sweep from the earth. He told us that only a few hours before, a couple of Uhlans had appeared in a field a few hundred yards from where we were standing, had fired on 2 peasant women working there, and then galloped off. Everywhere we went, we heard stories of peaceful peasants being fired on. It seems hard to believe, but the stories are terribly persistent. There may be some sniping by the non-combatant population, but the authorities are doing everything they can to prevent it by requiring them to give up their arms and pointing out the danger of reprisals. Before we moved on, our officer presented me with a Prussian lance he had picked up on the battlefield near Halen. We got careful directions from him for finding the battlefield and set off for Lochsbergen, where the fight had taken place the day before. The run was about 4 kilometers through little farms, where the houses had been set on fire by shrapnel and were still burning. The poor peasants were wandering around in the ruins, trying to save odds and ends from the wreck, but there was practically nothing left. Of course, they had had to flee for their lives when the houses were shelled, and pretty much everything was burned before they could safely venture back to their homes. We had no difficulty in locating the field of battle when we reached it. The ground was strewn with lances and arms of all sorts, haversacks, saddlebags, trumpets, helmets, and other things that had been left on the ground after the battle. There were a few villagers prowling around, picking things up, but there were enough for everybody, so we got out and gathered about 15 Prussian lances, some helmets, and other odds and ends that would serve as souvenirs for our friends in Brussels. As everybody took us for English, they were inclined to be very friendly, and we were given several choice trophies to bring back. While we were on the field, a German airplane came soaring down close to us and startled us with a sharp crackling of its motor. It took a good look at us and then went its way. A little farther along, some Belgian troops fired at the airplane, but evidently went wide of their mark, for it went unconcernedly homeward. We wandered through the ruins of some old farms and sized up pretty well what must have happened. The Germans had evidently come up from the south and occupied some of the farmhouses along the road. The Belgians had come down from the north and opened fire on the houses with rapid-fire guns, for the walls were riddled with small holes and chipped with rifle fire. Then shrapnel had been brought into play to set the houses on fire and bring the German troops out into the open. Then they had charged the Belgians across an open field, and apparently with disastrous results. Part of the ground was in hay, which had already been harvested and piled in stacks. The rest was in sugar beets. The Prussians had charged across the field and had come upon a sunken road into which they fell helter-skelter without having time to draw rein. We could see where the horses had fallen, how they had scrambled to their feet and tried with might and main to paw their way up on the other side. The whole bank was pawed down, and the marks of hoofs were everywhere. The road was filled with lances and saddles, etc. All through the field were new-made graves. There was, of course, no time for careful burial. A shallow trench was dug every little way, a trench about 30 feet long and 10 feet wide. Into this were dumped indiscriminately Germans and Belgians and horses, and the earth hastily thrown over them, just enough to cover them before the summer sun got in its work. There were evidences of haste. In one place we saw the arm of a German sergeant projecting from the ground. It is said that over 3,000 men were killed in this engagement, but from the number of graves we saw, I am convinced that this was a good deal overstated. At any rate, it was terrible enough, and when we think that this was a relatively unimportant engagement, we can form some idea of what is going to happen when the big encounter comes, as it will in the course of a few days more. It is clear that the Germans were driven off with considerable losses, and that the Belgians still hold undisputed control of the neighborhood. There were a few scattered Uhlans reconnoitering nearby, but they were not in sufficient numbers to dare to attack. After gathering our trophies, we were ready to start for home, and it was well we should, for it was getting rather late in the afternoon, and we had a long trip ahead of us with many delays. Soon after leaving Halen, on our way back we met a corps of bicycle carabineers who were rolling along toward Halen at top speed. The officer in command held us up and asked us for news of the country we had covered. He seemed surprised that we had not seen any German forces, for he said the alarm had been sent in from Halen and that there were strong forces of Belgians on the way to occupy the town and be ready for the attack. When he had left us, we ran into one detachment after another of infantry and lancers coming up to occupy the little village. When we got to the barricade at the entrance to Diest, the soldiers of the guard poured out and began taking our trophies out of the car. We protested vigorously, but not one of them could talk anything but Walloon, and French was of no use. Finally, a corporal was resurrected from somewhere and came forth with a few words of French concealed about his person. We used our best arguments with him, and he finally agreed to let a soldier accompany us to the town hall and see what would be done with us there. The little chunky Walloon who had held us up at the barrier climbed in with great joy, and away we sped. The little chap was about the size and shape of an egg with whopping boots, and armed to the teeth. He had never been in a car before, and was as delighted as a child. By carefully piecing words together through their resemblance to German, we managed to have quite a conversation, and by the time we got to the Grand Place, we were comrades in arms. I fed him on cigars and chocolate, and he was ready to plead our cause. As we came through the streets of the town, people began to spot what was in the car, and cheers were raised all along the line. When we got to the Hotel de Ville, the troops had to come out to keep back the curious crowd, while we went in to inquire of the officer in command as to whether we could keep our souvenirs. He was a major, a very courteous and patient man, who explained that he had the strictest orders not to let anything of the sort be carried away to Brussels. We bowed gracefully to the inevitable and placed our relics on a huge pile in front of the Hotel de Ville. Evidently, many others had met the same fate, for the pile contained enough trophies to equip a regiment. The major and an old fighting priest came out and commiserated with us on our hard luck, but their commiseration was not strong enough to cause them to depart from their instructions. The major told us that they had in the Hotel de Ville the regimental standard of the Death's Head Hussars. They are keeping it there, although it would probably be a great deal safer in Brussels. Unfortunately, the room was locked, and the officer who had the key had gone, so we could not look upon it with our own eyes. Heading out of town, a young infantryman held us up and asked us for a lift. He turned out to be the son of the president of the Court of Appeals at Charleroi. He was a delicate-looking chap with lots of nerve, but little strength. His heavy infantry boots looked doubly heavy on him, and he was evidently in a bad way from fatigue. He had to rejoin his regiment, which was 12 miles along the road from Diest, so we were able to give him quite a boost. He asked me to get word to his father that he wanted to be given a place as chauffeur or aviator, and in any other place that would not require so much footwork. There must be a lot of this sort. We finally landed him in the bosom of his company and waved him a goodbye. By this time it was twilight, and the precautions of the guards were redoubled. A short way out from Louvain, a little Walloon stepped out from behind a tree about 100 yards in front of us and barred the way excitedly. We were going pretty fast and had to put on emergency brakes and skid up to him with a great smell of sizzling rubber. He informed us that papers were no good anymore, that we must know the password or go back to Louvain for the night. This he communicated to us in his best Walloon, which we finally understood. Blunt started to tell him that we did not know, as the word had been changed since we left, but in one of my rare bursts of resourcefulness, I thought to try a ruse, so leaned forward very confidently and gave him the password for the morning, Belgique. With a triumphant look, he shook his head and countered, "No, Halen." He had shown the travelers from the outside world that he knew more than they did, and he was without any misgivings as to what he had done, and let us proceed without further loss of time. We got all the way back to Tervuren with his password, which was all that saved us from spending the night in Louvain and getting back nobody knows when. Nearly opposite the golf club, we were stopped with the tidings that the word was no longer good, but that if we had satisfactory papers, we could get into town. For some reason, the password had evidently been changed since we left Louvain, so we got through with rare luck all along the line. We rolled up to the legation a few minutes before 8 o'clock and found that there was a great deal of anxiety about us. Cheerful people had been spreading the news all day that if we fell into the hands of the Germans, they would hold us as hostages, as they did the bishop and mayor of Liege. They probably would if they had caught us, but they did not catch us. Palmer was pleased at the amount we saw. It was by rare good luck that we got through the lines, and we were probably the last who will get so far. Today, all laissez-passers have been canceled, and nobody can set foot out of town to the east. It gave us a pretty good idea before we got through as to how the troops must be disposed. I came within an ace of putting off our trip for a day or two. If I had, it would have cut me out of seeing anything. As usual, when I go out, the lid had blown off the legation, and the place was in a turmoil. During the afternoon, the government had decided to move to Antwerp and take refuge in the enceinte. The Queen, the royal children, and some of the members of the government left at 8 o'clock, and this morning more of them left. Most of the diplomatic corps have gone, and will have so much time to think of their troubles that they will be more uncomfortable than we are. The Spanish minister will stay on and give us moral support. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brussels, August 19, 1914. Yesterday morning began with a visit from our old friend Richard Harding Davis, who is still quite wroth because I had not waited for him to arrange for his passes and go with me on my trip. If we had, there would have been no trip, as he was not equipped until afternoon. After lunch, he started off boldly for Namur, but got turned back before he reached Waver, where there had been a skirmish with Uhlans. He was sore and disgusted. While he was in my office, another troop arrived, composed of Irwin Cobb, John McCutcheon, the cartoonist Lewis, and a few others. Later in the day, Will Irwin came in with news that he was closely followed by others. McCutcheon is a great friend of the minister and makes this his headquarters. The minister took them out to get laissez-passés. While they were away, Sir Francis Villiers came in and showed me a telegram from the Foreign Office stating that British newspapers and news associations had been requested to recall their correspondence as they had already done great harm by the news they had given out. He was also to request the Belgian government to refuse permits of any sort to the press and get all foreign correspondence out of the country. The Belgian government realized the importance of this and has consequently shut down the lid tight. There was supposed to have been a fair-sized cavalry engagement near Charleroi in which 6 regiments of German cavalry were chewed up. We have no details, but it looked as though they were lured into a trap. Practically no news of the operations is leaking out. It looks as though Kitchener had remarked, "We will go into that house where William Hohenzollern is breaking the furniture, and we will close the door and pull down the blinds, and when we get through, we will come out and tell people about it." Yesterday was just a day of work with a great deal of beating people on the back and assuring them that their lives are not in danger just because the court has gone to Antwerp. They all seem to be convinced that their throats are going to be cut immediately. This morning we had the usual deluge of newspaper men and correspondents. The minister went off with a Spanish minister to call on the military authorities, who are the only ones with whom we now have any relations, and while he was gone, Sir Francis came in and announced that he had been ordered to leave for Antwerp and place his legation and British interests under our charge. The news is that the German cavalry in considerable force is marching towards Brussels. The military authorities are getting ready to defend the city, which is quite a futile proceeding as the available forces are inadequate, so that the only result will be that a lot of innocent people will be killed quite incidentally. The governor expects to resist about as far as the ring of inner boulevards, which are about 4 blocks farther in than we are. Our street is probably one of the principal ones by which the Germans would enter. 100 yards farther out there is a big railroad barricade, where a stand would probably be made, so that our legation would undoubtedly get a fair share of the wild shots from both sides. The cellar is being made ready for occupancy during the shindy, if it comes. The burgomaster came in to say that he had a house prepared for our occupancy in the safe part of town, but we were not prepared to abandon the legation and declined with sincere thanks for his thoughtfulness. I went over and saw Sir Francis and the legation staff just as they were leaving. They refused to have their plans upset by any little thing like a German advance, so had their lunch peacefully at the usual hour and then left in motors. At 7 o'clock, Cobb, McCutcheon, and the rest of the crowd were due at my house, so I gathered up the minister, the consul general, and Blunt, and repaired thither. Davis and Morgan turned up a little late, but nothing has been heard of the rest of the crowd so far, 10:30 p.m. They were to have dined here, but have not appeared or sent word. Crowds of people are pouring in from the east in all stages of panic, and some small forces of cavalry have also retreated into the city, looking weary and discouraged. There has evidently been a rout. Further than that, we know nothing so far. Several of the wives of high Belgian officials have come in this evening, having received word from their husbands to put themselves under our protection. There is nothing we can do for them, particularly at this time. Brussels, August 20th, 1914. Today has been one full of experience, and the end is not yet. Last night there was a great stir in the streets, and crowds of people and weary-looking soldiers. At the Palace Hotel I found the usual collection of diplomats and some other people whom I knew, and from the crowd I elicited the fact that there had been some sort of rout of Belgian forces near Louvain, and the soldiers were falling back. That was about all they knew. I started back to the upper town in the hope of finding some news at the Porte de Namur. On the way up the hill I was stopped by 6 groups of gardes civiques and soldiers who asked me to take them to Ghent. They were so excited and in such a hurry that they could hardly be made to realize that the car was not liable to seizure. I took advantage of the opportunity to get a little first-hand news and learned that they had been driven back all along the line and were ordered to retreat to Ghent by any means they could find. There were no trains available. Nobody seemed to know why. The last group that I talked with said that the vanguard of the German cavalry was only about 15 miles out of town and would be in this morning. They were all tremendously excited and did not dally by the wayside to chat about the situation with me. I can't say that I blame them, particularly in view of what I have seen since. At the Porte de Namur, I found that the Garde Civique in Brussels had been ordered to disband, and that the plan for the defense of the city had been completely abandoned. It was the wise thing to do, for there was no hope of defending the town with a small force of guards at the disposal of the military governor. It would have been quite futile and would have entailed a big loss of innocent civilian life. The governor wanted to do it purely as a matter of honor, but he would have paid for it heavily and could not have accomplished anything beyond delaying the Germans for an hour or two. The Garde Civique was furious, however, at the idea of not being able to make a stand. There was a demonstration, but the cooler heads prevailed, and the men withdrew to their homes. I was out by 7 this morning and looked about for news before coming to the legation. I found that the Germans were steadily advancing and that the vanguard was about 7 kilometers out of the city. They expected to begin the triumphal march about 11. The Garde Civique had disappeared from the streets, and there were very few police to be found. The shops were closed, shutters down on all houses, and posters everywhere with the proclamation of the burgomaster urging the people to refrain from hostile acts. It was an abandoned and discouraged-looking city. On the boulevards there were long lines of high carts bringing in the peasants from the surrounding country. They are great high-wheeled affairs, each drawn by a big Belgian draught horse. Each cart was piled high with such belongings as could be brought away in the rush. On top of the belongings were piled children and the old women, all of whom had contrived to save their umbrellas and their gleaming jet-black bonnets piled with finery. Those who could not find places in the carts walked alongside, some of them carrying other belongings that could not be put on the carts. It was the most depressing sight so far. Lots of them were crying. All looked sad and crushed. Every one of them was probably without enough money for a week's living. Even those who have money in the banks cannot get it out at this time. They have no place to go to here, and have a bad prospect even if this part of the campaign is finished quickly and they are soon able to return to their homes. Their crops are rotting in the ground, and many of their homes are already in ruins. That is the hard side of the war, lots harder than the men who go out and have at least a fighting chance for their lives. When I got down to the legation, I found that the telegraph and telephone communication had been cut off. The train service is abandoned, and we are completely isolated from the outside world. I did not think it would come so soon, and only hoped that before we were cut off, the news was allowed to get out that there would be no fighting in the city. I had a lot of errands to do during the morning and kept both motors busy. I found time to get up signs on my door and that of Monsieur de Laval, warning all comers that both places were inviolate. That was in anticipation of quartering of troops on private citizens, which has not been done. We got word that the Spanish minister had some news, so I went over to see him. He had heard from the burgomaster as to the plans for the entry of the troops and wanted to pass it along to us. The commanding general, von Jarotsky, was already at the edge of the city on the Boulevard Militaire and was expecting to start into town at 1 o'clock. He was to march down the Chaussée de Lavaux, the boulevards, and out the other side of the city, where his men were to be encamped for the present. Other forces, comparatively small, were to occupy the railway stations and the Grand Place. At the Hôtel de Ville, he was to establish the headquarters of the staff and administer the city government through the regularly constituted authorities. It was all worked out to a nicety, even to the exact measures for policing the line of march. As the Guard Civique was withdrawn, the prisoners in the German legation knew that there was something in the air and ventured forth into the light of day. They were not long in learning just what had taken place and called upon us to express their thanks for what we had done for them. I suppose they will be trotting away for their own country before there is a chance to lock them up again. It must be pretty dismal for them to be locked up without any news of the outside world when they don't know whether their armies are victorious or badly beaten. As I was about to start to see the triumphal entry, the Spanish minister came along with his flag flying from his motor and bade us to go with him. We made off down the boulevard and drew up at the Italian legation, 2 motors full of us, the whole staff of the Spanish legation and ourselves. The Italian minister bade us in to watch the show, which we had intended he should do. This did not work out well, so Monsieur de Laval and I started off down the street together. The first of the Germans appeared as we stepped out the front door, and we saw that they were not coming over the route that had been originally planned. Instead, they were heading down the hill into the lower town. They proved to be the troops that were to occupy the Grand Place and guard the headquarters of the staff at the Hotel de Ville. We cut across through side streets and came upon them as they were passing St. Gudule. There was a sullen and depressed crowd lining the streets, and not a sound was to be heard. It would have been better had the crowd been kept off the streets, but they behaved wonderfully well. A large part of the reason for bringing the German troops through here was evidently to impress the populace with their force and discipline. It was a wonderful sight, and one which I never expect to see equaled as long as I live. They poured down the hill in a steady stream without a pause or a break. Not an order was shouted, nor a word exchanged among the officers or men. All the orders and signals were given by whistles and signs. The silence was a large element of the impressiveness. These troops had evidently been kept fresh for this march, and I should not be at all surprised if it should prove that they had not seen any fighting. If they have suffered any losses, they have closed up their ranks with wonderful precision and show none of the signs of demoralization. They had clearly been at great pains to brush up and give the appearance of freshness and strength. Nearly all the men were freshly shaven, and their uniforms had been brushed and made as natty and presentable as possible. They swaggered along with a palpable effort to show that they were entirely at home and that they owned the place. The officers looked over the heads of the crowd in their best supercilious manner, and the men did their best to imitate their superiors. First came some lancers, a couple of battalions, I should think. Then there was a lot of artillery, rapid-fire guns, and field pieces. Then more cavalry and a full regiment of infantry. When the last contingent of cavalry came along, they burst into song and kept it up steadily. There was a decidedly triumphant note, and the men looked meaningly at the crowd, as much as to say, "Now do you realize what your little army went up against when it tried to block us?" It seemed to me pretty rough to rub it in on them by singing songs of triumph as they rode into an undefended city. If they had been attacked and had succeeded in driving the invader back into his own capital, it would be understandable, but it seemed to me rather unnecessary to humiliate these people after trampling on their poor country and slaughtering half their army. It was more than de Laval could stand, so I walked home with him to the legation. When we got back to the legation, I decided that I ought to see all I could, so Blunt and I went back in his car. First, we worked our way through to the lower town and got a look at the Grand Place. There were a little more than 2 full battalions resting there, with their field pieces parked at the lower end of the square. Small squads were being walked around doing the goose step for the delectation of the bons Bruxellois, who were kept a block away up the side streets leading to the square. The men had their arms stacked in the center of the square and were resting hard, all but those who were supplying the spectacle. From there we went down to Luna Park, an amusement place on the edge of the city. The stream was pouring by there just as steadily as it had earlier in the afternoon. We watched the passing of great quantities of artillery, cavalry, and infantry, hussars, lancers, cyclists, ambulance attendants, forage men, and goodness only knows what else. I have never seen so much system and such equipment. The machine is certainly wonderful, and no matter what is the final issue of the war, nobody can deny that so far as that part of the preparation went, the Germans were hard to beat. The most insignificant details were worked out, and all eventualities met with promptness. The horses were shod for a campaign in the country, and naturally there was a lot of slipping on the smooth cobble pavements. The instant a horse went down, there was a man ready with a coarse cloth to put under his head, and another to go under his forefeet, so that he would have some grip when he tried to get up and would not hurt himself slipping and pawing at the cobbles. The moment he fell, all hands rushed to the rescue so effectively that he was on his feet again in no time, and the procession was barely arrested. The men's kits were wonderfully complete and contained all sorts of things that I had never seen or heard of, so I turned for explanation to Davis, who had come along and was lost in admiration of the equipment and discipline. He said he had been through pretty much every campaign for the last 20 years and thought he knew the last word in all sorts of equipment, but that this had him staggered. I began asking him what a lot of things were for, and he frankly admitted that he was as much in the dark as I was. A great many of the officers wore, upon their chests, great electric searchlights attached to batteries in their saddlebags. These are useful when on the march at night and serve to read signposts and study maps, etc. The supply trains were right with the main body of the troops and were also carefully equipped for purposes of display. The kitchens were on wheels, and each was drawn by 4 horses. The stoves were lighted, and smoke was pouring from the chimneys. The horses were in fine shape and in huge numbers. The troops marched down the right side of the boulevard, leaving the left side free. Up and down this side dashed officers on horseback, messengers on motorcycles, and staff officers in military cars. There were no halts and practically no slacking of the pace as the great army rolled in. Here and there came large motor trucks fitted out as cobblers' shops, each with a dozen cobblers pounding industriously away at boots that were passed up to them by the marching soldiers. While waiting for repairs to be made, these soldiers rode on the running board of the motor, which was broad enough to carry them and their kits. After watching them for a while, we moved back to the boulevard, where we found the minister with the ladies of the family who had been brought out to watch the passing show. We had hesitated to bring them out at the beginning for fear that there might be riots, or even worse, precipitated by the foolhardy action of some individual. Fortunately, there was nothing of the sort, and while the reception given the troops was deadly sullen, they were offered no affronts that we could see. The entry was effected quietly, and perfect order has prevailed ever since. Afterwards, we drove out to the country and watched the steady stream nearer its source, still pouring in, company after company, regiment after regiment, with apparently no end in sight. We watched until after 7 and decided that the rest would have to get in without our assistance. On the way back, a German monoplane flew over the city, and turning near the Hotel de Ville, dropped something that spit fire and sparks. Everybody in the neighborhood let out a yell and rushed for cover in the firm belief that it was another bomb such as was dropped in Namur. It dropped, spitting fire until fairly near the spire of the Hotel de Ville, when it burst into 10 or a dozen lights like a Roman candle, evidently a signal to the troops still outside the city, perhaps to tell them that the occupation had been peacefully accomplished. We learned afterward that the minister and Villalobar were riding down the hill, and the infernal machine seemed right over their car, giving them a nice start for a moment. When I got back to the legation, I found that the minister had gone with Villalobar to call on the burgomaster and the German general. They found the old gentleman in command at the city hall, carrying on the government through the burgomaster, who has settled down with resignation to his task. He is tremendously down in the mouth at having to give up his beautiful grand place to a foreign conqueror, but he has the good sense to see that he can do more good for his country by staying there and trying to maintain order than by getting out with a beau geste. The first thing the general did was to excuse himself and go to take a bath and get a shave, whereupon he reappeared and announced his readiness to proceed to the discussion of business. The general said that he had no intention of occupying the town permanently or of quartering soldiers or otherwise bothering the inhabitants. He was sent there to keep open a way so that troops could be poured through toward the French frontier. They expect to be several days marching troops through, and during that time they will remain in nominal control of the city. Judging from this, there must be a huge army of them coming. We shall perhaps see some of them after the big engagement, which is bound to take place soon, as they get a little nearer the French frontier. Brussels has not been occupied by a foreign army since Napoleon's time, and that was before it was the capital of a free country. It has been 44 years since the capital of a European power has had hostile troops marching in triumph through its streets, and the humiliation has been terrible. The Belgians have always had a tremendous city patriotism and have taken more pride in their municipal achievements than any people on earth, and it must hurt them more than it could possibly hurt any other people. The burgomaster, when he went out to meet General von Jarotsky, declined to take his hand. He courteously explained that there was no personal affront intended, but that under the circumstances he could hardly bring himself to offer even such a purely perfunctory manifestation of friendship. The old general, who must be a good deal of a man, replied quietly that he entirely understood, and that under similar circumstances he would probably do the same. The two men are on exceedingly workable terms, but I don't believe they will exchange photographs after the war is over. Poor Max was going to spend the night at the Hotel de Ville. Most of his assistants cleared out for the night, but he could not bring himself to leave the beautiful old building entirely in control of the enemy. He curled up and slept on the couch in his office, just for the feeling it gave him that he was maintaining some sort of hold on the old place. The minister arranged to have his telegrams accepted and transmitted without loss of time, so we shall soon get word home that we are still in the land of the living. We wrote out our message and sent it off right after dinner, but Gustav brought it back, saying that the telegraph office was closed and that he could find no one to whom he could hand his bundle of messages. Evidently, the orders for the reopening of the place did not get around in time for our purposes. We shall try again the first thing in the morning and hope that some of the newspaper men will have succeeded in getting their stuff out in some other way. They were around in force just after dinner and wild to get an okay on their stuff so that it could be sent. The general had said that he wanted the minister's okay on the men themselves, and that he himself would approve their messages after having them carefully read to him. He gave them an interview on alleged German atrocities and will probably let them send through their stories if they play that up properly. After dinner, I started out on my usual expedition in search of news. I found the Foreign Office closed and learned upon inquiry that the few remaining men who had not gone to Antwerp were at home and would not be around again for the present. Thus, we have no dealings through the Foreign Office, but must do the best we can with the military authorities. I went down to the Palace Hotel on the chance of picking up a little news, but did not have much luck. The restaurant was half filled with German officers who were dining with great gusto. The Belgians in the cafe were gathered just as far away as possible, and it was noticeable that instead of the usual row of conversation, there was a heavy silence brooding over the whole place. End of section 7. Section 8 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. August 21, 1914. So far as we can learn, we are still as completely cut off from the outside world as we were yesterday. The general promised the minister that there would be no difficulty in sending his telegrams, either clear or in cipher, but when we came to sending them off, it was quite another story. The first thing this morning, I made an attempt to hand them in, but found all the telegraph offices closed. At 10 o'clock, I went down to the Hotel de Ville to see the general, who has taken over the duties of military governor, and see what was the matter. He was away somewhere, and so was the burgomaster, so I contented myself with seeing one of the Echevins, whom I had met a number of times. He could not do anything about it on his own responsibility, but made a careful memorandum and said that he would take it up with the general, through the mayor, when they both got back. I also asked for laissez-passers for everybody in the shop, and he promised to attend to that. By lunchtime, we had received no answer from General von Jarotsky, so I got in the motor with my pocket full of telegrams and went down to the Hotel de Ville once more. It is a depressing sight. The Grand Place, which is usually filled with flower vendors and a mass of people coming and going, is almost empty. At the lower end, there are parked a number of small guns. In the center, some camp kitchens, with smoke rising from the chimneys. The courtyard of the Hotel de Ville itself, where so many sovereigns have been received in state, was filled with saddle horses and snorting motors. The discarded uniforms of the Garde Civique were piled high along one side, as if for a rummage sale. Beer bottles were everywhere. In the beautiful Gothic room, hung with the battle flags of several centuries, there are 100 beds, a dormitory for the officers who are not quartered at the neighboring hotels. The marvelous order and system which so compelled our admiration yesterday were not in evidence. There were a lot of sentries at the door, and they took care to jab a bayonet into you and tell you that you could not enter, but any sort of reply seemed to satisfy them, and you were allowed to go right up to the landing, where the general had established himself in state at a couple of huge tables. Here confusion reigned supreme. There were staff officers in abundance, but none of them seemed to have the slightest authority, and the old man had them all so completely cowed that they did not dare express an opinion or ask for a decision. The general himself is a little tubby man who looks as though he might be about 55. His face is red as fire when it is not purple, and the way he rages about is enough to make Olympus tremble. The crowd of frightened people who came to the Hotel de Ville for laissez-passers and other papers all found their way straight to his office. No one was on hand to sort them out and distribute them among the various bureaus of the civil administration. Even the staff officers did very little to spare their chief and head off the crowd. They would come right up to him at his table and shove a piece d'identité under his nose with a tremulous request for a vise. He would turn upon them and growl, "Bas possible, keine Zeit, laissez-moi tranquille, nom de Dieu." He switched languages with wonderful facility, and his cuss words were equally effective in any language that he tried. Just as with us, everyone wanted something quite out of the question, and then insisted on arguing about the answer that they got. A man would come up to the general and say that he wanted to get a pass to go to Namur. The general would say impatiently that it was quite impossible, that German troops were operating over all that territory, and that no one could be allowed to pass for several days. Then Mr. Mann would say that that was no doubt true, but that he must go because he had a wife or a family or a business or something else that he wanted to get to. As he talked, the general would be getting redder and redder, and when about to explode, he would spring to his feet and advance upon his tormentor, waving his arms and roaring at him to get the blank out of there. Not satisfied with that, he invariably availed of the opportunity of being on his feet to chase all the assembled crowd down the stairs and to scream at all the officers in attendance for having allowed all this crowd to gather. Then he would sit down and go through the same performance from the beginning. I was there off and on for more than 2 hours, and I know that in that time he did not do 4 minutes continuous uninterrupted work. Had it not been for the poor frightened people and the general seriousness of the situation, it would have been screamingly funny and worth staying indefinitely to see. I had my share of the troubles. I explained my errand to an aide-de-camp and asked him to see that proper instructions were given for the sending of the telegrams. He took them and went away. Then after a few minutes he came gravely back, clicked his heels, and announced that there was no telegraph communication with the outside world, and that he did not know when it would be reestablished. I asked him to go back to the general, who in the meantime had retreated to the Gothic room and had locked himself in with a group of officers. My friend came back again, rather red in the face, and said that he had authority to stamp my telegrams and let them go. He put the rubber stamp on them and said I could take them. I said that was all very well, but where could I take them, since the telegraph offices were closed? He went off again and came back with the word that the office in the Central Bureau was working for official messages. I got into the motor with the Italian secretary, who had a similar task, and together we went to the Central Bureau. It was nailed up tight, and the German sentries on guard at the door swore to us by their Ehrenwort that there was absolutely nothing doing. Back we went to the Hotel de Ville. Our friend, the aide-de-camp, had disappeared, but we got hold of another and asked him to inform himself. He went away, and we spent a few minutes watching the general blow up everybody in sight. When the aide-de-camp came back, he smilingly announced that there was no way of getting the messages out on the wire, that the best thing we could do would be to send a courier to Holland and telegraph from there. I told him to go back and get another answer. When he came back next time, he had the glad news that the office had really been established in the post office and that orders had been sent over there to have our cables received and sent at once. Away we went again, only to find that the latest bulletin was just as good as the others. The post office was closed up just as tight as the other office, and the sentries turned us away with a weary explanation that there was not a living soul inside, as though they had explained it 1,000 times since they had been on duty. By this time, the wild goose chasing was getting a little bit monotonous, and when we got back to the headquarters, I announced with some emphasis to the first aide-de-camp that I could reach that I did not care to do any more of it, that I wanted him to get me the right information and do it right away, so that I should not have to go back to my chief and report any more futile errands. He went away in some trepidation and was gone some time. Presently the general came out himself, seething in his best manner. "À qui tout cet de dépêche?" roars he. "À moi," says I. He then announced in a voice of thunder that they were all wrong and that he was having them rewritten. Before I could summon enough breath to shout him down and protest, he had gone into another room and slammed the door. I rushed back to my trusty aide-de-camp and told him to get me those telegrams right away. He came back with word that they would be sent after correction. I said that under no circumstances could they send out a word over the signature of the American minister without his having written it himself. He came back and said that he could not get the cables. I started to walk into the office myself to get them, only to bump into the general coming out with the messages in his hand. He threw them down on a table and began telling a young officer what corrections to make on the telegraph form itself. I protested vigorously against any such proceeding, telling him that we should be glad to have his views as to any errors in our message, but that he could not touch a letter in any official message. At this stage of the game, he was summoned to the office of the burgomaster and rushed off with a string of oaths that would have made an Arizona cowpuncher take off his hat. The young officer started calmly interlining the message, so I reached over and took it away from him, with a statement that I would report to my chief what had happened. He was all aflutter and asked that I remain, as the general would not be long. I could not see any use in waiting longer, however, and made as dignified a retreat as possible under the circumstances. There were a number of cables in the handful I had carried around that were being sent in the interest of the German government and of German subjects, and I took good care to tell the young man that while we were glad to do anything reasonable for them or for their people, we had stood for a good deal more than they had a right to expect, and that these cables would stay on my desk until such time as they got ready to make a proper arrangement for our communications. Now we shall settle down and see what happens next. When I got back to the legation, I found the Argentine and Brazilian ministers and the Mexican chargé d'affaires waiting to hear the news of my mission. I was rather hot under the collar and gave an unexpurgated account of what had happened. By this time I was beginning to see some of the humor in the situation, but they saw nothing but cause for rage and left in a fine temper. Just to see what would happen, we then proceeded to put our cable in its original form into cipher and sent it back to the general with a written request that it be sent immediately to Washington. It will be interesting to see what reply he makes. The Spanish minister left some telegrams with him last night to be sent, and is quite sure that they were held up, as he has received no answers to any of them. Tomorrow he expects to put on his uniform and make a solemn official call on von Girodsky to demand that he be granted free communication with his government. During the afternoon, a lot of correspondents came in and gave an amusing account of what the general had done for them. He had received them cordially and had given them a very pleasing interview, making an extended statement about the alleged German atrocities. Could they send their messages through to their papers? Certainly. Of course, the general would have to read the stories and approve the subject matter. Naturally. The boys sat down in great enthusiasm and wrote out their stories, giving full credit to the German army for the orderly way they got in, the excellence of their appearance and behavior, and the calm that prevailed in the city. They took these messages back and let the old chap read them. He plowed his way carefully through them and expressed his great satisfaction at the friendly expressions of approval. He put his okay on them and handed them back with the remark that they might send them. The boys ventured to inquire how. "Oh," said the general, "you can either send a courier with them to Holland or to Germany and have them telegraphed from there." Whereupon he rose and, bowing graciously, left the bunch so flabbergasted that they did not wake up until he was gone. He was most amiable and smiling and got away with it. The general commanding the forces now coming through, von Arnim, got out a proclamation today which was posted in the streets, warning the inhabitants that they would be called upon for supplies and might have troops quartered upon them, and that if they ventured upon hostile acts, they would suffer severely. Proclamation. Brussels, August 20th, 1914. Quote, "German troops will pass through Brussels today and the following days and will be obliged by circumstances to call upon the city for lodging, food, and supplies. All these requirements will be settled for regularly through the communal authorities. I expect the population to meet these necessities of war without resistance, and especially that there shall be no aggression against our troops, and that the supplies required shall be promptly furnished. In this case, I give every guarantee for the preservation of the city and the safety of its inhabitants. If, however, as has unfortunately happened in other places, there are attacks upon our troops, firing upon our soldiers, fires or explosions of any sort, I shall be obliged to take the severest measures. The General commanding the Army Corps, 6th von Arnim." End quote. The strongest thing so far was the series of demands made upon the city and province. The city of Brussels has been given 3 days to hand over 50 million francs in coin or bills. The Germans also demand a tremendous supply of food to be furnished during the next 3 days. If the city fails to deliver any part of it, it must pay in coin at a rate equal to twice the market value of the supplies. The province of Brabant must hand over by the 1st of next month 450 millions of francs, $90 million. When you consider that the total war indemnity imposed by Germany upon France in 1870 was only 5 milliards, the enormity of this appears. Upon one little province of a tiny country, they are imposing a tax equal to 1/10 that imposed on the whole of France. How on earth they are ever to arrange to pay it, I cannot possibly see. I do not know what is to happen if they fail to make good, but I have no doubt that it will be something pretty dreadful. This afternoon the Germans went into the Ministry of War and the Foreign Office and searched through the archives. It must have been an entirely futile proceeding, for all papers of any interest were removed to Antwerp when the government left. The higher officials who were still here were kept in the buildings to witness the search, a needless humiliation. There is talk now of a search of the British legation, but we have heard nothing of it and expect that will not be done without asking our permission first. Brussels, August 22, 1914. Another day with much to do and no great results. This morning at 7 o'clock, General von Jarotsky arrived at the legation and was all smiles. It appears that my action in making known my displeasure at his behavior and that of his staff had a good effect. We have heard from several sources that he blew up everybody in sight yesterday afternoon when he came out from the burgomaster's office and learned that I had departed in bad temper. He knows that nobody dares to oppose his acts or views, but just the same he gave them fits for not having made me stay and attend to my case. Be that as it may, he appeared with his chief of staff and sent up a message that brought the minister down in his pajamas and dressing gown. He expressed great regret for the misunderstanding of yesterday evening and assured the minister that there would be no further cause for complaint on our part. He had in his hand the telegram which we had sent him the evening before, the very same telegram which we had been trying to get off ever since the German occupation of the city. He had signed each page of the message and had affixed his stamp with an order that it be immediately transmitted. He explained to the minister that the best thing to do was for him to take it in person to the office of the director of the Bureau of Telegraphs, who had already received instructions on the subject. The servants were thrown into a perfect panic by the arrival of the généraux. It took some argument to convince them that the Germans would hardly need to send 2 generals to take them into custody, even if they had any reason to desire them as prisoners. About 10 o'clock, I was starting to go down to the telegraph office to send the messages when the Spanish minister drove up in his big green car with a Spanish flag flying at the fore. We told him our story, whereupon he announced that he also had telegrams to send and that he would go with us. We drove in state to the telegraph office and found that the entrance which had been indicated to us was the alley through which the mail wagons drive in the good days when there are any. Before an admiring crowd, we descended and made our way among Prussian troopers through the noisome alley to a small side door, where we were stopped by a sentry who stuck a bayonet in our general direction and said we could go no further. I was immediately thrust into the foreground as the brilliant German scholar, and, limbering up my heavy German artillery, I attacked him. The sentry blanched, but stood his ground. An officer came up as reinforcements, but was also limited to the German tongue, so I had to keep it up, with 2 full-grown ministers behind me thinking up impossible things to be translated into the hopeless tongue. The officer, who was a genial soul, announced as though there were no use ever again to appear at that particular place, that the instruments had all been removed, and that there was absolutely no way of sending any messages, no matter from whom they came. We told him that we had come at the special request of the general himself. He replied that that made no difference whatever, that if there were no wires and no instruments, there was no possible way of sending the messages. After 3 or 4 repetitions, the minister and I began to understand that there was no use haggling about it, but the Spanish minister was not so lightly to be turned aside and took up the cudgels, himself bursting into the German language. He stood his ground valiantly in the face of a volley of long words, but he did not get any forator. Prince Ernst de Liene came in with a permit from the general to send his messages and joined forces with the Spanish minister. But the poor officer could only shrug his shoulders and smile and repeat what he had already said a score of times. Mr. Whitlock and I began to laugh and had a hard time to control ourselves. Finally, we prevailed upon them to return to the Hotel de Ville. The minister was beginning to get even madder than he was yesterday when I got back with my story of the way I had spent the afternoon, going from one wild goose chase to another. We got the burgomaster in his private office and placed our troubles before him. He understood the importance of the matter and sent for the general. He appeared in short order, clicked his heels, and inquired whether we had come in regard to the matter of telegrams. The old fox knew perfectly well that we had, and was ready for us. We had come to the conclusion, which I had reached yesterday afternoon and held all by myself, that the old man was jockeying. He listened to what we had to say, and then said that there was no means of communication with the outside world, that he had just learned it a few minutes before. It is hardly necessary to say that he had been fully posted from the minute he set foot in the town. The Spanish minister was rather sarcastic about his opinion of a general who had ventured to occupy a capital without being in possession of means of telegraphic communication. The old soldier was in no mood for argument on abstract questions and was playing for two big stakes to stop and dicker. So he passed this over lightly and suggested that we go back and discuss with the Director General of Telegraphs the possibilities of reestablishing communications. Then the Spanish minister let loose on him and announced that it was not consistent with the dignity of representatives of world powers to spend their time standing in back alleys disputing with soldiers who barred the way and refused to honor the instructions of their general. He threw in hot shot until the effect told. He said plainly that the general was full of fair words and promises and agreed to anything that was asked of him, but that when we went to do the things he had authorized, we were baffled by subordinates that took it upon themselves to disregard these orders, the intimation being cleverly conveyed that their action might not be unconnected with instructions from above. The old man then dropped his bluff and asked what we wanted. We asked that he send for the Director General and give him, in our presence, the instructions and authorization necessary to enable him to reestablish communication with the outside world, and instruct him to receive and send all official messages for the legations of neutral powers. There was no way out, short of flatly refusing to give us our right to communicate with our governments, so the Director General was sent for, and the Burgomaster wrote out, at our dictation, the most general and comprehensive orders to meet our wishes in all matters of official business. The General signed the order and instructed the Director General to go ahead. The Director General was a poor soul who could see nothing but technical difficulties in everything that was proposed. He reluctantly agreed to everything that he was told to do, and there was no telling when our stories would get off. He told us that when the Germans had occupied the Telegraph Bureau, instead of simply disconnecting the instruments and placing a man there to see that communication was not reestablished, the officer in command had battered down the door leading to the roof and had slashed all the wires with his saber. As there were 300 or 400 wires leading out of the office, it will be a tremendous job to get them all together again. We also took occasion to arrange for the issuance of sauf-conduits for all the members of the legations and for such members of the foreign colonies under our protection as we care to vouch for. Food is getting very scarce because of the enormous demands of the Germans, and we told von Jarotsky that we should expect that he make arrangements to see that our colonies should not suffer from the requisitions, that ample food be reserved to keep them all as long as it might be found necessary for them to stay here. He agreed to this, but I don't see just how he is to arrange it in practice. There are about 50,000 men camping within a few miles of Brussels, and another army corps is now marching in. The food for all the people must be supplied by the city. All importations from the outside world have been suspended for days. It is a pretty bad situation, and it will probably get a great deal worse before long. I don't know whether we should get down to eating horse and dog, but it is not altogether improbable. That is one of these things that it is interesting to read about afterward. We spent nearly 2 hours at the Hotel de Ville and got in a good deal of talk that will be of service to all sorts of people. When we got back, we found the Chancery full of people who were waiting for us to tell them just how they could send telegrams and letters and get passports and permits to pass through the lines in all possible directions. Before leaving, I had dictated a bulletin which was posted in the hallway, stating that there were no communications with the outside world by rail, telegraph, or post, and that no laissez-passers would be granted by the authorities until conditions had changed, and that the legation could not issue any sort of papers which would enable people to leave in safety. End of section 8. Section 9 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. About 4 o'clock, McCutcheon, Irwin, and Cobb breezed in, looking like a lot of tramps. Several days ago, they had sailed blissfully away to Louvain in a taxi, which they had picked up in front of the hotel. When they got there, they got out and started to walk about to see what was going on, when, before they could realize what was happening, they found themselves in the midst of a Belgian retreat, hard pressed by a German advance. They were caught between the two and escaped with their lives by flattening themselves up against the side of a house while the firing continued. When the row was over, they were left high and dry with no taxi. Of course, it had been seized by the retreating troops, and with no papers to justify their presence in Louvain at such a time. They decided that the best thing to do was to go straight to the German headquarters and report. They were received well enough and told to lodge themselves as best they could and stay indoors until it was decided what was to be done with them. They were told that they might be kept prisoners here or even sent to Berlin, but that no harm would come to them if they behaved themselves. The order had gone out that if a single shot was fired at the German troops from the window of any house, everybody in the house was to be immediately taken out and shot. Not wishing to risk any such unpleasant end, they rented all the front rooms of a house and spread themselves through all the rooms so that they could be sure that nobody did any slaughtering from their house. They were there for 3 days and were told today that they might take themselves hence. They came back to Brussels in the same clothes that they had worn for the past 3 days, unshaven and dirty. When they drove up to the front door this afternoon, they were nearly refused admittance as being too altogether disreputable. This evening, when I went to see my old friend the General just before dinner, he told me that he had news of a great battle near Metz in which the French army had been cut off and practically destroyed, with a loss of 45,000 prisoners. It sounds about as probable as some of the other yarns. In view of the fact that my friend had no telegraphic communication, I was curious to know where he got his information, but my gentle queries did not bring forth any news on that point. The Germans now expect to establish themselves for some time here in Brussels. They are going to occupy the various governmental departments, and it is quite possible that for some time we shall have to deal exclusively with them. The government to which we are accredited has faded away, and we are left here with a condition and not a theory. We shall have to deal with a condition, and I am not at all sure that the condition will not require some pretty active dealing with. Functionaries are to be brought from Berlin to administer the various departments, so that it is evidently expected that the occupation is not to be of a temporary character. Later, after writing the foregoing, I went upstairs and listened to some of the tales of the 4 people who were tied up at Louvain. Now that they are safely out of it, they can see the funny side of it, but it was certainly pretty dangerous while it lasted. Monsieur de Laval is overcome with admiration for their sang-froid and marvels at the race of men we breed. They seem to have made themselves solid with the Germans before they had been there long. It would be hard for anybody to resist that crowd any length of time. Of course, they never saw their taxi again after getting out to scout for the battle, and whenever the major who had the duty of keeping them under surveillance came to take a look at them, Cobb would work up a sob-shaken voice and plead for liberty and permission to return to Brussels. He was always at some pains to explain that it was not his life he was worrying about, but the haunting thought of that taxi running up at the rate of 50 centimes every 3 minutes. After a while, he got the major's funny bone located, and then all was well. He so completely got into the officer's good graces that he promised to send us word that they were safe and well, and then failed to do so. While the Germans occupied the city, all inhabitants were required to be indoors by 8 o'clock. A light had to be kept in every window, and the blinds left open so that anyone moving could be clearly seen from the street. The windows themselves were to be closed. Dorsch said he woke up about 4 o'clock one morning with his head splitting. The lamp was smoking and the air vile with smoke and smell. He decided he would prefer to be shot than die of headache, so deliberately got up and opened his window. The story loses its point by the fact that after violating this strict rule, he was not taken out and shot. They said it was really pretty dreadful. From their window, they saw every little while a group of soldiers lead some poor, frightened Belgian to a little cafe across the street. Several officers were sitting at one of the tables on the sidewalk, holding a sort of drumhead court-martial. While they were examining the case, a squad would be marched around behind the railroad station. A few minutes later, the prisoner would be marched around by another way, and in a few minutes there would be a volley, and the troops would be marched back to their post. Then, after a little while, a stretcher would be brought out with a body in civilian clothes, a cloth over the face. Some of the prisoners were women, and there were screams before the shots were fired. It must have been a dreadful ordeal to go through. Brussels, August 27, 1914. The day after my last entry, I started on a trip to Antwerp, got through the lines, and managed to wriggle back into Brussels last night after reestablishing telegraph communication with the department and having a number of other things happen to and around about me. All I can remember now of the 23rd is that it was a Sunday and that we could hear cannonading all day long from the east. It was hard to tell just where it came from, but it was probably from the direction of Waver and Namur. It was drizzly all day. The German troops continued to pour through the city. From time to time, during the last few days, their march had been interrupted for a couple of hours at a time, apparently as a result of a determined attempt on the part of the French and English to stop the steady flow of troops toward the French frontier. Each time we could hear the booming of the cannon, the deep voices of the German guns, and the sharp, dry bark of the French. At night we have seen the searchlights looking for the enemy or flashing signals. Despite the nearness of all this fighting and the sight of the wounded being brought in, the streets barred off to keep the noisy traffic away from the hospitals and all the other signs of war, it has still been hard to realize that it was so near us. Our little German general, von Jarotsky, has kept clicking his heels together and promising us anything we chose to ask. We have run around day after day with our telegrams, and not one has got farther than the Hotel de Ville. Being naturally somewhat touchy, we got tired of this after a few days and decided that the only way to get any news to Washington was for me to go to Antwerp and get into direct communication over the cable from there. We got our telegrams ready and made a last try on the general Monday morning. He was still effusively agreeable and assured us that he had determined to place a military field wire at our disposal so that we could communicate with Washington via Berlin. Our previous experiences had made us suspicious, so it was decided that while depositing our messages here, I would make a try at getting through the lines and send whatever I thought best from Antwerp or any other place I could reach. We told the general frankly what we intended to do, and he was all smiles and anxiety to please. At our request, he had an imposing passport made out for me, signed with his hand and authorized with his seal. The burgomaster wrote out an equally good letter for us when we reached the Belgian lines. Providence was to take care of us while we were between the lines, and just to make it unanimous, he did. We wanted to get away during the morning, but one thing after another came up and I was kept on the jump. We had to stop and worry about our newspaper correspondents who have wandered off again. Morgan came sauntering in during the morning and announced that he and Davis had set out on foot to see whether there was any fighting near Halle. They had fallen in with some German forces advancing towards Mons. After satisfying themselves that there was nothing going on at Halle or Enghien, Morgan decided that he had had enough walking for one day and was for coming home. Davis felt that they were too near the front to give up, and with a Sherlock Holmes sagacity announced that if they stuck to these German troops, they would succeed in locating the French and British armies. Morgan thought this so probable that he was all for coming back and left Davis tramping along behind an ammunition wagon in search of adventure. He found it. After getting out of their trouble at Louvain, McCutcheon, Cobb, and Lewis set forth on another adventure. There are, of course, no motor cars or carriages to be had for love or money, so they invested in a couple of aged bicycles and a donkey cart. Cobb, who weighs far above standard, perched gracefully on top of the donkey cart, and the other two pedaled alongside on their wheels. They must have been a funny outfit, and at last accounts were getting along in good style. The air is filled with nervousness, however, and there is a constantly increasing list of people who are being thrown into jail or shot as spies, and there is little time for careful and painstaking trials for wanderers who are picked up inside the lines of the fighting armies and are unable to render a convincing account of themselves. I shall be rather uncomfortable about them until they reappear. While we were waiting for the final formalities for our trip to be accomplished, I invested in a wristwatch and goggles. We also bought a fuzzy animal like a teddy bear, about 3 inches high, and tied him on the radiator as a mascot. He made a hit with all hands and got a valuable grin from several forbidding-looking Germans. We had signs on the car, fore and aft, marking it as the car of the American Legation, the signs being in both French and German. As we were the first to try to make the trip, we thought it up to us to neglect nothing that would help to get us through without any unpleasant shooting or bayoneting. After formally filing all our telegrams with the German general, Blunt and I got underway at 2:30. We pulled out through the northern end of the city toward Vilvoorde. There were German troops and supply trains all along the road, but we were not stopped until we got about halfway to Vilvoorde. Then we heard a loud roar from a field of cabbages we were passing, and looking around, discovered what looked like a review of the Knights of Pythias. A magnificent-looking man on horseback, wearing several orders, surrounded by a staff of some 10 or 12 others, was riding toward us through the cabbages, waving angrily at us to stop. The whole crowd surrounded the car and demanded hotly how we dared venture out of town by this road. While they were industriously blowing us up, the Supreme Potentate observed the sign on the front of the car, Gesandtschaft der Vereinigten Staaten, whereupon he came straightway to salute and kept it up. The others all saluted most earnestly, and we had to unlimber and take off our hats and bow as gracefully as we could, all hunched up inside a little racing car. Then I handed out our pass, which the Chief of Staff read aloud to the assembled notables. They were all most amiable, warned us to proceed with great caution, driving slowly, stopping every 100 yards, and to tear back toward town if popping began in our immediate neighborhood. They were so insistent on our not getting in the way of bullets that I had to assure them, in my best rusty German, that we were getting into this ragged edge of their old war simply because it was necessary for business reasons and not because of any ardent desire to have holes shot through us. They all laughed and let us go our way with a final caution. From that time on, we were in the midst of German patrols. We religiously observed the officer's advice to drive slowly and keep a lookout. 5 minutes later, we began to meet peasants running away from their homes in the direction of Brussels. They reported fighting near Malines and said that we were running straight into it. They were a badly frightened lot. We decided that the only thing to do was to go ahead, feeling our way carefully, and come back or wait if things got too hot for us. We were stopped several times by troops crossing the road to get into trenches that were already prepared, and once had to wait while a big gun was put in place. It was a ticklish business to come around a turn in the road and light on 100 men sneaking along behind a hedge with their rifles ready for instant action. Just beyond Eppingen, we met a troop of cavalry convoying a high cart filled with peasants who had evidently been taken prisoners. The officer in charge was a nervous chap who came riding at us, brandishing his revolver, which he had tied to the pommel of his saddle with a long cord. He was most indignant that we had been allowed to come this far, and reluctantly admitted that our pass was good. All the time he talked with us and told us of the skirmishing ahead, he kept waving that large blunderbuss in our faces. I tried a little humor on him by saying, as nearly as the unwieldy structure of the German tongue would permit, "Please point that thing the other way. You can never tell when it may go off and hurt somebody." He was quite solemn about it, however, and assured us that he had perfect control over it, emphasizing his remarks by shaking it under our noses. I was glad to get out of his range, for I verily believe that if somebody had shouted "boo," he would have let that gun off with a bang. The German officers we talked with from time to time said that the Belgians were advancing and that several skirmishes had taken place, that a big engagement was expected during the night or in the morning. We passed the last of the German outposts about 2 miles this side of Malines, but for fear we might tell on them, they would not tell us whether we had any more of their kind ahead of us. We shot along through the open country, between the last Germans and the edge of Malines, at a fairly good rate, and kept a lookout for the English flag, which we had been given to understand was flying from the tower of the cathedral. That is what we had been given to understand in Brussels, but along the road they were very non-committal about the whereabouts of the British troops. When we finally did get a clear view of the cathedral spires, we saw the Belgian flag standing straight out in the good breeze that was blowing, and while that showed that the English troops had not taken over the place, it at least convinced us that the Germans were behind us. As we drove through the little suburb on this side of the canal which runs through the edge of the town, we found that all the houses were battened up tight. One lone man, who came out from a little cafe, told us that the Germans had been through about 15 minutes before and had shot up the town, until they were driven off by a small force of Belgian cavalry which had appeared from nowhere and had as quickly gone back to the same place. Not knowing what forces were ready to start in again on short notice, all the inhabitants who were fortunate enough to have cellars were hiding in them, and the rest were trying to get into town as best they could, leaving their belongings. When we reached the canal, we found that the drawbridge had been taken up and that there was no way to get across. There were a few gendarmes on the other side and a few carts on our side of the canal. All were anxious to get across, but the burgomaster had ordered traffic suspended until things had quieted down. We prevailed upon a genial gendarme to run back and get orders to govern our special case. After waiving our credentials and showing how much influence we had with the local administration, we were quite popular with the panic-stricken peasants who wanted to get into town. Orders came very soon, and we made straight for the Hotel de Ville to thank the burgomaster for letting us in, and also to pick up any news he had as to conditions. We did not get any great amount, however, as he could not get over the fact that we had come straight through from Brussels without having been shot by the German or the Belgian patrols, who were out with orders to pick up strays like us. We tried several times to get information out of him, but he could do nothing but marvel at our luck, and above all at our prowess, which left him quite bowled over. We gave him up and went our way. He has had other things to marvel about since. Not far out of Malines, we ran into the first Belgian outpost. When we were about 50 yards from them, they surged across the road and began brandishing rifles, swords, lances, a veritable armory of deadly weapons. Blunt put on the emergency brakes, and we were bracing for quick and voluble explanations when we saw that they were all grinning broadly and that each one was struggling to get our particular attention. We had our laissez-passers in our hands and waved them in the air. No one would pay the slightest heed to them. From the hubbub that was seething about our ears, we learned that 10 minutes or so before they had finished a little brush with the Germans, and that the articles they had been waving in our faces were the trophies of the combat. Each fellow was anxious to show us what he had taken and to tell just how he had done it. They seemed to take it for granted that we were friends and would enjoy the sight and share their delight. One of the boys, a chap about 18, held aloft a huge pair of cavalry boots which he had pulled off a German he had killed. It was a curious mixture of childish pride and the savage rejoicing of a Fiji Islander with a head he has taken. We admired their loot until they were satisfied, and then prevailed upon them to look at our papers, which they did in a perfunctory way. Then, after shaking hands all round, they sent us on with a cheer. We were hero curiosities as the first civilians who had got through from the German lines since the occupation of Brussels. And perhaps we were not glad to be safely inside the Belgian lines. It was nervous work that far, but once inside we found everybody friendly and got through without any trouble, although we were stopped every kilometer or so. Soon after we passed the first outposts, we began passing Belgian troops advancing toward Malines in large force. They seemed in good spirits and ready for anything. Our position here has gone steadily up since the beginning of the hostilities, and everywhere we went, the flag was cheered and we got a warm welcome. This forward movement of the troops was a part of a concerted operation by which the Belgians were to attempt to push through to Brussels, while the main German army was engaged in attacking Mons and Charleroi. About 12 kilometers out of Antwerp, we were stopped at a little house and asked if we would take a wounded man into town to the hospital. He had been shot through the hand and was suffering from shock and loss of blood, but was able to chew on a huge chunk of bread all the way into town. He had no interest in anything else, and after trying 1 or 2 questions on him, I let him alone and watched the troops we were passing, an unbroken line all the way in. The main Belgian army and a lot of the Garde Civique were inside the ring of forts and were all being put on the road with full contingents of supply wagons, ambulances, and even the dog artillery. These little chaps came tugging along the road and turned their heads to bark at us with enthusiasm. For a mile or so outside the enceinte, which has been thrown up around the town, the roads are heavily mined, and small red flags planted between the cobbles to warn passers-by to tread gently and gingerly. We did not require the urging of the sentries to make us proceed with caution over these places, which were so delicately mined that heavy carts were not allowed to pass. I breathed more easily when we were once out of this. We found the military hospital and handed over our wounded soldier to the attendants, who bundled him inside and then rushed back to hear what we could tell them. They had not heard a word from the outside world, or rather from our part of the outside world, since the withdrawal of the Belgian army to Antwerp, and they greeted us as they would greet fellow beings returning from a journey to Mars. They had a few newspapers which were being published in Antwerp and handed them over to us, we being as anxious as they for the news that we had not been able to get. From the hospital we drove to the Hotel Saint Antoine and asked for rooms. The proprietor was very suspicious of us, and we had a tremendous time convincing him that there was nothing the matter with us. He knew that we could not have come from Brussels, as nobody had been able to make the trip. Our papers were en règle, but that made no difference. German spies and other suspicious characters had managed to get forged papers before that. Fortunately, all the other diplomats were living in the hotel, and I asked that he hunt up some of them and verify what we had to say for ourselves. Weber, of the British Legation, was brought out and acted as though he had seen a ghost. He calmed down enough to assure the proprietor that we were respectable citizens and that he could safely give us rooms. All the other people were away from the hotel for the moment, so we deposited our things in our room and made for the Consulate General. It was then 6:30, and the Consul General had gone for the day. A well-trained porter refused to tell where either he or the Vice Consul General lived, but we managed to find out and got to the Vice Consul General's house after a hunt with a chasseur of the hotel on the box. He was not at home, but his wife was there. We talked with her for a few minutes and then went back to the hotel to await Sherman's, Vice Consul General, coming. He called in the course of a few minutes, and we made arrangements to go to the consulate after dinner and get off our telegrams. By the time we could get washed up and ready for dinner, the crowd had come back, and when we set foot on the stairway, we were literally overwhelmed by our loving friends. First, I met Sir Francis Villiers and had accepted his invitation to dine. He and Prince Kudachev, the Russian minister, a lot of other colleagues, and goodness only knows who else, fell upon us with demands for news. I took refuge in Sir Francis's office and saw as many people as I could until dinner time. Baron van der Elst, the Secretary General of the Foreign Office, and Monsieur Carton de Wiart, the Minister of Justice, forgetting all about the requirements of the protocol that I should make the first call upon them, came flying around to see if I had any news of their families. Luckily I had, and was able to tell them that all was well. I did not know that I had so much first-hand knowledge of the people in Brussels, but was able to give good news to any number of people. It became a regular joy fest, and was more fun for me than for anybody else. By 8 o'clock we got out to dinner, but hardly got 2 consecutive bites without interruptions. In the midst of soup, General Jungbluth, Chief of Staff to the King, came around in full regimentals and wanted to get all sorts of news for the Queen. Before we got much farther, others began to arrive and drew up chairs to the table, filling up all that part of the room. As we were finishing dinner, several ministers of state came in to say that the Prime Minister wanted me to come to meet him and the Cabinet Council, which was being held, just to assure them that all was well with their families and to tell them, in the bargain, anything that I felt I properly could. However, I had my real work ahead of me, getting off my telegrams to Washington. I tore myself away from the crowd and, joining Sherman, who was waiting for me in the hall, I made for the Consulate General. The Consul General was already there, anxious to hear the news. I had to get before the department all the news I could, and as comprehensive a statement as possible of everything that had happened since communications had been cut. I pounded away until after 11, and got off a fat bundle of cables, which Sherman took to the office for me. I then made for the Grand Hotel, where the Cabinet Council was waiting for me. I have never been through a more moving time than the hour and a half I spent with them. It was hard to keep from bursting out and telling them everything that I knew would interest them. I had bound myself with no promises before I left about telling of the situation, but nonetheless I felt bound not to do it. I was able to tell them a great deal that was of comfort to them, and that could give no ground for objection if the Germans were to know of it, and on these subjects I gave them all they wanted. After telling them all I could about their families and friends, I let them ask questions and did my best to answer those that I could. The first thing they wanted to know was how the Germans had behaved in the town. The answer I gave them was satisfactory. Then they wanted to know whether the royal palace had been respected or whether the German flag was flying over it. Also, whether the Belgian flag still flew on the Hôtel de Ville. Their pride in their old town was touching, and when they heard that no harm had as yet been done it, you would have thought that they were hearing good news of friends they had lost. Then they started in and told me all the news they had from outside sources, bits of information which had reached them indirectly via Holland, and the reports of their military authorities. We have never had such complete information given us, enough to justify the trip even if I had not restored communication with the department. We stayed on and talked until nearly 12:30, when I got up and insisted on leaving. Perhaps it is just as well. They did not want to break up the party, but when I insisted, they also made up their minds to call it a day's work and quit. We brought van der Elst back to the hotel, and with his influence ran our car into the gendarmerie next door. Then to bed. End of section 9. Section 10 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Blunt and I had a huge room on the 3rd floor front. We had just got into bed and were settling down to a good night's rest when there was an explosion, the like of which I have never heard before, and we sat up and paid strict attention. We were greatly interested, but took it calmly, knowing that the forts were nearly 4 miles out of town and that they could bang away as long as they liked without doing more than spoil our night's sleep. There were 8 of these explosions at short intervals, and then as they stopped, there was a sharp purr like the distant rattle of a machine gun. As that died down, the chimes of the cathedral, the sweetest carry-on I have ever heard, sounded 1 o'clock. We thought that the Germans must have tried in advance under cover of a bombardment and retired as soon as they saw that the forts were vigilant and not to be taken by surprise. We did not even get out of bed. About 5 minutes later, we heard footsteps on the roof and the voice of a woman in a window across the street, asking someone on the sidewalk below whether it was safe to go back to bed. I got out and took a look into the street. There were a lot of people there talking and gesticulating, but nothing of enough interest to keep two tired men from their night's sleep, so we climbed back into bed and stayed until morning. Blunt called me at what seemed an unreasonably early hour and said we should be up and about our day's work. When we were both dressed, we found that we had made a bad guess when he looked at his watch and discovered that it was only 6:45. Being up, however, we decided to go down and get our breakfast. When we got down, we found everybody else stirring, and it took us several minutes to get it through our heads that we had been through more excitement than we wotted of. Those distant explosions that we had taken so calmly were bombs dropped from a Zeppelin which had sailed over the city and dropped death and destruction in its wake. The first bomb fell less than 200 yards from where we slept. No wonder that we were rocked in our beds. After a little breakfast, we sallied forth. The first bomb was in a little street around the corner from the hotel and had fallen into a narrow 4-story house, which had been blown into bits. When the bomb burst, it not only tore a fine hole in the immediate vicinity, but hurled its pieces several hundred yards. All the windows for at least 200 or 300 feet were smashed into little bits. The fronts of all the surrounding houses were pierced with hundreds of holes, large and small. The street itself was filled with debris and was impassable. From this place we went to the other points where bombs had fallen. As we afterward learned, 10 people were killed outright. A number have since died of their injuries, and a lot more are injured, and some of these may die. A number of houses were completely wrecked, and a great many will have to be torn down. Army officers were amazed at the terrific force of the explosions. The last bomb dropped as the Zeppelin passed over our heads fell in the center of a large square, La Place du Poids Public. It tore a hole in the cobblestone pavement, some 20 feet square and 4 or 5 feet deep. Every window in the square was smashed to bits. The fronts of the houses were riddled with holes, and everybody had been obliged to move out, as many of the houses were expected to fall at any time. The Dutch minister's house was near one of the smaller bombs and was damaged slightly. Every window was smashed. All the crockery and china are gone, mirrors in tiny fragments, and the minister somewhat startled. Not far away was Fora, the first secretary of the Spanish legation. His wife had been worried sick for fear of bombardment, and he had succeeded only the day before in prevailing upon her to go to England with their large family of children. Another bomb fell not far from the houses of the consul general and the vice-consul general, and they were not at all pleased. The windows on one side of our hotel were also smashed. We learned that the Zeppelin had sailed over the town not more than 500 feet above us. The motor was stopped some little distance away, and she slid along in perfect silence and with her lights out. It would be a comfort to say just what one thinks about the whole business. The purr of machine guns that we heard after the explosion of the last bomb was the starting of the motor, which carried our visitor out of range of the guns which were trundled out to attack her. Preparations were being made to receive such a visit, but they had not been completed. Had she come a day or two later, she would have met a warm reception. The line of march was straight across the town, on a line from the general staff, the palace where the Queen was staying with the royal children, the military hospital of St. Elizabeth, filled with wounded, the Boers, and some other buildings. It looks very much as though the idea had been to drop one of the bombs on the palace. The palace itself was missed by a narrow margin, but large pieces of the bomb were picked up on the roof and shown me later in the day by Inglebleek, the king's secretary. The room at the general staff, where it had been until half an hour before the explosion, was a pretty ruin, and it was just as well for us that we left when we did. It was a fine big room with a glass dome skylight over the big round table where we were sitting. This came in with a crash and was in powder all over the place. Next time I sit under a glass skylight in Antwerp, I shall have a guard outside with an eye out for Zeppelins. If the idea of this charming performance was to inspire terror, it was a complete failure. The people of the town, far from yielding to fear, are devoting all their energies to anger. They are furious at the idea of killing their king and queen. There is no telling when the performance will be repeated, but there is a chance that next time the balloon man will get a warmer reception. In the morning I went around and called at the Foreign Office, which is established in a handsome building that belonged to one of the municipal administrations. The Minister for Foreign Affairs took me into his office and summoned all hands to hear any news I could give them of their families and friends. I also took notes of names and addresses of people in Brussels who were to be told that their own people in Antwerp were safe and well. I had been doing that steadily from the minute we set foot in the hotel the night before, and when I got back here, I had my pockets bulging with innocent messages. Now comes the merry task of getting them around. At the hotel, we were besieged with invitations to lunch and dine with all our friends. They were not only glad to see somebody from the outside world, but could not get over the sporting side of our trip, and patted us on the back until they made us uncomfortable. Everybody in Antwerp looked upon the trip as a great exploit and exuded admiration. I fully expected to get a Carnegie Medal before I got away. And it sounded so funny coming from a lot of Belgian officers who had for the last few weeks been going through the most harrowing experiences with their lives in danger every minute, and even now with a perfectly good chance of being killed before the war is over. They seem to take that as a matter of course, but look upon our performance as in some way different and superior. People are funny things. I stopped at the palace to sign the king's book and ran into General Jungbluth, who was just starting off with the Queen. She came down the stairs and stopped just long enough to greet me, and then went her way. She is a brave little woman and deserves a better fate than she has had. Engelbleek, the king's secretary, heard that I was there signing the book and came out to see me. He said that the Queen was anxious I should see what had been done by the bombs of the night before. He wanted me to go right into the houses and see the horrid details. I did not want to do this, but there was no getting out of it under the circumstances. We drove first to the Place du Poids Public and went into one of the houses which had been partially wrecked by one of the smaller bombs. Everything in the place had been left as it was until the police magistrate could make his examination and report. We climbed to the first floor, and I shall never forget the horrible sight that awaited us. A poor policeman and his wife had been blown to fragments, and the pieces were all over the walls and ceiling. Blood was everywhere. Other details are too terrible even to think of. I could not stand any more than this one room. There were others which Engelbleek wanted to show me, but I could not think of it. And this was only one of a number of houses where peaceful men and women had been so brutally killed while they slept. And where is the military advantage of this? If the bombs were dropped near the fortifications, it would be easy to understand, but in this instance it is hard to explain upon any ground, except the hope of terrifying the population to the point where they will demand that the government surrender the town and the fortifications. Judging from the temper they were in yesterday at Antwerp, they are more likely to demand that the place be held at all costs rather than risk falling under the rule of a conqueror brutal enough to murder innocent people in their beds. The Prime Minister told me that he had 4 sons in the army, all the children he has, and that he was prepared to give every one of them and his own life and fortune into the bargain, but that he was not prepared, and here he banged his fist down on the table and his eyes flashed, to admit for a minute the possibility of yielding to Germany. Everybody else is in the same state of mind. It is not hysterical. The war has been going on long enough, and they have had so many hard blows that the glamour and the fictitious attractiveness of the thing has gone, and they have settled down in deadly earnest to fight to the bitter end. There may not be one stone left upon another in Belgium when the Germans get through, but if these people keep up to their present level, they will come through, what there is left of them, free. Later in the afternoon, I went to the Foreign Office and let them read to me the records of the commission which is investigating the alleged German atrocities. They are working in a calm and sane way and seem to be making the most earnest attempt to get at the true facts, no matter whether they prove or disprove the charges that have been made. It is wonderful to see the judicial way they can sit down in the midst of war and carnage and try to make a fair inquiry on a matter of this sort. If 1/1000th part of the charges are proven to be true. The rest of the afternoon was spent seeing people who came in for news of Brussels and who had messages to send home. I had had to tell the hotel people that I would be there from 4 to 7 to see people, and that the rest of the time I must have free for my own work. They came in swarms, all the diplomats, the cabinet ministers, and the ministers of state, army officers, and other officials, a perfect mob. I had a package of cards in which I noted names and addresses and the messages which were to be delivered. These messages have been sent out today, after being submitted to the military authorities, some of them in writing and some by word of mouth, and if they have afforded 1/10 the comfort that I hope, the sum total of misery in this town has been reduced a good deal this day. Colonel Fairholme left for the front with the king early in the morning, and was with him during the battle at Malines. He thought we were going back during the day, as I had told him the evening before. About noon he called up from the telephone and told Sir Francis that under no circumstances was I to be allowed to start, as the town was being bombarded with heavy siege pieces and all traffic was absolutely stopped, that we could not only not get by, but that any part of the trip by the regular road was extremely dangerous. I was just as glad that we had decided to stay over. The colonel stayed out all that night and had not returned to Antwerp when we left yesterday. During the morning he called up again and asked about us, again advising against our starting. Pretty decent of a man who has as much to think of as he had to be worrying about us enough to take time to telephone us as to the dangers of the road. During the evening, bad news came in from France, and everybody was down in the mouth. The French minister came in and told me what he had received. Everybody was plainly worried, and altogether things looked pretty dismal. We sat around a little while and then decided for a good night's sleep. To make sure of offering no unnecessary chances for Mr. Zeppelin, the authorities had ordered all the lights on the streets put out at 8 o'clock. It was dark as midnight, and there was no use in thinking of venturing out into the town. The cathedral clock was stopped, and the carry-on turned off for the first time in heaven only knows how many years. It was a city of the dead. Guns were posted in the streets, ready for instant use in case the airship should put in another appearance. As a result of this, and the searchlights that played upon the sky all night, our friend the enemy did not appear. Some people know when they have had enough. Yesterday morning I looked out of my window at the cathedral clock and saw that it was 25 minutes to 10. I tumbled through my tub and rushed downstairs to get through my morning's work, only to find that it was 6:30. I had forgotten that the cathedral clock had been stopped. It was just as well that I was up early, however, for there was plenty to be done. I found a lot of telegrams waiting for me at the consulate and had to get off another string of them. Then an orderly held me up on the street to tell me that the king's secretary was hunting for me all over the place, and that I was wanted at the palace. When I got there, he had started off on another hunt for me. He finally got me at the hotel and kept me for half an hour. By the time that I got through with him, there was word that the Minister of Foreign Affairs wanted to see me, so I made a beeline over there. Then there was another call to the consulate to answer some more telegrams. After attending to various matters at the palace, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, the Consulate General, and seeing a few more people at the hotel, the morning was gone, and it was time for lunch and a quick getaway. All hands came out and bade us farewell. You would have thought we were on our way to heaven, except for the fact that they urged us to come back. As we could hear the cannonading, we decided that we would avoid the Malines road and would try to skirt around the zone of trouble and work our way into Brussels from the west. We got ferried across the Scheldt on a terrible tub of a steamer that looked as though she would go down under the weight of the military automobiles that she had to take across in order to take ammunition to the front. We all got away in a bunch from the other side, but we drew ahead of them as we had not such a heavy load, and within 3/4 of an hour we were outside the Belgian lines. Van der Elst had secured for us a most imposing laissez-passer, which took us through with practically no trouble, except that it was so impressive that we were held at each barricade while all the men on duty took turns reading it. The only ticklish part of the trip to the Belgian outposts was working our way through the villages which had been mined in anticipation of a German invasion. It is bad enough working one's way through there in a motor with everybody helping you to keep out of harm's way, but it must be a trifle worse to do it in a mass with a man on a hill a little way off waiting for you to come up to the signal post so that he can touch a button and send you in small pieces into the next world. We struck out through St. Nicholas, Ham, Termonde, and Aix, and got into Brussels from the west without mishap. We have got quite used to having people poke bayonets in our faces and brandish revolvers at us, so the latter part of the trip, with only that to contend with, seemed quiet and almost boring. On the road in from Aix, we passed near Epegem and Vilvoorde, where the fighting had been going on for a couple of days. After news had been received in Antwerp of the defeat of the French and English at Mons and Charleroi, the Belgians were ordered to fall back on Antwerp and had left these little villages to be occupied by the Germans. As they occupied them, they had set them afire, and the flames were raging as we came by. They were quaint little towns, and had excited our admiration 2 days before when we had gone through, despite the fact that we had other things on our minds beside admiring the beauties of architecture. Now they are gone. The Germans gave us no trouble, and we got back to the legation by a little before 5. Everyone poured out to meet us and greeted us as prodigal sons. When we had not come back the day before, they had about made up their minds that something dreadful had happened to us, and the rejoicing over our return was consequently much greater than if we had not whetted their imaginations just a little. I found that the situation in Brussels had undergone big changes while I was away. General von Girotsky had been replaced by General von Lutwitz, who is an administrator and has been sent to put things in running order again. There was no inkling of this change when I left, and I was a good deal surprised. Guns have been placed at various strategic points commanding the town, and the Germans are ready for anything. The telephone wire they had put through the town to connect the 2 stations and headquarters was cut day before yesterday by some cheerful idiot who probably thought he was doing something good for his country. The military authorities thereupon announced that if anything of the sort was done again, they would lay waste the quarter of the town where the act was committed. Some of the subordinate officers have since told us that von Girotsky was a fighting general and had no business staying in a post requiring administrative ability. The new man is cut out particularly for this sort of work and is going to start a regular German administration. Functionaries are being brought from Berlin to take things over, and in a short time we shall, to all intents and purposes, be living in a German city. The first trains ran today in a halting fashion to Liège and the German frontier. Perhaps we shall have a newspaper. Most distressing news has come through from Tamins. I had a long talk today with a trustworthy man from there, and his story was enough to make one's blood run cold. He says that on the evening of the 21st, the Germans entered the village after a brush with French troops which were still in the neighborhood. Infuriated by the resistance offered to their advance, they proceeded to vent their rage on the town. They shot down a lot of villagers and arrested many more. A great many escaped to the country. A lot of houses were first sacked and then burned. The orgy continued during the night and through the next day. On the evening of the 22nd, something over 400 men were collected near the church and lined up to be shot. The work was done for a time by a firing squad which fired into the crowd with more or less system, but this was too slow, and finally a rapid-fire gun was brought out and turned loose. Of course, a great many were not killed outright and lay groaning among the dead. Now and then a German would put one out of his misery by a bayonet thrust. Others settled their own troubles by rolling themselves into the nearby river. Altogether, over 600 people were shot down, but it is hard to get any exact figures yet. After the shooting was over, other civilians were brought out and compelled to bury the dead. My informant says that some of the scenes attending this duty were quite as poignant as the shooting itself, for some buried their own fathers and brothers. One man, about to be thrown into the trench, was found to be still alive, but the German doctor, after a cursory examination, ordered him buried with the rest. The man had enough life left in him to raise his hand in appeal, but the doctor shrugged his shoulder and repeated his order. There were many incidents, most of them horrible. The man who told the story seemed still dazed and spoke quietly, with few adjectives and little emphasis on anything he said. It was a bare recital of facts, and far more moving than if he had striven for effect. Davis got back yesterday from his trip to the front, and we learned that he had been through a perfectly good experience that will look well when he comes to writing it up, but one that gave him little satisfaction while it was in progress. He started off to follow the German army in the hope of locating the English. After leaving Hal, some bright young German officer decided that he was a suspicious-looking character and ought to be shot as an English spy. As a preliminary, they arrested him and locked him up. Then the war was called off while the jury sat on his case. One of the officers thought it would be a superfluous effort to go through the form of trying him, but that they would shoot him without further to-do. They began considering his case at 11 in the morning and kept it up until midnight. He was given pretty clearly to understand that his chances were slim and that the usual fate of spies awaited him. He argued at length, and apparently his arguments had some effect, for at 3 o'clock in the morning he was routed out and told to hit the road toward Brussels. He was ordered to keep religiously to the main road all the way back, on pain of being shot on sight, and to report at headquarters here immediately on his arrival. By this time he was perfectly willing to do exactly what was demanded by those in authority, and made a beeline back here on foot. He turned up at the legation yesterday morning, footsore and weary, and looking like a tramp, and told his story to an admiring audience. I was still away on my little jaunt, and did not get it at first hand. The minister took him down to call on the general, and got them to understand that Richard Harding Davis was not an English spy, but, on the contrary, probably the greatest writer that ever lived, not excepting Shakespeare or Milton. The general said he had read some of his short stories, and that he would not have him shot. Just the same, he was not keen about having him follow the operations. He is now ordered to remain in this immediate neighborhood until further orders. Today, he had several interviews with the general in an attempt to get permission to leave the country, but had no luck. The last we saw of Davis, he came in late this afternoon to tell us that he did not know what to do next. He said that he had been through 6 wars, but that he had never been so scared as he was at that time. If he is allowed to get out of Belgium, I think that he will not darken the door of General von Lutwitz for some time to come. I was surprised to learn that Hans von Herwarth, who used to be military attaché in Washington, and whom I knew very well, is here as adjutant to our new governor. I have not yet had time to get over to see him, but shall try to do so tomorrow. I am glad to have somebody like that here to do business with. He is a real white man, and I anticipate a much better time with him than with any other officer they could send here in that capacity. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Baron Capel came in late this afternoon to tell me that the Germans were bringing in a lot of priests on carts filled with cows and pigs, and were planning to hold them as hostages. One of them had called out and asked him to notify us that Monsignor der Becker, rector of the American College at Louvain, was among these prisoners. He is the priest I went to see when I was in Louvain 10 days ago. I had told him he was perfectly safe and scoffed at his fears. The minister was out when this news came, but I sallied forth and tried to locate the Monsignor. He was not to be found anywhere. When I got back to the legation, both the minister and Villa Lobar were here, and I told them all about what had happened. The people of the town were getting excited over the treatment that was being meted out to their priests, and it was in a fair way to result in serious trouble. Both ministers made for the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, where the German government is established, and before they left, had secured orders for the release of all the hostages. A lot of these terrible things are done by subordinate officers, and the people at the top seem only too anxious to learn of such affairs and do what they can to remedy them. The day has been dreadful, with stories of suffering and murder and pillage. Not only are we cut off from communication with the outside world, but a lot of the ordinary conveniences of life have already disappeared. We have no newspapers, no trams, no taxis, no telephones. Milk is no longer to be had, and within a day or two we shall have no butter or eggs. Then it will begin to look like a real siege. In a day or so I am to have a list of Jiratsky's demands for supplies, so that I can cheer myself with thoughts of what our life is to be like. There is bad news from Louvain. The reports we have received agree that there was some sort of trouble in the square before the Hôtel de Ville a day or two ago. Beyond that, no two reports are alike. The Germans say that the son of the burgomaster shot down some staff officers who were talking together at dusk before the Hôtel de Ville. The only flaw in that story is that the burgomaster has no son. Some Belgians say that two bodies of Germans who were drunk met in the dusk, that one body mistook the other for French and opened fire. Other reliable people tell with convincing detail that the trouble was planned and started by the Germans in cold blood. However that may be, the affair ended in the town being set on fire and civilians shot down in the streets as they tried to escape. According to the Germans themselves, the town is being wiped out of existence. The cathedral, the library, the university, and other public buildings have either been destroyed or have suffered severely. People have been shot by hundreds, and those not killed are being driven from the town. They are coming to Brussels by thousands, and the end is not yet. This evening, the wife of the Minister of Fine Arts came in with the news that her mother, a woman of 84, had been driven from her home at the point of the bayonet and forced to walk with a stream of refugees all the way to Tervuren, a distance of about 12 miles, before she could be put on a tram to her daughter's house. 2 old priests have staggered into the blank legation, more dead than alive, after having been compelled to walk ahead of the German troops for miles as a sort of protecting screen. One of them is ill, and it is said that he may die as a result of what he has gone through. August 28th. After lunch, Blunt and I decided to go out to Louvain to learn for ourselves just how much truth there is in the stories we have heard and see whether the American college is safe. We were going alone, but Poussette and Bull, the Swedish and Mexican chargés d'affaires, were anxious to join us, so the 4 of us got away together and made good time as far as the first outpost this side of Louvain. Here there was a small camp by a hospital, and the soldiers came out to examine our papers and warn us to go no farther, as there was fighting in the town. The road was black with frightened civilians carrying away small bundles from the ruins of their homes. Ahead was a great column of dull gray smoke, which completely hid the city. We could hear the muffled sound of firing ahead. Down the little street which led to the town, we could see dozens of white flags which had been hung out of the windows in a childish hope of averting trouble. We talked with the soldiers for some time in an effort to get some idea of what had really happened in the town. They seemed convinced that civilians had precipitated the whole business by firing upon the staff of a general who was parleying with a burgomaster in the square before the Hôtel de Ville. They saw nothing themselves and believe what they are told. Different members of the detachment had different stories to tell, including one that civilians had a machine gun installed on top of the cathedral and fired into the German troops, inflicting much damage. One of the men told us that his company had lost 25 men in the initial flurry. They were a depressed and nervous-looking crew, bitter against the civil population and cursing their ways with great earnestness. They were at some pains to impress upon us that all Belgians were swine, and that the people of Louvain were the lowest known form of the animal. After talking the situation over with the officer in command, we decided to try getting around the town to the station by way of the ring of outer boulevards. We got through in good shape, being stopped a few times by soldiers and by little groups of frightened civilians who were cowering in the shelter of doorways, listening to the noise of fighting in the town, the steady crackle of machine guns, and the occasional explosions. They were pathetic in their confidence that the United States was coming to save them. In some way, word has traveled all over Belgium that we have entered the war on the side of Belgium, and they all seem to believe it. Nearly every group we talked to asked hopefully when our troops were coming, and when we answered that we were not involved, they asked wistfully if we didn't think we should be forced to come in later. A little boy of about 8, in a group that stopped us, asked me whether we were English, and when I told him what we were, he began jumping up and down, clapping his hands and shouting, "Les Américains sont arrivés! Les Américains sont arrivés!" His father told him to be quiet, but he was perfectly happy and clung to the side of the car as long as we stayed, his eyes shining with joy, convinced that things were going to be all right somehow. About halfway around the ring of boulevards, we came to burning houses. The outer side of the boulevard was 100 feet or so from the houses, so the motor was safe, but it was pretty hot and the cinders were so thick that we had to put on our goggles. A lot of the houses were still burning, but most of them were nothing but blackened walls with smoldering timbers inside. Many of the front doors had been battered open in order to start the fires or to rout out the people who were in hiding. We came to a German ammunition wagon, half upset against a tree, where it had been hurled when the horses had turned to run away. The tongue was broken and wrenched out. Nearby were the 2 horses, dead and swollen until their legs stood out straight. Then we began to see more ghastly sights. Poor civilians lying where they had been shot down as they ran, men and women. One old patriarch lying on his back in the sun, his great white beard nearly hiding his swollen face. All sorts of wreckage scattered over the street, hats and wooden shoes, German helmets, swords and saddles, bottles, and all sorts of bundles which had been dropped and abandoned when the trouble began. For 3/4 of a mile, the boulevard looked as though it had been swept by a cyclone. The Porte de Tourmont had evidently been the scene of particularly bloody business. The telegraph and trolley wires were down, dead men and horses all over the square, the houses still burning. The broad road we had traveled when we went to Tourmont was covered with wreckage and dead bodies. Some bedraggled German soldiers came out from under the gate and examined our passes. They were nervous and unhappy and shook their heads gloomily over the horrors through which they were passing. They said they had hardly a minute's sleep for the past 3 nights. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were almost too tired to talk. Some of them were drunk, in the sodden stage, when the effect begins to wear off. They told us we could proceed in safety as far as the station, where we would find the headquarters of the commanding officer. Here we could leave the motor and learn how far we could safely go. This crowd varied the wording a little by saying that the Belgians were all dogs, and that these particular dogs were being driven out, as they should be, that all that part of town was being cleared of people, ordered to leave their homes and go to Brussels or some other town, so that the destruction of Louvain could proceed systematically. We thought at the time that they were exaggerating what was being done, but were enlightened before we had gone much farther. We continued down the boulevard for 1/4 of a mile or so till we came to the station. Sentries came out and looked through our passes again. We parked the motor with a number of German military cars in the square and set off on foot down the Rue de la Station, which we had admired so much when we had driven down its length just 10 days before. The houses on both sides were either partially destroyed or smoldering. Soldiers were systematically removing what was to be found in the way of valuables, food, and wine, and then setting fire to the furniture and hangings. It was all most businesslike. The houses are substantial stone buildings, and fire will not spread from one to another. Therefore, the procedure was to batter down the door of each house, clean out what was to be saved, then pile furniture and hangings in the middle of the room, set them afire, and move on to the next house. It was pretty hot, but we made our way down the street, showing our passes every 100 feet or so to soldiers installed in comfortable armchairs, which they had dragged into the gutter from looted houses, till we came to a little crossing about halfway to the Hotel de Ville. Here we were stopped by a small detachment of soldiers who told us that we could go no farther, that they were clearing civilians out of some houses a little farther down the street, and that there was likely to be firing at any time. The officer in command spoke to us civilly and told us to stick close to him so that we could know just what we ought to do at any time. He was in charge of the destruction of this part of the town and had things moving along smartly. His men were firing some houses nearby, and he stood outside smoking a rank cigar and looking on gloomily. We exchanged remarks with him in German for a few minutes, I limping along behind the more fluent Pousset and Boule. Then I said something in an aside to Blunt, and the officer broke into the conversation in perfectly good English. He turned out to be a volunteer officer from Hamburg, who had spent some 30 years in England and was completely at home in the language. We then accomplished the formal introductions which are so necessary to Germans even at a time like this, and when we came to Bull, the officer burst into a rapid fire of questions which ended in his proclaiming in rapture, "Why, I knew your father in Hamburg and went to school with your uncle so-and-so." Reminiscence went on as though we were about a dining table at home. Minute inquiry was made into the welfare and activities of the Bull family from the cradle to the grave. On the strength of the respectability of Bull's relatives, we were then taken under the officer's wing and piloted by him through the rest of our visit. From where we stood, we could see down the street through the smoke as far as the Hotel de Ville. It was still standing, but the cathedral across the street was badly damaged, and smoke was rising in clouds from its roof. The business houses beyond were not to be seen. The smoke was too dense to tell how many of them were gone. Machine guns were at work nearby, and occasionally there was a loud explosion when the destructive work was helped with dynamite. A number of the men about us were drunk and evidently had been in that state for some time. Our officer complained that they had had very little to eat for several days, but added glumly that there was plenty to drink. A cart, heaped high with loot, driven by a fat Landsturmer and pulled by a tiny donkey, came creaking past us. One of our party pulled his kodak from his pocket and inquired of our guardian in English, "May I take a picture?" His intent evidently escaped the German, who answered cordially, "Certainly, go ahead. You will find some beautiful things over there on the corner in the house they are getting ready to burn." We kept our faces under control, and he was much too occupied with his other troubles to notice that we did not avail of his kind permission to join in the pillage. He was rabid against the Belgians and had an endless series of stories of atrocities they had committed, though he admitted that he had none of them at first hand. He took it as gospel, however, that they had fired upon the German troops in Louvain and laid themselves open to reprisals. To his thinking, there is nothing bad enough for them, and his chief satisfaction seemed to consist in repeating to us over and over that he was going the limit. Orders had been issued to raise the town, till not one stone was left on another, as he said. Just to see what would happen, I inquired about the provision of the Hague Conventions, prescribing that no collective penalty can be imposed for lawless acts of individuals. He dismissed that to his own satisfaction by remarking that all Belgians are dogs, and all would do these things unless they are taught what will happen to them. Convincing logic. With a hard glint in his eye, he told us the purpose of his work. He came back to it over and over, but the burden of what he had to say was something like this. Quote, We shall make this place a desert. We shall wipe it out so that it will be hard to find where Louvain used to stand. For generations, people will come here to see what we have done, and it will teach them to respect Germany and to think twice before they resist her. Not one stone on another, I tell you. Kein Stein auf einander. End quote. I agreed with him when he remarked that people would come here for generations to see what Germany had done, but he did not seem to follow my line of thought. While we were talking about these things, and the business of burning and looting was pursuing its orderly course, a rifle shot rang out nearby. Instantly, every soldier seized his rifle and stood waiting for an indication as to what would happen next. In a few seconds, a group of soldiers rushed into a house about 100 feet away. There was a sound of blows as though a door was being beaten in. Then a few shots, and the soldiers came out wiping the perspiration from their faces. "Snipers," said our guide, shaking his fist at the house. "We have gone through that sort of thing for 3 days, and it is enough to drive us mad. Fighting is easy in comparison, for then you know what you are doing." And then, almost tearfully, "Here we are so helpless." While he was talking, another shot rang out, and then there was a regular fusillade, which lasted for 15 seconds or so. Then an explosion. Bull stood not upon the order of his going, but ran for the station, calling back, "I've had enough of this. Let's get out and go home." Our friend, the officer, said Bull was right, and that it would be the part of wisdom for us all to fall back to the station, where we would be near the car in case anything happened. He started off at a good pace, and as we were in no mood to argue, we went meekly along in his wake. We overtook Bull engaged in an altercation with a very drunken soldier who wanted to see his papers and was insulting about it. Instead of taking the easy course and showing his papers, Bull was opening a debate on the subject when we arrived and took a hand. Our officer waded into the soldier in a way that would have caused a mutiny in any other army, and the soldier, very drunk and sullen, retreated, muttering, to his armchair on the curb. We then moved on to the station. Outside the station was a crowd of several hundred people, mostly women and children, being herded onto trains by soldiers to be run out of the town. They seemed to be decently treated, but were naturally in a pitiable state of terror. Just inside the gates of the freight yard were a couple of women telling their troubles to a group of officers and soldiers. They had both lost their husbands in the street fighting and were in a terrible state. The officers and men were gathered about them, evidently distressed by their trouble, and trying to comfort them. They had put the older woman in an armchair and were giving her a little brandy in a teacup, and the same men may have been the ones who killed the husbands. We went on into the freight yards and were greeted by a number of officers with hopeful talk about a train coming from Brussels with food. We were given chairs, and an orderly was dispatched for a bottle of wine so that a drink could be given to Bull, who said that after what he had been through, he would appreciate a glass of something comforting. We settled down and listened to the stories of the past few days. It was a story of clearing out civilians from a large part of the town, a systematic routing out of men from cellars and garrets, wholesale shootings, the generous use of machine guns, and the free application of the torch. The whole story enough to make one see red. And for our guidance, it was impressed on us that this would make people respect Germany and think twice about resisting her. Suddenly, several shots rang out apparently from some ruins across the street, and the whole place was instantly in an uproar. The lines of civilians were driven helter-skelter to cover. Where, I don't know. The stands of arms in the freight yard were snatched up, and in less time than it takes to tell it, several hundred men were scattered behind any sort of shelter that offered, ready for the fray. I took one quick look about and decided that the substantial freight station was the most attractive thing in sight. In no time I was inside, closely followed by my own crowd and a handful of soldiers. First, we lay down upon the platform, and then, when we got our bearings, rolled over onto the track among a lot of artillery horses that were tethered there. Apparently, a number of civilians, goaded to desperation by what they had seen, had banded together, knowing that they were as good as dead, and had determined to sell their lives as dearly as they could. They had gathered in the ruins of the houses fronting on the station and had opened up on us. There was a brisk interchange of shots, with an occasional tinkle of broken glass and a good deal of indiscriminate cursing by the soldiers who had taken refuge with us. The artillery horses did not welcome us very cordially and began to get restive in a way that made us debate whether we preferred staying up on the platform with a chance of being potted or staying under cover and being ingloriously trampled to death. A joint debate on this important question kept us occupied for several minutes. We finally compromised by fishing down a few boxes from the platform and erecting a barricade of sorts to protect us against any stray kicks. As we sat in the undignified position imposed on us by circumstances, we exchanged various frivolous remarks, not because we felt particularly gay, but because we had to do something to keep ourselves interested and to keep our courage up. Bull resented this and raised his head to look at me reproachfully over the barricade and say, "Don't talk like that. It is nothing short of tempting Providence." After a time, Blunt and I decided to make a reconnaissance in force and see how the car was getting on. We crawled along the floor to a place from which we could see out into the square. The soldiers were flat on their stomachs behind a low wall that extended around a small circular park in the center of the square, and behind any odd shelter they could find. The car lay in the line of fire, but had not been struck. We were sufficiently pessimistic to be convinced that it would go up in smoke before the row was over, and took a good look at our shoes to see whether they would last through a walk back to Brussels. Our officer came out from behind his barricade and showed us where the attacking force was concealed. At least he told us that they were there, and we were willing to take his word for it without going across the street to make a first-hand investigation. He tried to impress us with the black sinfulness of people who would fire upon the German troops, and called our particular attention to the proof now offered us that civilians had started the row by firing on German troops. According to the German story, which was the only one we had heard, civilians had been hunted down like rats in garrets and cellars and shot down in cold blood in the streets when they sought safety in flight. To my mind, it was not surprising that men driven to desperation by seeing their friends and neighbors murdered in cold blood should decide to do any harm possible to the enemy. 3 days of the reign of terror that had been described to us was enough to account for anything, and the fact that civilians were firing now did not in any sense prove that they were guilty of starting the trouble. For all we could tell, they may have started it or they may not, but firing by them 3 days after the row began was no proof to anyone with the slightest sense of the value of evidence. On the other hand, the story freely told us by the Germans as to their own behavior is enough to create the darkest presumptions as to how the trouble started, and would seem to place the burden of proof on them rather than on the Belgians. While we were talking about this, there came another rattle of fire, and we scuttled back to our shelter among the horses. Every now and then a surly soldier with 2 huge revolvers came and looked over the ledge at us and growled out, "Was machen Sie denn hier?" followed by some doubting remarks as to our right to be on the premises. As he was evidently very drunk and bad-tempered, I was not at all sure that he would not decide on his own responsibility to take no chances and put us out of our misery. After several visits, however, he evidently found something else more interesting and came back to trouble us no more. When the row began, a motor had been dispatched toward Brussels to recall some troops that had left a few hours before. Now and then, our officer came in to tell us what he thought of their chances of getting back. End of section 11. Section 12 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. On one of these visits, Blunt remarked by way of airy persiflage that drink of wine that had been sent for was a long time coming. Anything as subtle as that was lost on our friend, for he walked solemnly away, only to reappear in a few minutes with a bottle and several glasses, which he set up on the edge of the platform and filled with excellent Burgundy. We stood up among the horses and drained a bumper of the stuff, while the officer wandered back to his work. He had gone calmly out into the thick of things to rescue this bottle, and took it as a matter of course that we should claim the drink that had been promised us. Presently, with a good deal of noise, a fairly large force of troops came marching down the boulevard and took up positions around the station. Our officer returned, waving a smoking revolver, and told us to lie down as flat as we could among the horses and not to move unless they got restive. He said it looked as though an attempt would be made to take the station by storm and that there might be a brisk fight. However, there were only a few scattering shots, and then our friend came back and told us that we had better get out and start for home before things began again. He added, however, that we must have the permission of the commanding officer who was on the other side of the station, but offered to pilot us to the great man and help us get the permission. The way lay straight out into the square, in full view of the houses across the way, along the front of the station just behind the troops, and into the railroad yard on the other side. That station seemed about 4 miles long, and the officer was possessed of a desire to loiter by the way, recounting anecdotes of his school days. He would walk along for a few steps, and then pause to tell Bull some long and rambling yarn about his uncle. Bull would take him by the arm and get him in motion again. Then the old chap would transfer his conversational fire to another member of the party, and we were obliged almost to pull him the length of the square. The commanding officer was a pleasant-faced little man who stood in the shelter of a water tank and received us in a puzzled way, as though he wondered what civilians were doing in that neighborhood anyway. Permission was readily granted for us to leave, with the ludicrous proviso that we did so at our own risk. Then Bull put everybody in good humor by inquiring innocently if there was any danger. Everybody burst into peals of laughter, and we were escorted to our car by the same slow-moving officer, who insisted on exchanging cards with us and expressing the hope that we should meet again, which we could not honestly reciprocate. Then after an hour and a half in the station, we got away amid a great waving of hands. The boulevards were deserted save for the troops coming back into the town. New houses were burning that had been intact in the afternoon. After passing the Porte de Tourmont, we began to see people again, little groups that had come out into the streets through a craving for company and stood huddled together listening to the fighting in the lower part of the town. In harmony with the policy of terrorizing the population, the Germans have trained them to throw up their hands as soon as anyone comes in sight, in order to prove that they are unarmed and defenseless. And the way they do it, the abject fear that is evident, shows that failure to comply with the rule is not lightly punished. Our worst experience of this was when, in coming around a corner, we came upon a little girl of about 7, carrying a canary in a cage. As soon as she saw us, she threw up her hands and cried out something we did not understand. Thinking that she wanted to stop us with a warning of some sort, we put on the brakes and drew up beside her. Then she burst out crying with fear, and we saw that she was in terror of her life. We called out to reassure her, but she turned and ran like a hunted animal. It was hard to see the fear of others, townspeople, peasants, priests, and feeble old nuns who dropped their bundles and threw up their hands, their eyes starting with fear. The whole thing was a nightmare. We were dreadfully depressed and rode along in silence until Bull turned around from the front seat and inquired in a matter-of-fact voice, what sort of wine was that we drank at the station? We told him, and then he shook his head and said as though to himself, I drank a big glass of it, but I was so frightened that I didn't taste it at all. That broke the edge of the strain we were under, and we had a good laugh in which Bull joined. And so back to the legation without further mishap, to find everybody worrying about us and the minister putting his foot down and announcing that there were to be no more expeditions of the sort, no matter what the reason for them. Note, the foregoing is an impression of one afternoon at Louvain, taken from a journal written at the time. It was intended to pass on the question of responsibility for precipitating the orgy of murder and bestiality indulged in by the German army from the 25th of August until the 30th, when orders were received from Berlin to stop the destruction and restore public order. Many subsequent visits to Louvain and conversations with people who were there when the trouble began have only served to strengthen the impression that the whole affair was part of a cold-blooded and calculated plan to terrorize the civilian population. While we were there, it was frankly stated that the town was being wiped out, that its destruction was being carried out under definite orders. When the German government realized the horror and loathing with which the civilized world learned of the fate of Louvain, the orders were canceled and the story sent out that the German forces had tried to prevent the destruction, had fought the fire, and by good fortune had been able to save the Hôtel de Ville. Never has a government lied more brazenly. When we arrived, the destruction of the town was being carried on in an orderly and systematic way that showed careful preparation. The only thing that saved the Hôtel de Ville was the fact that the German troops had not progressed that far with their work when the orders were countermanded from Berlin. It was only when he learned how civilization regarded his crimes that the emperor's heart began to bleed. The true facts as to the destruction of Louvain will startle the world, hardened though it has become to surprise at German crimes. Unfortunately, however, it is impossible to publish the details at this time without endangering the lives of people still in Belgium under German domination. But these people will speak for themselves when the Germans have been driven from Belgian soil, and they are once more free to speak the truth. End of note. During the afternoon, Count Clary had come over and announced that Austria-Hungary had declared war on Belgium and that he had to leave at once. He has turned his legation over to us. I went around to see him late in the evening and made the final arrangements. This afternoon, the Danish minister came in and turned his legation over to us, as he expects to go in a day or two. That will make 4 legations besides our own under our protection. Austrian guns have been in action for some days, and now it has been thought worthwhile to regularize the situation. The Austrian minister has, therefore, under instructions from his government, addressed the following note to the Belgian government. Quote, August 28, 1914. Whereas Belgium, having refused to accept the proposals made to her on several occasions by Germany, is affording her military assistance to France and Great Britain, both of which powers have declared war upon Austria-Hungary, and whereas, as has just been proved, in parentheses, no indication as to how or when it has been proved, end parentheses, Austrian and Hungarian subjects in Belgium have been obliged to submit, under the very eyes of the Belgian authorities, to treatment contrary to the most primitive demands of humanity and inadmissible even towards subjects of an enemy state. Therefore, Austria is obliged to break off diplomatic relations and considers herself from this moment in a state of war with Belgium. I am leaving the country with the staff of the legation and am entrusting the protection of Austrian interests to the United States minister in Belgium. The Austro-Hungarian government is forwarding his passports to Count Arambo de Dodzil. Clary. This is the first we have heard of any mistreatment of Austrians in this country, but then they probably had to advance some sort of reason for going to war. The blank chargé came around this afternoon to ask about getting to Antwerp, where he wants to flee for protection. He was very indignant because the military governor had refused to allow him to go. When I asked him on what ground the permission had been refused, he said that it had not exactly been refused, but that he could go only on his own responsibility. He wanted us to protest against this. I meanly suggested to him that he would be in much more serious danger if he had had an escort of German troops to take him to the Belgian lines, and he left in a terrible state of mind. Mr. Whitlock and the Spanish minister went to call on the military governor this afternoon to get off some telegrams which he had promised to send, and to talk over the general situation. After that, they went to call on the burgomaster and came back with a pretty good idea of what was happening in our fair city. The governor loaded them up with a large budget of official news, showing that Germany was victorious all along every line, that she was not only chasing the French and English armies around in circles, but that Uhlans were within 40 kilometers of Paris, and that 5 Russian army corps had been beaten in eastern Prussia. It really looks as though things were going pretty badly for the Allies, but we have absolutely nothing but German news and cannot form an accurate opinion. The Germans are particularly bitter against the Belgian clergy and insist that the priests have incited the people to attack the German troops and mistreat the wounded. So far as I can learn, this is utter rubbish. The authorities of the church have publicly exhorted the people to remain calm and to refrain from hostile acts, pointing out that any provocation would bring sure punishment from the German military authorities. The priests I have seen have been at great pains to set an example that the Germans should be the first to commend. The clergy has a tremendous influence in Belgium and is sincerely respected. They will be a vital force in holding the people together in their patriotic devotion and in maintaining public tranquility. A new governor general is to be sent us here. The minister could not remember his name. I am curious. Von Lutwitz will remain for the present at least. The burgomaster reports that the inhabitants of Brussels are calm and that there need be no fear of trouble unless they are allowed to go hungry. A committee has been formed to revictual the town and is working night and day. Monsieur Sauvé has given 1,000,000 francs and other Belgians given large sums. Soup kitchens are being started for the poor, and the question of bringing food supplies from neutral countries is being taken up and pushed with activity. These Belgians are admirable in the way they handle things of this sort. They all realize the importance of keeping quiet so as to avoid any possibility of a repetition of the Louvain business. It would take very little to start something of the sort here, and the result would be the same, the destruction of the city. Naturally, everybody is turning to and trying to head off any excuse for violence. Brussels, Sunday, August 30th, 1914. Our place has got to be the local diplomatic corner grocery where all the village loafers come to do their heavy loafing. They bring in all the fantastic rumors that are abroad in the land and discuss them with all solemnity. In the last day or so, we have had it, on the best authority, that the Queen of Holland has had her consort shot because of his pro-German sympathies, that the Kaiser has given up all hope and taken refuge in Switzerland, that the United States had declared war on Germany and Austria, that the King and Queen of the Belgians had fled to Holland, and that all was over. These are just a few. Troops have been pouring through the town steadily all day on the way to Vilvoorde, where the Belgians are still fighting, and to the south, where there is heavy cannonading going on. The Belgians are making a big fight on the Antwerp road, evidently to hold the attention of one German army corps and lighten France's load by just that much. It is a hopeless fight so far as they themselves are concerned, but it throws their courage and fighting qualities into higher relief. We are now the pampered pets of both sides. The German troops cheer our flag when the motor noses its way through them. The people of the town are equally enthusiastic, and many of them are wearing small American flags in their buttonholes. How long it will last, there is no telling, but while it does, our work is made just that much easier. Lunched at the Palace Hotel with Bull and Blunt. Reisice, the Italian secretary, came in and joined us. Bull told him the story of our trip to Louvain with embellishments that made my eyes start from my head. I had not realized what a desperate adventure we had been on until I heard it as it should be told. It made the real thing seem mild. Before lunch, we drove to Blunt's to learn whether the cannonading to the south was still going on. It was, heavy booming of German guns, no French guns to be heard. Late in the afternoon, Blunt and I drove off into the country to see whether we could locate the fighting to the south. We got as far as Nivelles, but all was as peaceful as it should be on a perfect Sunday afternoon. The people there were surprised that anyone should have thought there was fighting there. It was still much farther to the south. We drove around in search of evidence of fighting, but could find none, and this after circumstantial accounts of hand-to-hand struggle through all this part of the country. August 31st. This morning began with a troop of people in to tell us that the rough work was about to begin, and that Brussels was to go up in smoke. There is a good deal of unrest in the lower end of town, and trouble may break out at any time. Bad feeling has grown a good deal in the past few days, and one good row would throw the fat in the fire. I went through the rough part of town late this afternoon and found patrols everywhere, heavily armed and swaggering about in groups of 4. For their own sake, I hope the people will not do anything foolish. People are making another effort to get away and are not finding it easy. At 6 this morning, a crowd left here for Ninove, 20 kilometers to the west. 2,500 of them clung all over the trams that make the trip. At Ninove, they walked a mile or so, carrying their belongings, and caught a train to Alost, where they changed for another train for Ghent. Goodness knows how many changes they had ahead of them after that. The trip was supposed to end safely in Ostend sometime this evening. It usually takes 2 hours. Hearing that the train service was open and that boats were running from Ostend to Folkestone, we decided to verify the tidings and then get off some of our people, who should have gone long ago. To make sure, Blunt and I motored down to Ninove after lunch to telephone the consul at Ostend and learn the true state of affairs. When we reached Ninove, we found the station so packed with refugees that there was no getting near the telephone bureau. The chef de gare, who had never in his long and honorable career had such a mob to lord it over, was so puffed up that he could not get down near enough to earth to hear our questions, so we decided to proceed to Alost and try our luck there. We motored over in short order and got quick communication with the consul at Ostend. He had very little news, save that a lot of British Marines had been landed there and had today been taken away again. He gave us what we wanted in the way of steamer information. I got the Consul General at Antwerp on the telephone and learned that all was well there. As I came out of the booth from this second call, I was held up by a garde civique who inquired if I was Monsieur del Automobile. He would like to see my papers. Certainly. Then I remembered that I had left all my Belgian papers at the legation and had nothing but papers in German from the military authorities. I showed them anyway. Before he could examine us any further, 3 eager amateur Sherlocks came bursting into the room and took charge of the proceedings. The leader pointed an accusing finger at Blunt and exclaimed, "You have come from Ninove." Blunt admitted it. "You had a third person in the car when you left there." "Pas du tout. On the contrary, I have 3 witnesses to prove it. Aside from the fact that nobody could have got to Alost in the time we had, it made no real difference how many people we had in the car, and Blunt said as much. Then our accuser changed his plan of attack. I observed you when you arrived, and you were speaking a language which was perhaps not German, but sounded like English." "It was," said Blunt. "Aha," triumphantly, "but you said you were Americans." By this time, the chef de gare had come to answer our questions, and we waved our persecutors aside while we talked to him. They kept quiet and meekly stood aside as we bade them. While we talked with our functionary, I looked out on the square and saw that we were a real sensation. The garde civique had been called out and was keeping the place clear. The crowd was banked up solid around the other 3 sides of the square. They looked hopeful of seeing the German spies brought out and shot. By signing our names on a scrap of paper, which the amateurs compared with the signatures on different papers we had about us, we convinced them that we were harmless citizens and were allowed to go. The crowd seemed greatly disappointed to see us walk out free. The garde civique let them loose as we got in the car, and they came thronging around for a good close look at us. We honked our way through them, thinking our lucky stars we had not had a worse time of it. At the edge of the town, we looked up and saw 2 German airplanes snooping around. A minute later, a crowd of people surged across the street to bar our way, shouting that we must go no farther, as the Germans were approaching the town and that it was dangerous to proceed. 2 young officers came across the street to tell us in great glee that they had made a dash in a motor at the first German outpost and had brought in 4 prisoners. They were bursting with joy in their exploit, but by this time they may themselves be prisoners. In a few minutes we came to the first German outpost and had our papers carefully examined. From then on we were held up every few yards and nearly had our papers worn out from much handling. At one place, a young lieutenant looked over our papers and burst out into roars of laughter at the name of von Jarotsky. He called to other officers. They came up, looked at the signature, and also burst out into loud laughter. I asked them what the joke was, but they were not telling. We got in about 7 o'clock without incident. Went to see von Herwarth after dinner on behalf of a poor Belgian woman whose husband, a major in the Grenadiers, is dangerously wounded and in the military hospital at Antwerp. The Germans are going to send her up tomorrow on a motor with some Belgian officers who are being exchanged. I saw the aide-de-camp who was going through with the car and asked him to be nice to her. Then to her house to shut up a lot of old women of both sexes who were trying to dissuade her from going on the ground that the Germans would hold her as a hostage. I suppose she would be off. Mrs. Bridges, wife of the former British military attaché, was in this evening for help. A British prisoner told of seeing Colonel Bridges fall from his horse at Mons, mount again, ride a little way, and fall. She cannot get to Mons, so we are getting her off to France via England in the hope that she may find him on that side. It is a pitiful business, and the worst of it is that they all think we have some miraculous power to do anything we like for them. I only wish we could. Brussels, September 1st, 1914. The first thing this morning I had a powwow with Halsey about how to handle the funds that are being gathered to relieve the enormous amount of distress that we shall have to meet here. There is a good deal of it even now. All the big factories are closed. Most of the shops have their shutters up, and the streets are filled with idle people. Importations of foodstuffs, even from the outlying districts, have stopped dead. Conditions are bad enough in all conscience, but they are nothing compared to what we have ahead when cold weather comes on. A lot of bankers and big businessmen have got together to wrestle with the financial problem. The burgomaster has his people at work trying to get their hands on foodstuffs and coordinate their work. I went to the Foreign Office and talked things over with von Herwarth. He straightened out some of the tangles, and we were able to get things moving. I have no trouble with the higher officers at headquarters, but I never go there that I do not want to murder the large brutes of non-commissioned officers who guard the door. They wear large brass plates on their chest and look like Bach beer signs. They have a free and careless way of booting everybody out the door and refusing to listen to anybody. I get fighting mad every time I go there, and this morning got sufficiently roused to develop considerable fluency in German. I pictured to the large roughneck some of the things that were going to happen to him if I was not let in. He was sufficiently impressed to permit me to stand on the sidewalk while my card was sent in. When I got in, I made a few well-chosen remarks on the manners, if any, of the watchdogs of the ministry. From the ministry, I went to the Société Générale, where I was asked to attend a conference between the bankers of the city. There were 10 of them in the big director's room, and they worked to some purpose. Monsieur Franqui, the director and leading spirit of the Société Générale, presided over the meeting. He explained the general situation simply and clearly, and stated what they had done and wanted to do. They had 3 points on which they wanted advice, and they were brought up and disposed of one at a time. By 12 o'clock I got away, and felt that the hour I had put in there had been well spent. When I got back to the legation, I found a nice Belgian who had no request to make of us, but wanted to tell his story to somebody, and a terrible story it was, too. He had fitted up his chateau near Mons as a Red Cross hospital. During the battle there a week ago, 102 British wounded had been brought in. The Germans found the chateau a hindrance in their operations, so got it out of the way by battering down the walls with artillery and then throwing grenades into the building to set it on fire. There was great difficulty in getting the wounded out and hiding them in such shelter as was to be found. One man, at least, was burned alive in his bed. It seems incredible that Red Cross hospitals should be attacked, but stories come in from every side, tending to show that they are. Beside this man's property, there is a railway crossing. When a troop train passed over it day before yesterday, there was an explosion like the report of a rifle. The train was immediately stopped. The officer in command announced that civilians had fired upon his train and ordered all the men in the vicinity taken prisoners. Then, refusing to listen to explanation or discussion, he had them all stood up against a wall and shot. When it was all over, he listened to explanations and learned that the report was that of a cap placed in the switch by the German railway men as a signal to stop the train before reaching the next station. By way of reparation, he then graciously admitted that the civilians were innocent. But as my caller said, the civilians were also dead. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Another pleasant thing the Germans seem to be doing is arresting peaceful citizens by hundreds and sending them back to Germany to harvest the crops. They will also reap a fine harvest of hatred for generations to come. Poor Bull is in considerable doubt as to his status. For many months he has not heard from his government, if any, and has not been able to get a word as to whether he is chargé d'affaires or not. I told him today that he had a rather unique situation as the representative of a country without a government to a government without a country. He extracted a chuckle from that. Blunt made up his mind to leave for America this afternoon, by way of Ostend and England. His family was all ready to start, but when he went down to headquarters to get a laissez-passer, it was refused. Operations are apparently about to be started in Tous-les-Bazars, and they don't want stray civilians seeing too much. Blunt will now settle down here for the present. His loss is our gain. The Danish minister was in again this afternoon. He is going away and has finally turned his legation over to us. We now have 4 legations besides our own: German, British, Austro-Hungarian, and Danish. One little thing the Germans have done here that is echt Deutsch is to change the clocks on the railway stations and public buildings to German time. Every other clock in town continues about its business in the same old way, and the change only serves to arouse resentment. Another thing is that in entering a town, they hold the burgomaster, the procureur du roi, and other authorities as hostages to ensure good behavior by the population. Of course, the hoodlum class would like nothing better than to see their natural enemies, the defenders of law and order, ignominiously shot, and they do not restrain themselves a bit on account of the hostages. Just lack of imagination. September 2nd. A paper, smuggled through the lines from Antwerp this morning, gives the news that the Queen has left for England with the royal children, adding, "She is expected back in a few days." This move is evidently in anticipation of the bombarding of Antwerp. Now and then a Belgian has the satisfaction of getting in a gentle dig at the Germans, although if the dig is too gentle, the chances are the diggee does not know it. Last week, Countess Z, aged 84, who is living alone in her chateau, was obliged to put up a German general and his staff. She withdrew to her own rooms and did not put in an appearance during the 2 or 3 days that they were there. When the time came for them to leave, the general sent word that he would like to see her. She sent back a message asking to be excused. The general was insistent, however, and finally the little old lady came reluctantly down the stairs into the great hall, stopping 3 or 4 steps from the bottom and gazing down upon her lodgers with a quizzical smile. They all clicked their heels and bowed, and then the general stepped forward a few paces and, in his best manner, said that they could not go away without thanking her for all that had been done to make them comfortable during the time they had had the honor of being her guests. When he had quite finished, the little old lady replied in her gentle, soft voice, "Messieurs, vous n'avez pas à me remercier. Je ne vous avais pas invité." Brussels, September 2nd, 1914. A beautiful aide-de-camp of Field Marshal von der Goltz turned up this afternoon and announced that, if agreeable, His Excellency the Governor-General would call tomorrow afternoon between 4 and 5. We are looking forward with a good deal of interest to seeing the big man. He arrived yesterday, but is kept so quiet that nobody knew he was here. The aide-de-camp nearly wept on my shoulder, said there was nobody in the general's party who knew Brussels, and that they were having a terrible time to find their way around the town. He'll probably have greater worries before he gets through. We have at last heard from McCutcheon, Cobb, Lewis, Bennett, etc. A telegram came today from the consul at Aix-la-Chapelle, asking that we look after their baggage at the Palace Hotel. From this we judged that they were arrested and sent back to Germany on a troop train. They left here for Mons, and goodness only knows what adventures they have been through since we last saw them. Brussels, September 3rd, 1914. This afternoon at 4 o'clock, von der Goltz, Field Marshal Baron von der Goltz Pacha, to be exact, arrived with a staff of 7 officers to make a formal call. A crowd quickly gathered in the street as their big gray military cars snorted up to the door. All the neighborhood was in a great state of excitement. The great man is pretty old and doddery, wears spectacles about an inch thick, and a large collection of decorations. His staff was also brilliant in decorations and silver helmets, etc. I met them at the foot of the stairs and escorted them up. The marshal is apparently blind as a bat, for he never turned on the landings, and would have walked straight into the walls if I had not steered him around the corners. After one good look, we decided that he was to be a figurehead and leave the real work to the troop of officers and functionaries he had brought with him. It was supposed to be a purely formal call, but the old gentleman seemed to have no thought of leaving and did not budge for half an hour. The conversation was not thrilling. They finally left after much clicking of heels, and the bemonocled Count Ortenburg nearly broke his neck by tripping over his sword. However, we got them safely out of the house, while all the servants leaned out of the windows and took in the show. The new Governor-General has addressed a proclamation to the Belgian people and has had it posted on the walls. Quote, Proclamation. His Majesty, the Emperor of Germany, after the occupation of the greater part of Belgian territory, has been pleased to appoint me Governor-General in Belgium. I have established the seat of the general government in Brussels. By His Majesty's orders, a civil administration has been established with the general government. His Excellency Herr von Sant has been made chief of this administration. The German armies advance victoriously in France. My task will be to preserve quiet and public order in Belgium. Every act of the population against the German military forces, every attempt to interfere with their communications with Germany, to trouble or cut railway, telegraph, or telephone communications will be punished severely. Any resistance or revolt against the German administration will be suppressed without pity. It is inevitable in war that the punishment of hostile acts falls not only upon the guilty, but also on the innocent. It is the duty of all reasonable citizens to exercise their influence with the turbulent elements of the population to restrain them from any infraction of public order. Belgian citizens desiring to return peaceably to their occupations have nothing to fear from the German authorities or troops. So far as is possible, commerce should be resumed, factories should begin to work, and the crops harvested. Belgian citizens, I do not ask anyone to forego his patriotic sentiments, but I do expect from all of you a sensible submission and absolute obedience to the orders of the general government. I call upon you to show confidence in that government and accord it your cooperation. I address this summons particularly to the functionaries of the state and of the communes who have remained at their posts. The greater your response to this appeal, the greater the service you will render to your country. The Governor General, Baron von der Goltz, Field Marshal. End quote. Brussels, September 2nd, 1914. At about 5 o'clock, Bull came along, and we went for a long walk together, the first time I have tried anything of the sort since the war began. We tramped out to the Bois and made a swing around the circle, not getting back until 7:30, when we repaired to the Palace Hotel and had dinner with several of the colleagues. When von der Goltz left us, he had started for the Spanish legation, but we learned from the Spanish secretary that he had never arrived. Instead, at the last minute, an aide-de-camp had come clanking in to express His Excellency's regrets that he was unable to come and say that he would have to defer his visit until a later date. Something happened to him after he left our legation. X had an experience yesterday which made him boiling mad. He left town in the afternoon with his consul to go to Alost for telegrams and letters. He was in a car flying his flag and had his laissez-passer from the German military authorities. Near Asch, he was stopped by an outpost and told he could not go any further. He accepted this in good part and said he would go back. At this point, an old turkey gobbler of a general arrived and lit into him for being there. He replied that he had done nothing to which exception could be taken, that his papers were in order, and that he was ready to return at the first indication from the military authorities. This seemed to enrage the old soldier, who announced that they would do nothing of the sort, that they were prisoners of war and would be sent back under armed guard. X protested that this was an outrage against the representative of a friendly country, but in spite of this, 2 armed soldiers were placed in the car with them and another beside the driver, and they were brought back to town as prisoners. By dint of arguments and threats, they were taken to headquarters instead of jail, and succeeded in seeing General von Lutwitz, who piled on the excuses. It does you no good to have legitimate business and papers in order if it suits some apoplectic officer to clap you into jail. One of the officers I saw today told me that the Germans were deliberately terrorizing the country through which they passed. It is a perfectly convincing explanation of German doings in this country, but I did not think they were prepared to admit it so frankly. This frank fellow made no claim that civilians had attacked the German troops. His only observation was that they might do so unless they were so completely cowed that they dared not raise their hands. He emphasized the fact that it was not done as a result of bad temper, but as part of the scheme of things in general. For my information, he remarked that in the long run this was the most humane manner of conducting war, as it discouraged people from doing things that would bring terrible punishment upon them. And yet, some of these Belgians are ungrateful enough to complain at being murdered and robbed. September 4th. Autumn is coming with little gusts of wind and falling leaves. Clouds are thick, and there is a sort of hidden chill in the air. It is depressing in itself and makes us think with some dismay of what is ahead of the millions of men who are in the field if the war is to continue into the winter as seems probable. I am sure there is something big in the air today. For several days there has been a growing nervousness at headquarters. For 4 days there has been no official proclamation of German victories. Persistent rumors come in of large numbers of British troops between here and the coast, advancing in the general direction of Brussels. X's arrest, while on a trip to Alost, looks as though the Germans had some reason for keeping people from getting out that way with knowledge of military conditions here. Another thing, we were to have returned the call of von der Goltz today at noon. Between here and the Spanish legation yesterday, something happened. He never got to the Spanish legation. This morning we got a message from the État Major that von der Goltz had telegraphed to ask that we should postpone our call. Where he is, nobody would say. The officer who brought the message merely stated that he had been called away in great haste, and that it was not known when he would return. Troops are marching through the town in every direction, and in large numbers. Supply trains and artillery are creaking through the place night and day, and we are awakened nearly every morning either by the crunching of the heavy siege pieces or the singing of large bodies of troops as they march through the streets. Every day we realize more and more the enormous scale on which the operations are being conducted. It seems tremendous here, and we are seeing only a small part of one section of the field of operations. Privately, the Germans continue to assure us that they are winning all along the line. They say that they have taken the whole of the first line of defenses in France, with the single exception of Maubeuge, where there has been long and heavy fighting and where the result still trembles in the balance. In addition to this, they claim to have taken a part of the second line of defenses. They say that the French government has removed to Bordeaux, which seems quite possible and even sensible. They tell us all these things every time that we go over to the General Staff, but they do not publish anything about it. A British Red Cross doctor was in today and told us some items of interest. He said that he had been assigned to care for the wounded prisoners who were being brought back from France on their way to Germany, and that he had seen all the British prisoners who had been brought back by way of Brussels, about 3,000 in all. He said that they were in good spirits and were sure that things would come out right in the end. There were the remnants of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders who went into action something over 1,000 strong and came out only a handful. I made 2 attempts to see Herwarth today, but was kept on the sidewalk and in the courtyard by the big green dragons who guard the entrance to headquarters. After the second attempt, I returned to the legation and telephoned him that I should like to see him when he could get it through the heads of these people that we were not tramps. He was very nice and apologetic and had all the officers in the German army out in the street waiting for me when I went back for the 3rd time. All the sentries were blown up and given the strictest sort of instructions that I was to be passed along without question whenever I appeared. I was also given another Passierschein to add to my collection, directing everybody to let me pass wherever I wanted to go. In view of the fact that a lot of our work here is in behalf of German subjects, this is about the least they could do. Some news has been brought down from Antwerp that makes it seem necessary for me to go there and get back again before the siege begins. I had hoped to get away this morning, but have not yet been able to get a decision as to exactly what is to be done. I now hope to get away after lunch. I spent all yesterday afternoon enciphering a telegram which I must get off either through Holland or Antwerp. We are able to send nothing but open messages over the military wire through Berlin, and I have a strong suspicion that these are being censored. Brussels, September 7, 1914. Did not get off to Antwerp today, but hope to make it by tomorrow noon. There was too much going on, but arrangements are being made for a laissez-passer, etc., and I anticipate no trouble beyond being shot or made prisoner. Gherardi came in this morning for a call and then left for Maubeuge, which the Germans had arranged to capture during the day. They seemed very sure of it, but I would not be surprised to see him come sailing back without having seen the surrender. Baron von der Lancken of the Foreign Office in Berlin called this morning. He is here to handle relations with the foreign ministers remaining in Brussels. As we have had the care of German interests, they all come here first, and our position is better than that of any other legation in the country. We have things on a working basis. September 8th. Last night, after dinner, I trotted around and called on the wives of some of the Belgian officials to see whether there was any news of them that I could give to their husbands at Antwerp. I found Madame d'Avignon, the wife of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, in her son's home, peacefully working away on clothes for the wounded. She told me all the news of the house so that I could repeat it to her husband. She is as calm as you please and far from despairing. Madame de Broqueville, the wife of the Prime Minister, turned her house into a Red Cross hospital at the outbreak of hostilities. It is a beautiful big place. Of course, there are practically nothing but German wounded in the house now, but the good lady conquers her natural feelings and has them as well looked after as though they were of her own race. I went in an apologetic mood for intruding on her at so late an hour, but she had lots to say, and I stayed on for a long time. It did her good to talk, and I was so overawed by her courage and poise that I sat and listened in silent admiration. The wives of the cabinet ministers and other officials have shown wonderful nerve and are standing right up to their duty. Count and Countess d'Aix had an interesting story to tell of their experiences when the first armies went through. When the war broke out, they were at their chateau and were caught by the first onrush of troops. Their fine cellars were emptied for the benefit of the invader, but nothing more serious happened to them until the second wave came along. Then there was a demand for more wine. As all the wine had been carried away, they could not comply. The Germans were convinced that they were being fooled and searched the place very carefully. Finally, they imprisoned the X's for 3 days in the cellar, and then brought them forth and stood them up before a firing squad and threatened to shoot them unless they told where the wine was hidden. At the critical moment, a big gray military car rolled up, and to their considerable relief, they saw that one of the occupants was a German princeling who had formerly been their guest on several occasions. They called out to him, and by his orders were immediately released. After expressing their thanks to him, they went into the chateau to find that soldiers were engaged in packing up their fine collections of enamels and porcelains to ship them to Germany. Another appealed to the prince, who was most sympathetic. He was a practical and resourceful man and said, "Of course I'll stop this, but you will understand that our men would like to keep some little souvenir of the war in Belgium. That would be hard to prevent, but I would suggest that you pick out all the pieces that you value most and pack them away in that large wardrobe. Then I'll do the rest." Madame d'Aix was of course delighted with this and scurried about gathering together the finest pieces and packing them carefully into the big wardrobe. She kept it up as long as there was a nook or cranny where odd pieces could be put, and then reported progress to the prince. "Are you sure that all the best pieces are there?" says he. "All that could be packed there," answers Madame d'Aix. "Good," says the prince, and then turning to his orderly, "Have that wardrobe sent to Berlin for me." The way the German army cleaned out the wine of the country was a revelation to everybody. They would not take what they needed for the day's drinking, but would clear out whole cellars at a time and load what was not drunk onto carts to be carried away. The result was that people who had a little warning had recourse to all sorts of ingenious tricks to save some of their store. There was one bright man in the province of Namur who removed his stock of wine, all except a few thousand bottles of new wine, and deposited them in the ornamental pond near his chateau. The Germans arrived a few hours afterward and raised a great fog because they were not satisfied with the amount of wine they found. The owner of the chateau had discreetly slipped away to Brussels, and they could not do anything to him. However, they tapped all the walls for secret hiding places and went over the park to see if anything had been buried. All in vain. The next morning, however, the pond was covered with labels which had soaked off and floated to the surface, and after draining the pond, the whole stock was carted away. Madame B., who was there, has an interesting souvenir which she proposes to keep if possible. During the first days of the war, her chateau was occupied by a lot of officers who got gloriously drunk and smashed up pretty well everything in the drawing room and dining room. One of them, with a fine sense of humor, took a piece of hard chalk and wrote on the top of her piano in large letters, "Deutschland über alles." The crowd left the place in the morning without trying to cover their traces, and Madame B. came in to put things to rights. The first thing she did was to get a large piece of plate glass to cover the top of the piano so that the legend would not be effaced, and over that she placed an ordinary piano cover so that no future visitor would be inclined to erase the inscription. When the war is over, this will be an interesting reminder of her visitors. This morning I was ready to start for Antwerp. My laissez-passer had been promised for 10 o'clock. When it did not come by that hour, I went up to see Baron von der Lancken, who had agreed to attend to the matter. He received me most graciously, told me how delighted he was to see me, how it pleased him to see that we came to him with our little troubles, etc. He kept off the subject of the laissez-passer as long as he could, but when he could stave it off no longer, he said that he must ask me to see von Herwarth, who had been placed in charge of all matters regarding passports, etc. I made a blue streak over to Herwarth's office and saw him after a little delay. He kept me as long as he could and told me all that he knew about the war and perhaps a great deal more. When we got down to the subject of my visit, he said that von der Lancken was mistaken, that passports could be granted only by Colonel von Clare, who had his office about a block away. I began to smell a rat about this time, but kept plugging away. I spent an hour and a quarter in the antechamber of the colonel, being unable to get to him or to any of his officers. It was all part of a game. Both von der Lancken and Herwarth harped upon the danger of the trip to Antwerp, advised against it, and told how terribly they would feel if anything were to happen to me. I asked each of them point blank if they contemplated an attack while I was there. They both avoided the subject, but said that with the situation as it was now, it was impossible to tell from one moment to another what might happen. I saw that they were undecided about what was going to happen next, and that until they did know, they did not intend to let me go. They naturally do not wish to have anything happen to me or anyone else connected with the legation, so I feel entirely safe about going. After lunch, I went back to the siege and stayed until my friend, the colonel, left by the fire escape or some equally desperate way so as to avoid seeing me. Von der Goltz had sent word to the minister that he was coming here for tea this afternoon and wanted to meet the Spanish minister. That was our opportunity, and the minister was all primed with what he was to say to the old chap. They beat us to it, however. The problem had evidently been decided since I saw von der Lancken in the morning, for he greeted me with the news that the laissez-passer would be around in the course of the evening. He added that the general was anxious to send one of the Belgian ministers of state to Antwerp and would appreciate it if I would take him with me. He is Count de Wost, the man who has always fought against having an army on the ground that Belgium was so fully guaranteed by her treaties that it was unnecessary. Baron von der Lancken says that they will make out a laissez-passer in which he will be included, and that the military authorities will mark out the route by which we had best go, so as to avoid running into trouble. I imagine it will take us by way of Termonde and St. Nicholas. The crowd that came to tea included von der Goltz, Pasha, Baron von der Lancken, Herr von Sant, and Count Ortenburg, a scion of a mediatized Bavarian family. They told us of all the glorious triumphs of the German army and of the terrible drubbing that was in store for their enemies. They stayed on for about an hour. When they left, I escorted the old man to his car. Before he climbed in, he looked me over curiously and remarked, "Tine, c'est vous qui faites ce voyage à enfer, for a fait beaucoup de courage. Je tâcherai d'arranger un petit entracte pour vous être agréable, mais il faut revenir aussitôt que possible." They evidently intend to hold off for a day to await certain developments, and I am to get the benefit of the delay. The marshal also told us that Maubeuge had fallen and that they had made 45,000 prisoners. It seems almost incredible that the French and English would have left that many men at Maubeuge when they knew that it was bound to fall. Perhaps we shall find that this is not altogether accurate. They say nothing about what is happening in Austria. The news from England and Antwerp is to the effect that the Russians are giving the Austrians a hard time of it. This afternoon, the German headquarters issued an order prohibiting the bringing of newspapers to Brussels from the outside world, and announcing that anyone who brings newspapers here or is found with papers in his possession will be severely punished. 2 German papers will be distributed by the authorities, and everything else is taboo. They evidently intend that their own version of passing events shall be the only one to get out here. End of section 13. Section 14 of a Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Brussels, September 13, 1914. Ever since the 9th, I have been off on my little jaunt to Antwerp and have not been able to get a line on paper. I was not at all sure that I was going to get away at all until I got down to the legation on Wednesday morning and found my laissez-passer, signed by von der Goltz, waiting for me, another to add to my already large and interesting collection. With it was a letter from my friend and well-wisher, Baron von der Lancken, who said that an officer would be assigned to accompany us as far as the German outposts. He suggested that I take along a large white flag to be hoisted over the motor for the run between the lines. The note and laissez-passer had arrived at the legation about 1 o'clock in the morning, and had looked so important that the slaves waked the minister from a deep sleep to receive them. When I got to the office, I found that Villalobar had not sent over his contribution of letters, so I rang up to the legation and saw him. He bade me farewell as though I were off to certain death, and loaded me with a large bundle of letters and telegrams. When I got back to the shop, I found my fellow passenger, the Count de Wost, waiting for me. He is a leader of the Catholic party, which has been in power in Belgium for the past 30 years, and although he is 75 years old, he is still a big figure in the little country. He behaved very well on the trip, and if I were a Belgian citizen, I should vote for him on account of his good nerve. We bowled off to headquarters, where I was mightily pleased to find that von Herwarth had assigned himself to the duty of taking us up to the outposts just for a visit. It was the only satisfactory one I have had with him since he came. At headquarters, there were always too many interruptions. My old traveling companion had a hard time to keep himself in hand and not enter upon a joint debate upon the war, its causes, and justification. He did well, however, and my two passengers parted on good terms, even going to the extraordinary length of shaking hands at the outpost. A big military motor, filled with armed men, was sent ahead to act as guide, and we followed along closely behind in a cloud of dust. From the outskirts of Brussels right up to the German outposts at Hofstade, the fields were filled with German troops of every sort. Infantry, lancers, heavy artillery, and even 3 or 4 large detachments of sailors in blue blouses and caps. All the men, except the sailors and a few of the Landsturm, who wear conspicuous blue uniforms, were in the new greenish-gray, which is about the finest color that has yet seen active service. Frequently we drove several hundred yards beside a field before noticing that it was filled with soldiers. Several of the villages between Degem and Hofstade were partially burned, and there were evidences of shell fire, which to these peasants must be a perfectly convincing substitute for hellfire, and of fighting at really close quarters. Between Perk and Hofstade, the fields were covered with deep entrenchments, and over some of these were stuck dummy heads to draw hostile fire. Some, on the other hand, were fitted with Belgian caps picked up on the battlefield, evidently for the purpose of inducing Belgian troops to approach for a closer look before firing. Most of the big trees along the road had been cut down, and many houses razed to the ground so as to have a cleaner sweep for the artillery. At Degem, the German pilot car picked up a naval officer who was to accompany us as far as the outposts and to inspect his men on the way back. On the outskirts of Hofstade, under a brick railway bridge, we found the last German troops. They had some hard fighting here at the time of the last Belgian sortie, and the bridge and the surrounding houses showed evidences of shell fire. I was rather against putting up the white flag, but both Herwarth and the naval officer were most insistent that I should do so, saying that the country between the lines was filled with patrols, both Belgian and German, that they felt that hostilities were to be commenced at any moment, and that anyone who ventured into the district between the lines would stand a fine chance of being shot unless he carried a conciliatory emblem. They rigged up a long pole on the side of the car with a white flag about 6 feet square, and bidding a glad farewell to the representatives of Hohenzollern and Company, we started out to feel our way into Malines. About 500 yards beyond the bridge, we sighted 2 Belgian bicycle patrols who, on seeing us, jumped off their machines and ran into an abandoned farmhouse. Knowing that they were at high tension, we crept up very slowly so that they might have a good look at us before trying their marksmanship. They were peeking over the window ledge with their rifles trained at us, but after a good look at the black clothes and white whiskers of Monsieur de Wost, they pulled in their weapons and waved us to go ahead. About a kilometer farther on, we came around a turn in the road and nearly ran into the first Belgian outpost, 6 men and an officer. As we came around upon them, they scurried behind stone walls and trees and gave us the usual pleasant greeting of leveled rifles. As the most prudent things to do under such circumstances, the car was stopped, and I went ahead to parley. The officer proved to be young Z. He turned quite white when he got a good look at me, and remarked that it was fortunate they had not had a sight of us farther down the road, as we would certainly have been filled with lead. He said that the Germans had tried 3 times that morning to get through the lines in cars flying the white flag, in one instance at least, with a machine gun in the car. As a result of this, the outposts had orders not to take any chance for the rest of the time intervening before the attack, which was expected to begin at any minute. Far be it from me to suggest that our friends had me put up the white flag so as to offer proof of the Belgian savagery in firing on the white flag. After this little experience, we took in our white flag and made the rest of our trip without trouble. We found outposts about every 100 yards and were stopped at the point of the rifle each time. But as we got farther away from the outer lines, the behavior of the posts was noticeably less nervous, and when we got into Malines, the mere sight of our papers was sufficient to let us freely through. Since my last trip, the Belgians have been working steadily at their preparations for defense and have accomplished wonders. Their large tracts of land, some of them forming natural routes for entry between the forts, have been inundated with water from the canals so as to be quite impassable. Tremendous barbed wire entanglements form a broad barrier all around the outer and inner fortifications. They are so thick and so strongly braced that artillery fire would be practically useless against them, and cutting with wire nippers would be so slow that it could not be accomplished without a horrible loss of men. There are any number of huge searchlights placed on the fortifications to sweep the skies for zeppelins. Since my last visit, one zeppelin had succeeded in getting over the town, but it was surprised and dropped its whole cargo of 15 bombs in a distance of a few hundred yards, taking no lives and doing little material damage. Since then, several big craft have appeared at night, but have always been frightened away by the searchlights and the fire of the small vertical guns which have been ready for them. All the villages which cluster around the fortifications have been razed to the ground, and the avenues of big trees have been cut down. It is a pretty dreadful sight. I left Monsieur de Wost at the Grand Hotel, where the cabinet is staying, and then made for the St. Antoine. Had lunch with Sir Francis Villiers and Colonel Fairholme, and got my first real news since the Prussian headquarters stopped issuing bulletins of German victories. Sir Francis showed me the telegrams he had received about the German check and retreat in France, and Prince Kudachev, the Russian minister, who joined us for coffee, vied with him by showing me his telegrams about the Russian advance in eastern Prussia and in Austria. After luncheon, I had some powwows on the subject that had brought me, and went to see various people for whom I had messages. They are a lot more cheerful than the last time I was in Antwerp, and are ready for anything. From the Foreign Office, I went to the Consulate General, where I found a mountain of letters and telegrams, got off my cables, and answered as much of the other correspondence as was absolutely necessary, no more. On my way back to the hotel, I ran into General Jungbluth coming out of the palace and was promptly hauled inside for gossip. The Queen, who has very properly come back from England, walked in on us and stopped to hear the news from Brussels. I got back to the hotel and found all the colleagues waiting for me to hear the latest news from Brussels. I played my part and was nearly torn to pieces in their eagerness for news from the town where there is none. They were all there except the papal nuncio, who is most unhappy in the midst of war's alarms and hardly budges from the episcopal palace. After dinner, I was again asked to go to the Grand Hotel to see the Prime Minister. He had nothing startling to say, but was anxious to know what was going on in Brussels. He showed me his telegrams from France, England, and Russia, and his maps with the recent movements worked out with little flags. Monsieur de Broqueville told me an interesting incident that had taken place at Ghent. It seems that when the Germans arrived there, they sent in an officer and several soldiers to arrange for requisitions, etc., a promise having been given that they would not be molested. Of course, the whole town was on the qui-vive, and everybody had been warned to refrain from incurring their displeasure. Just as the German motor passed in front of our consulate, a Belgian armored car came charging in from Antwerp, knowing nothing of the presence of the Germans, and upon seeing the enemy uniform, opened fire, wounding the officer and one of the men. That was enough to start things, and the town would probably be in ruins today but for the quick thinking and action of Van Hee, the American vice-consul. He plunged down the staircase, seized the burgomaster, who happened to be present, pushed him into a motor with the wounded men, and went straight to the German headquarters to explain that the attack had been made by two men from Antwerp who knew nothing of the agreement reached between the city and the German forces, and to plead that no reprisals should be made upon the city. The general said that he was prepared to accept the statement of the vice-consul in this matter, and that he would not therefore visit retribution on the town if the requisitions which he had demanded were promptly furnished. The requisitions were heavy, and he was apparently afraid that they might not be sent. He said that he would send in troops to occupy the town until the supplies requisitioned were actually in his possession, but finally agreed to refrain from doing so on condition that the vice-consul should give his word of honor that the supplies should be forthcoming. Van Hee took this responsibility, and the general agreed to keep his troops outside the town. When they got back to Ghent, the military governor disavowed the arrangement on the ground that the burgomaster had no right to enter into an agreement with the Germans, and that he, as military governor, was the only one with any authority to deal with them. He therefore declared that no supplies should be sent. The burgomaster telegraphed the Prime Minister in Antwerp and placed the entire situation before him, and Monsieur de Broqueville promptly telegraphed back that since the American vice-consul had given his word of honor to the German general, it was impossible to disavow the agreement, and that the supplies should be sent out immediately. This was a pretty high stand for the Belgians to take, but they feel that Van Hee saved Ghent from destruction and are correspondingly grateful to him. Getting around Antwerp in the evening is quite an undertaking at this time. No street lamps are lighted, all the window shades lined with black, and heavy black shades are placed over the small electric lights in the courtyards of hotels, etc. All of this to keep from giving any indication to the Zeppelins as to where to drop their visiting cards. A heavy detachment of soldiers guards the approach to the Saint-Antoine, and there are patrols in all the streets. The few motors allowed on the street have no lights, and are stopped by all the patrols, who do not call out but rise up silently in front of you and demand the password. It is a ticklish business finding one's way. The big searchlights on the forts sweep the skies from nightfall until dawn, making a wonderful sort of fireworks. When I got back to the hotel, I found Prince Caraman Chimay waiting for me with a message from the Queen. Also, poor Prince Ernest de Ligne, whose son Baudouin was killed in one of the armored motors several days ago. Young de Ligne, who was a volunteer, was in one of 3 armored cars that went out on a reconnaissance toward the German lines. Just before entering a sunken road between 2 fields, they stopped a Flemish peasant and asked him whether there were any Germans anywhere about. The peasant told them that 3 Uhlans had been seen a short time before, but they had gone away. The 3 motors, de Ligne in the first, started down and were attacked by about 40 Germans under command of a major. De Ligne was shot in the head and died shortly afterwards. The man who took his place at the wheel was killed, and several others of the party were also badly wounded and have since died. The third motor came up from some little distance behind and opened on the Germans, killing or wounding nearly all of them, including the officer who was killed. A young chap named Strauss, whose mother was an American, had the mitrailleuse in his car and stood upright, firing upon the Germans without being touched by the heavy rifle fire that they directed against him. When the Germans had been put to flight, he and the other survivors got the 3 cars into running order and brought them all back to Antwerp, where De Lien and 2 of the others died. Prince Ernest had a hard time getting through from Brussels and was fired on several times by the German troops, who were even more nervous than in the morning when I came through. One of his nephews has also been killed, and another nephew, Prince Henry de Lien, is in the aviation corps and has been in the thick of it ever since the beginning of the war. He and his wife are also staying at the Saint Antoine. On Thursday morning, I got caught in another avalanche of telegrams and had to spend a couple of hours at the Consulate General polishing off and finishing business. Stopped in at the palace on the way back and saw General Jungbluth, who showed me the latest telegrams. I gathered up what newspapers I could beg or buy and stuffed them into a military pouch to take back. Had an early lunch, gathered up Monsieur de Worst and Fora, whom I was to bring back, and started about 1. We got through Malines, across the only one of the 3 bridges which is left, and started down the bank of the canal toward Hofstade, where Herwarth was to meet us at 2 o'clock. There was heavy firing by small guns ahead and a certain amount of protective firing from the forts behind us, with the shells singing high above our heads, but we thought that it was probably aimed further to the south and that we could get through. Just at the edge of Malines, we were startled by a tremendous report nearby, and on getting out to reconnoiter, I discovered a Belgian battery which had been established near the convent of the Dames de Coloma. The commanding officer of the battery, Major Nysens, whom I had known in Brussels, advises us to wait a little to see if there was a lull in the fighting so that we would get through. We went into the convent to wait and were warmly received by a little Irish nun who showed us the park and pictures by way of entertainment, although we felt a much greater interest in the banging of the battery. After a bit, Major Nysens sent out a messenger to the farthest battery to see whether they were prepared to stop firing for a little while to let us scuttle through to Hofstade. Presently an answer came back that at 2:10 the firing would be stopped for 12 minutes to let us through. We were in the motor, ready to start, when another message came from the outer battery saying that the Germans were prepared to move up their battery from the bridge at Hofstade, the very spot we were making for, if there were any lull in the firing, and that the Belgian battery could not stop without endangering its position. We then decided to go back to Malines and to try a direct road by way of Semst and Vilvoorde. On parting, I gave Nysens all my cigars, knowing I should find plenty when I got back to Brussels, and he, in a burst of gratitude, gave me a tiny revolver taken off a dead German officer a few hours before. Immediately after getting the revolver, Nysens' orderly had handled it rather carelessly and shot himself in the stomach. To make sure of doing nothing equally foolish, I took out the remaining cartridges and chucked them in the canal as we rode back to Malines. About a kilometer out of Malines, we ran into a considerable detachment of Belgian infantry and lancers in a large armored motor with 2 mitrailleuses. We were told that the Belgians had taken and retaken Semst 3 times during the day, and while neither side occupied the town at that precise moment, they were both advancing on it, and that it might be rather warm for ordinary motors. They finally agreed to let us talk to the commanding officer, who turned out to be none other than Colonel Coumont, the owner of the building occupied by the legation. He was up on a railway embankment, lying on his stomach between the rails, watching some German patrols through a pair of big field glasses, and when we hailed him, rolled gracefully over the side and came down to talk to us. He had been out on the track most of the time for 3 days and was a rather disreputable-looking person, but apparently glad of a chance to talk with someone from the outside world. He said he thought we would have time to get through before the row began, and in any event he would warn his men so that if we came scuttling back we would be given the right of way to safety. We passed several Belgian patrols along the way and finally got into the town, which showed clear evidences of fighting. Some of the houses were burned to the ground, and all that were standing had their doors and windows smashed, furniture broken, and strewn about the floors with broken bottles and dishes, mattresses, and goodness knows what else. And above all arose that terrible smell of burnt flesh. We were nearly through the town when we were hailed by a detachment of about 20 Belgians, who had got through and occupied the grounds of a villa on the edge of the village. We stopped the car, and I got out and went ahead, they remaining with leveled rifles in their usual hospitable manner. When I got to within 20 feet of them, we heard the whir of a machine gun, which the Belgian soldiers call a cinema, and a German armored car poked its nose around the corner for a look-see. It was firing high to draw a return fire and locate any Belgians there might be in the town, but they all scurried behind cover, closely followed by me. They were taking no chances, however, and called me to stay in the middle of the road. Without wasting any time in formality, I made clear my identity, and on being shown through a breach in the wall a disagreeable-looking body of German infantry and lancers about a half a mile away, approaching through a field, I decided that we were on the wrong road and made back for the motor. I told my passengers what was up and that we had to go back to Malines. Monsieur de Worst, however, was all for going through on the valid plea that he had no clean linen and did not want to spend another night out of Brussels. Nevertheless, we turned around and started back, only to rush into the big Belgian armored car which Colonel Coumont, hearing firing, had sent down to rescue us and cover our retreat. This car stayed in the village for a few minutes to meet the German car, fired a few shots at it, and then came back to the outposts. We then tried getting out toward the west from Malines, but soon came to a point where the road was inundated and had to turn back for the third time. It was then getting pretty late in the afternoon, and even Monsieur de Worst had to admit that we had best come back to Antwerp rather than try to make a roundabout journey to Brussels after dark. All the way back into Antwerp, we met Belgian forces advancing to the attack. They are getting to know the flag better every day, and we were greeted with waving hands and cheers wherever we went. When nearly in town, a young chap ran out of the ranks to where we were waiting for them to get by, grabbed me by the shoulder and said, "I am born an American." "Where were you born?" "Aurora, Illinois. My father worked in Blank's glycerin works." "Who do you know in Aurora?" "I know Mr. Evans and Mr. Blank and Mr. Blank and Mr. Beaupre." "What's your name?" Just then a non-commissioned officer came along and ordered him back into the ranks. The motor started ahead, and I lost track of the boy in a cloud of dust. At the edge of town, we caught up with a British Legation motor, which was stopped at a railroad barricade. Its occupants roared with laughter when they saw us, and Colonel Fairholme gloated particularly, as he had prophesied that we would not get through. When we got back to the hotel, we were met with more laughter. It was the great joke of the week to see the only people who had previously been successful in running the lines caught like the rest of them. I was not at all down in the mouth, as Antwerp was most interesting, and I had left only because I had felt it my duty to get back to work and to keep the minister from worrying. When I saw that there was no way of getting through, I gladly accepted the decree of fate. When we got back to Antwerp, I soon learned that it would be out of the question to get back to Brussels the next day, or perhaps even the day after that. The Belgians were advancing to an enveloping movement, and all the surrounding country was to be covered with Belgian troops in an endeavor to deal a smashing blow to the Germans and compel them to bring back more troops from the front in France. Colonel Fairholme asked me to accompany him to the front next morning, and I accepted with an alacrity which startled him. After dinner, I made another excursion into the darkness and told Monsieur de Worst that there was no prospect of getting back to Brussels the next day. His colleagues, who were there also, impressed upon him the futility of going, and he finally resigned himself to staying, although he kept insisting that he infinitely preferred danger to boredom, which was his lot so long as he had nothing to do but sit around the hotel. End of section 14. Section 15 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Friday morning, while I was waiting for the colonel to get ready and was doing my little errands downtown, there came a great roaring of a crowd, and the chauffeur, knowing my curiosity, put on steam and spurted down to the boulevards just in time to run into a batch of 300 German prisoners being brought in. They were a dejected-looking crowd, most of them landstorm, haggard and sullen. The crowd, mindful of the things the Germans have been doing to this little country, were in no friendly mood, but did nothing violent. There was only a small guard of Belgian Garde Civique to escort the prisoners, but there were no brickbats or vegetables. The people limited themselves to hoots and catcalls and hisses, which were pretty thick, and even this was frowned upon by the authorities. Within a couple of hours, the military governor had posted a proclamation begging the people of Antwerp to maintain a more dignified attitude and to refrain from any hostile demonstration against other prisoners. This batch was surrounded and caught at earshot, where the Germans are said to have committed all sorts of atrocities for the past 3 weeks. Among the prisoners was the commanding officer, who was accused of being responsible for a lot of the outrages. He was examined by the military court, which sits for the purpose, and admitted having done most of the things of which he was accused, pleading in his own defense that he had done them only in obedience to superior orders, to which he had protested. The soldiers who made the capture disclaimed a large part of the credit for it on the ground that most of the Germans were drunk and that they were too dazed to get to their arms. Stories of this sort keep piling in from every side. We got away at 11 to Lier, where the king has established his headquarters for his movement. The road lay to the southeast and was through country I had not traversed before. The aspect was the same, however: long stretches of destroyed houses and felled trees, barbed wire entanglements, and inundated fields. It is a mournful sight. Little Lier was unharmed, and I hope it may remain so. The Grand Place was filled with staff motors, and there was a constant coming and going of motors and motorcycles bearing messengers to and from the field of operations. Headquarters was established in the Hotel de Ville, which bears on its tower the date 1369, a fine old building, not large but beautiful. In the morning, a message had come ordering Colonel Duquesne back to England. He was out in the field, and we had to wait until he came in to deliver it to him. The king was also away, but we put in our time talking with the officers on duty as to the movement and its progress, and then went out for a stroll around the town. We looked into the old church, and I stopped and bought an officer's forage cap as a souvenir of the place. By the time we had poked around the neighborhood and inspected the other Sehenswürdigkeiten of the town, it was lunchtime, and we joined an officer's mess in the back room of a little cafe on the square, and then, to kill time, sat in front of another cafe and had coffee and a cigar. We could not get started until Colonel Duquesne had returned and received his message, so he sat in front of our little cafe and growled. It was maddening to waste our time there while the guns were thundering all around us, and we knew from the signs of activity at headquarters that big things were toward. After a time, a little man, the senator for the district, came out and asked us into his house, directly across the street from the Hotel de Ville. It was raining hard, and we were ready for a change, so we accepted gladly and were entertained with champagne and cigars to the music of falling rain and booming cannon. Our senator was very much down in the mouth about the situation in general and wanted to talk about it. The colonel told him of the bulletins that had been published in Antwerp as to the progress of the campaign, and as this went on, he cheered up visibly minute by minute. Whether as a result of the good news or the champagne, I don't know. The colonel was called away after a time to talk to Lord Kitchener over the telephone. Kitchener keeps himself informed directly as to the progress of operations, and the knowledge that he may drop in over the telephone at any minute gives his officers a very comforting feeling that they are not forgotten. Finally, after dark, Colonel Duquesne and Captain Ferguson came in, and we got underway. It was too late to go forward with hopes of seeing anything, but it was evident that things would be as hot as ever the next day, and that I could not hope to get my charges back to Brussels. Accordingly, the colonel's invitation was extended and accepted, and we turned back toward Antwerp, considerably disappointed. While we were waiting around, trying to make up our minds, if any, I ran into young Strauss, the half-American, who was in the armored car behind young Deline. He was really the principal hero of the occasion, having stood bolt upright in his car and riddled the German forces with his mitrailleuse until the few survivors turned and fled. He had with him 2 of the other survivors of his party. All of them had been decorated with the Order of Leopold for their behavior. An order like that looks pretty well on a private's uniform, particularly when given with such good reason. We had retreated inside the Hôtel de Ville during a particularly heavy downpour of rain, when in came the king, who had spent the whole day in the field with the troops. He was drenched to the skin, but came briskly up the steps, talking seriously with his aide-de-camp. He stopped and spoke with us all, and took Colonel Duquesne into his study and had a few minutes' talk with him by way of farewell. The king shows up finely in the present situation, and all the foreign military attachés are enthusiastic about his ability. He is in supreme command of the army, and no detail is too insignificant for his attention. We got the password and made back for Antwerp in the dark, leaving Colonel Duquesne and Captain Ferguson to spend the night at Lierre. We were in bad luck and got stopped at every railroad crossing along the way. Troop and supply trains were pouring down toward the front, and Red Cross trains were bringing back the wounded in large numbers. Both sides must have suffered heavily during the day, and there may be several days more of this sort of fighting before there is a lull. When we got back to the hotel, we found Sir Francis waiting for us with a glowing telegram and an equally glowing face. It was the most enthusiastic message yet received from the British War Office, which has been very restrained in its daily bulletins. For the first time that day, it spoke with a little punch, speaking of the routed enemy and their being vigorously pressed. We tumbled through a hasty bath and got down to dinner in short order. After dinner, it was the same old performance of going over to the Grand Hotel and laboring with Monsieur de Worst, who was still bent on getting home to his clean linen without further delay. It took the united arguments of the cabinet, which was in session, to convince him that it would be useless and foolish to try to get away. Finally, he yielded, with a worse grace than on the previous evening. I had a comfortable visit with several of the ministers, who were glad to hear news of their families in Brussels, and asked me to remember all sorts of messages to be given on my return. I only hope that I shall not get the messages mixed and get too affectionate with the wrong people. The cabinet was going through the latest telegrams from the various fields of action. They even had some from Servia, and were decidedly cheered up, a big change from the dogged determination with which they were facing bad news the last time I was in Antwerp. Saturday morning, the colonel and I were called at 6, and at 7 we got away in a pouring rain over the same road to Lierre that we had traveled the day before. There was a big force of workmen hard at it in the vicinity of the outer forts, burning houses and chopping down trees and building barbed wire entanglements. It is a scene of desolation, but it is necessary in a fight like this. We found things moving rapidly at headquarters in Lierre. Messengers were pouring in and orders going out with twice the activity of the day before. The movement had been underway for 2 hours when we got there, and the guns were booming all around. After learning as much as we could of the disposition of the troops, we went out and stocked up with bread, cheese, and mineral water, and started forth to see what we could of the operations. We took along a young officer from headquarters to show us the road. We soon saw that he did not know the roads and could not even read a map, and had to take over that work ourselves. Colonel Fairholme and I went in my motor with a headquarters passenger, and Colonel Duquesne and Ferguson followed in their own car with an orderly. We got to Malines without difficulty and got out for a look at the cathedral. It is a dreadful sight, all the wonderful old 15th century glass in powder on the floor. Part of the roof is caved in, and there are great gaping holes in the lawn, showing where the shells struck that fell short of their mark. A few of the surrounding houses, belonging to entirely peaceful citizens, were completely wiped out while they were getting the range. It is hard to see what useful military purpose is served by smashing churches and peaceful habitations when there are no troops about the place. Malines was bombarded when the troops had withdrawn. It is hard to reconcile with Gott mit uns. Before we left Lierre, 9 troopers of the Landsturm were marched into the hallway of the Hôtel de Ville to be examined by the officer who was there for that purpose. They were a depressed lot who had run away and given themselves up, so as to be spared the hardships and dangers of the rest of the war. They answered questions freely, telling all they knew as to the disposition of troops and making their getaway toward the local lockup with great alacrity as soon as the word was given to move. Most of them were Bavarians. Colonel Fairholme speaks German like a native. He talked with these chaps, and there was some interesting conversation. They were all without enthusiasm for the war, and all expressed indignation at having been brought out of the country, maintaining that the Landsturm cannot be used for anything except the maintenance of order in the empire. I think they are wrong about that, but this was no joint debate on German law, and no attempt was made to soothe their injured feelings. A lot of men were brought in while we were there, some of them prisoners taken during the fighting, but a great many of them fugitives who were sick of the war and only asked to get off with a whole skin. As they marched out of the hall, the king came in from the field for a look at the morning's telegrams. He had been out since long before daybreak and was covered with rain and mud. He shook himself vigorously, spraying everybody with raindrops, and then stopped to speak to us before going in for a cup of coffee and a look at the news. From Malines, we made back along the northern side of the canal in an endeavor to find the headquarters of the th Division. We went through a little village where all the inhabitants were standing in the road, listening to the cannonading, and spun out upon an empty and suspiciously silent country road. A little way out, we found a couple of dead horses, which the thrifty peasants had already got out and skinned. I didn't like the looks of it, and in a minute the colonel agreed that he thought it did not look like a road behind the lines, but our little staff officer was cocksure that he knew just what he was talking about, and ordered the chauffeur to go ahead. Then we heard 3 sharp toots on the horn of the car behind, the signal to stop and wait, and it came pulling up alongside with an inquiry as to what we meant by barging along this sort of a road, which likely as not would land us straight inside the enemy's lines. There was a spirited discussion as to whether we should go ahead or go back and strike over through Reimanum when we heard a shell burst over the road about half a mile ahead, and then saw a motor filled with Belgian soldiers coming back toward us full tilt. The colonel stopped them and learned that they had been out on a reconnaissance with a motorcyclist to locate the German lines, which were found to be just beyond where the shell had burst, killing the motorcyclist. It would have been a little too ignominious for us to have gone bowling straight into the lines and get taken prisoners. We turned around and left that road to return no more that way. We got about halfway up to Reimanum when we met some Belgian officers in a motor who told us that a battery of the big French howitzers, which had just gone into action for the first time, were in a wood near H. We turned around once more and made for H by way of Malines. We found the headquarters of the Division and went in and watched the news come in over the field telephone and telegraph and by messengers on motorcycles, bicycles, and horses straight from the field. The headquarters was established in a little roadside inn about half a mile outside the town and was as orderly as a bank. Officers sat at the various instruments and took notes of the different reports as they came in. Reports were discussed quickly but quietly, and orders sent out promptly but without confusion. The maps were kept up to the minute by changing the little flags to show the positions of the different troops right at the minute. There was telephone communication with the forts, and several times they were ordered to pour fire into a certain spot to cover an advance or a retreat of parts of the Belgian forces, and at other times to cease firing so as to let Belgian troops cross or occupy the exact spot they had been bombarding. It was a wonderful sight to watch, and it was hard to realize that this was merely a highly scientific business of killing human beings on a large scale. It was so businesslike and without animus that to anyone not knowing the language or conditions, it might have passed as a busy day in a War Office commissary when ordering supplies and giving orders for shipment. Just outside the headquarters was one of the fine German kitchen wagons with 2 fine Norman horses which had pulled it all the way from Germany. It had been stationed in the grounds of a chateau not far away, and 3 men of its crew were hard at work getting a meal when a little Belgian soldier with 2 weeks' growth of beard waltzed into the garden, shot one of the men dead, and captured the other 2. He disarmed them, put ropes around their necks, and drove the kitchen to headquarters in triumph. He was proud as punch of his exploit, and for that matter, so was everybody else around the place. In a field of turnips a couple of 100 yards away from the headquarters were the howitzers. There were 3 of them in a row, with 3 ammunition wagons. They had been sent here only a few days ago, and they were promptly put into action. They were planted here, slightly inside the range of the guns from the outer forts, and were able to drop shells 6 miles from where we stood, or about 5 miles outside the range of the fort guns. They toss a shell about 2 feet long, filled with deadly white powder, 6 miles in 10 seconds, and when the shell strikes anything, it throws rocks at you, as the darky said about our Navy guns. The battery was planted down behind a little clump of pines and was dropping shells into a little village where there was a considerable force of Germans about to be attacked. The Germans must have been puzzled by this development, for they had counted on being able to advance safely up to the range of the forts, feeling sure that the Belgians had no powerful field guns of this sort. We were introduced to the officers commanding the battery and watched their work for nearly 2 hours. One of the officers was Count Guy d'Outremont, adjutant of the court, whom I had known in Brussels. He was brown as a berry, had lost a lot of superfluous flesh, and was really a fine-looking man. He had been in Namur and had got away with the Belgian troops who went out the back door into France and came home by ship. After we had been watching a little while, an airplane came circling around, evidently to spot the place where these deadly cannon were. It cruised around for some time in vain, but finally crossed straight overhead. As soon as we were located, the machine darted away to spread the news so that the big German guns could be trained on us and silence the battery. But the Belgians were Johnny at the rat hole again, and he was winged by rifle fire from a crowd of soldiers who were resting near the headquarters. They killed the observer and wounded the pilot himself, to say nothing of poking a hole in the oil tank. The machine volplaned to earth a few 100 yards from where we were, and the pilot was made prisoner. The machine was hauled back to the village and shipped on the first outgoing train to Antwerp as a trophy. We were leaving the battery and were slipping and sliding through the cabbages on our way back to the road when we met the king on foot, accompanied only by an aide-de-camp, coming in for a look at the big guns. He stopped and spoke to us and finally settled down for a real talk, evidently thinking that this was as good a time as any other he was likely to find in the immediate future. After talking shop with the 2 colonels, he turned to me for the latest gossip. He asked me about the story that the German officers had drunk his wine at the palace in Laeken. I told him that it was generally accepted in Brussels and gave him my authority for the yarn. He chuckled a little and then said, in his quiet way, with a merry twinkle, "You know I never drink anything but water." He cogitated a minute and then, with an increased twinkle, he added, "And it was not very good wine." He seemed to think that he had quite a joke on the Germans. As we talked, the sound of firing came from the German lines not far away, and shrapnel began falling in a field on the other side of the road. The Germans were evidently trying to locate the battery in that way. Most of the shrapnel burst in the air and did no damage, but some of it fell to the ground before bursting and set up great fountains of the soft black earth with a cloud of gray smoke with murky yellow splotches in it. It was not a reassuring sight, and I was perfectly willing to go away from there, but being a true diplomat, I remembered that the king ranked me by several degrees in the hierarchy, and that he must give the sign of departure. Kings seemed powerless to move at such times, however, so we stayed and talked while the nasty things popped. His Majesty and I climbed to a dignified position on a pile of rubbish, whence we could get a good view up and down the road and see the French guns which were in action again. A little later, Ferguson, who was standing not far away, got hit with a little sliver and had a hole punched in the shoulder of his overcoat. It stopped there, however, and did not hurt him in the least. He looked rather astonished, pulled the little stranger from the hole it had made, looked at it quizzically, and then put it in his pocket and went on watching the French guns. I think he would have been quite justified in stopping the battle and showing his trophy to everybody on both sides. The king was much interested in all the news from Brussels, how the people were behaving, what the Germans were doing, whether there were crowds on the streets, and how the town felt about the performances of the army. He realized what has happened to his little country and made me realize it for the first time. He said that France was having a hard time, but added that perhaps a sixth of her territory was invaded and occupied, but that every bit of his country had been ravaged and devastated, with the exception of the little bit by the seacoast and Antwerp itself, which was getting pretty rough treatment in order to put it in shape to defend itself. He spoke with a great deal of feeling, and no wonder. Then, to change the tone of the conversation, he looked down at my pretty patent leather shoes and asked in a bantering way whether those were a part of my fighting kit and where I had got them. I answered, "I got them several months ago to make my first bow to your Majesty at Laeken." He looked around for a bit at the soggy fields, the marching troops, and then down at the steaming manure heap, and remarked with a little quirk to his lips, "We did not think then that we should hold our first good conversation in a place like this, did we?" He smiled in a sad way, but there was a lot more sadness than mirth in what he said. Guy d'Outremont came up and said something that I did not understand, and we started back toward the headquarters. We stopped opposite the inn, and the two colonels were called up for a little more talk. Just then, a crowd of priests with Red Cross brassards on their arms came down the road on their way to the battlefield to gather up the wounded. With his usual shyness, the king withdrew a few steps to seek shelter behind a motor that was standing nearby. As we talked, we edged back a little, forcing him to come forward so that he was in plain sight of the priests, who promptly broke out in a hearty "Vive le Roi." He blushed and waved his hand at them, and after they had passed by, shook hands with us and followed them on foot out onto the field. In modern warfare, a king's place is supposed to be in a perfectly safe spot, well back of the firing line, but he does not play the game that way. Every day since the war began, he has gone straight out into the thick of it, with the shells bursting all around, and even within range of hostile rifle fire. It is a dangerous thing for him to do, but it does the troops good and puts heart into them for the desperate fighting they are called upon to do. They are all splendidly devoted to him. The rain stopped as we got into the motors and started back toward Malines, with the idea of locating the other battery of Aubusiers. There was a sharp volley of 3 toots on Colonel Duquesne's horn, and we came to a sudden stop, with the emergency brakes on, to receive the information that it was 2 o'clock and time for lunch. None of us had kept any track of time, and all were ready to go sailing along indefinitely without food. As soon as we had noticed the time, however, we all became instantly hungry and moved along, looking for a good place for lunch. I had the happy idea of suggesting the convent where we had taken refuge on Thursday, and thither we repaired to be most warmly greeted by all the nuns, and most particularly by the little Irish sister who was overjoyed to see British uniforms and hear some war news that she could believe. She hailed me with, "Oh, and it's the representative of the president." The nuns gave us a table in the park and 2 big benches, and we got out our bread and cheese and chocolate and a few other things that Colonel Duquesne had found somewhere, and had a most comfortable meal with a towering pitcher of beer brought out from the convent to give us valor for the afternoon's work. After lunch, we went back through Malines again, through the railroad yards, bumping over the tracks, and away toward Meissen and Riemenum to see the other batteries. I was struck in going through the railway yards, which I had always seen teeming with activity and movement, to see that all the rails are covered deep with rust, probably for the first time. Think of it. End of section 15. Section 16 of A Journal from Our Legation in Belgium by Hugh Gibson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. After leaving Meissen, our road lay for a mile or so along a canal with open fields on either side. Uhlan patrols had been reported in this part of the country, which was in a weak spot in the Belgian lines, and the colonel told the staff officer to keep a sharp lookout and be ready with his revolver and prepared for a burst of speed. That military genius replied with an air of assurance, "Oh, that's all right. They cannot cross the canal." The colonel confined himself to saying mildly, "No, but bullets can." Little Napoleon said nothing more, but I noticed that he unstrapped his revolver without loss of time. We were bowling along the road, looking for the battery, when there was the most enormous noise which tore the earth asunder and the universe trembled. I looked around to the left, and there, not more than 100 feet away, were those 3 husky French guns which had just gone off right over our heads. We had found them all right, but I should prefer to find them in some other way next time. We spent a little time looking at them, and Ferguson had them get out some of the explosive and show it to me. It comes in long strips that look for all the world like chewing gum, the strips about the same proportions, only longer. I fail to see, however, how they can be made to blow up. After a bit, we got back into the cars and started out to cruise around to the Belgian left wing and watch a little of the infantry fighting at close quarters. We very soon began running into stragglers who informed us that the blank division was being driven back and that a retreat was in progress. Soon we came upon supply trains and ammunition wagons making for the rear, to be out of the way of the troops when they began to move. We were not anxious to be tangled up in the midst of a retreat and obliged to spend the night trying to work our way out of it, so we forged ahead and got back to Lierre as fast as we could. It was raining hard as we came in, and we took refuge in the Hôtel de Ville, where the colonels read their telegrams and got off a report to London. One of their telegrams brought the unwelcome news that Ferguson was also recalled to England. They are evidently hard put to it to find enough officers to handle the volunteer forces. He will have to stay on for a few days, but Colonel Duquesne came back with us and left the next morning for England by way of Ostend. When we got back to the hotel after a fast run, I found that Engelbleek, the king's secretary, had been around twice for me and wanted me to go at once to the palace. I jumped into the car and ran over there to learn that the Queen wanted to see me. She was then at dinner, and he thought it would do the next time I came up. She seems to have wanted more news of Brussels, nothing pressing. She had told Engelbleek to give me a set of the pictures she had taken of the damage done to the cathedral at Malines. They are interesting as a matter of record. Sir Francis had another good bulletin from the War Office and was beaming. The colleagues came and gathered round the table and chortled with satisfaction. Heavy cannonading continued well into the night to cover the advance of the blank division, which had been reinforced and was moving back into the dark and rain to take up its old position and be ready for the Germans in the morning. I was up and about early on Sunday morning, had breakfast with Count Goblet d'Alvilla, one of the ministers of state, gathered up Monsieur de Wost and Fora, and made for the Scheldt in Brussels. Instead of going across on the boat as we had to do the last time, we found a broad and comfortable pontoon bridge placed on canal boats and schooners lashed together and moored from one side of the river to the other. Any time they like, the Belgians can cut the string, and there is no way of getting into the city from that side. There was a tremendous wind blowing, and the rain fell in torrents, short showers, from the time we left Antwerp until we came sailing into town here. The bridge at Termonde had been blown up by the Germans on evacuating the place, after having destroyed the entire town, so there was no thought of returning that way. I knew there could be nothing doing the direct way through Malines, so decided on a long swing around the circle by way of Ghent as the only practicable way. We found Belgian troops all the way to Ghent and had no trouble beyond giving the password, which I had. We drew up at a restaurant in a downpour and had a hasty lunch, getting underway again immediately afterward. About 10 kilometers this side of Ghent, we came to Mel, a village which had been destroyed, and another where a number of houses had been burned. A nice-looking young chap told us that there had been a fight there the day before, and that the Germans had set fire to the place as they retreated, just from cussedness so far as he could see. There and at another place along the road, peasants told us that they had been made to march in front of the German troops when they marched against the Belgians. I don't like to believe that there is any truth in that story, but it comes from every direction, and the people tell it in a most convincing way. We found no Germans until we were this side of Ash, and then our adventures were evidently at an end. As we came in, we could hear heavy cannonading from the direction of Vilvoorde and Hofstade, and knew that the fight was still going on. They had been hearing it in town for a couple of days. The family at the legation had been somewhat anxious, but had learned through the Germans that we were all right, evidently from somebody who got through the lines. I had to sit right down and tell the story of my life from one end to the other. I never got over the idea in Antwerp of the incongruity of going out onto the field all day and fighting a big battle, or rather watching it fought, and then sailing comfortably home to a big modern hotel in a motor and dressing for dinner. I don't think there has ever been a war quite like this before. Hervarth has gone to the front for some active service. I am sorry to miss him. He went up to Hofstade the day I was to have returned and waited for me about an hour, but the fire got too thick for him, and he came back and reported that I would not be able to get through. Monsieur de Wost called this afternoon and paid his respects. He gave the minister an account of the attempts we made to get through that made his hair stand on end for an hour afterward. Brussels, September 16, 1914. Today has brought a long string of callers, and between times we took satisfying looks at the passing troops, which have been pouring into town steadily yesterday and today. Nobody is established to my satisfaction whence they come or whither they are going. There are all sorts of explanations offered, each explanation being quite convincing to the one who offers it. Most people say that they are being brought in for the siege of Antwerp, which is about to begin. The siege of Antwerp has begun so often and never materialized that I decline to get excited about it at this stage of the game. Another explanation is that the German retreat in France is so precipitate that some of the troops and supply trains are already pouring through here on their way home. I cannot get up much enthusiasm for that either. Some imaginative souls maintain that these are forces being brought back to fight against the Russians. None of these stories sound good to me, and I have resigned myself to the belief that the only really safe conjecture is that this is a movement of troops. This morning, Baron von der Lancken came in and asked me to testify as to what we had seen at Louvain. Of course, what we saw had no bearing on the original cause of the trouble, and there is no reason for me to push my way into the controversy. Besides, I can't do it without orders from Washington. We are getting quite accustomed to having no communications with the outside world. Railroads, of course, have ceased to work, except for military purposes, and there is no way for the general public to get about. There has been no postal service since the Germans marched in on August 20th, and we don't know when we shall have any. All telephones were cut off within a few hours of the arrival of the German army. There are no newspapers, and all the information we are supposed to have about happenings in the outside world is fed to us in the form of placards in the walls of the city. Nobody takes any great amount of stock in what these placards tell us, although they have sometimes told us the truth, and consequently there is a great demand for the few copies of Dutch and English newspapers that are smuggled across the border and brought to Brussels. The prices vary according to the number of papers to be had, and run from 5 francs to 100 francs for a single copy of the Times. Those who do not care to spend so much can rent a paper by the hour, and customers are not wanting on this basis. By way of discouraging this traffic, it is said that the Germans have shot several men caught smuggling papers. Those caught selling them in Brussels are arrested and given stiff terms of imprisonment. All taxis disappeared many days ago, and altogether the normal life of the town has ceased. It will be a rollicking place from now on. Brussels, September 17, 1914. This morning I spent digging my way out from under a landslide of detail work which has been piling up on my desk until I could hardly see over it. I now have it out of the way and can breathe again freely for the moment. This afternoon, Baron de Metten de Horn, a lieutenant in the 2nd Regiment of Lancers, was brought into the legation, a prisoner, still wearing his Belgian uniform. He was captured last Friday near H while I was there. Nysens, the major who was in the convent with us, told me that one of his officers had gone off on a reconnaissance and had not reappeared. He was greatly worried about him, but could not send anyone out to look for him. This was the man. He was surrounded in company with several of his men and took to cover in a field of beets. Night was coming on, and they thought that when the fight was over and the German troops who were all about them had retired, they would be able to work their way out and rejoin their own forces. But 25 Germans surrounded them, and after killing all the others, took this man prisoner. His only idea is to be exchanged and rejoin his regiment, and as is the case with pretty much everybody else nowadays, he turned to the American Legation. He made such a good plea that the German authorities brought him here yesterday and left him an hour on his giving his word of honor not to divulge anything as to the military movements he had seen while a prisoner. Of course, we could not arrange to make the exchange, but he stayed on for an hour and told us of his adventures. He was a pathetic figure in his dirty uniform, sitting on a little chair in my office and telling in a simple way of all he had been through, laying more stress on the sufferings and death of his soldiers than on anything that had happened to him. His own brother had been killed in the fighting around Liège, and he had heard that his brother-in-law, of whom he was very fond, had also been mortally wounded. While at Louvain, he had visited the military hospitals and had a list of Belgian officers who were there. I took a list of them by permission of the German officer who came after the prisoner, and shall send word to their families. I went around to see the young man's sister and sent her off to have a look at him at headquarters, where he is being well treated. It is a joy to be able to do some of these little errands. Nobody can realize the amount of bitter sorrow there is in this country. We cannot realize it ourselves, but now and then a wave of it rises up to confront and overwhelm us. Miss T, an American owning a school here, was in late this afternoon to complain of the behavior of a couple of officers and gentlemen who did her the honor of calling upon her. They came swaggering in, asked whether a certain German girl had attended the school, and demanded her portrait. On being refused, they became nasty and finally so overawed the two women who were there alone that they found some snapshots and handed over a couple of them. Then they demanded a postcard with a picture of the school, wrote a message to the girl, and tried to compel the two women to sign it. They flatly refused, and in a rage, the elder German tore up the card, threw it at Miss T, flung down the photographs, and stamped out of the house, slamming the doors. The minister is going over to see the military authorities in the morning and make some remarks that they will not forget in a hurry. The puppies ought to be horsewhipped. September 18th. Repressive measures are getting stronger and more severe. The Germans have now ordered the Belgians to take down their flags. Lutwitz, the military governor, has posted an avis on the subject which is worth reproducing in full. Quote, "The population of Brussels, understanding well its own interests, has generally, since the arrival of the German troops, maintained order and quiet. For this reason, I have not yet forbidden the display of Belgian flags, which is regarded as a provocation by the German troops living in or passing through Brussels. Purely in order to avoid having our troops led to acting on their own initiative, I now call upon house owners to take down their Belgian flags. The military government, in putting this measure into effect, has not the slightest intention of wounding the susceptibilities and dignity of the citizens. It is intended solely to protect the citizens against harm. Brussels, September 16, 1914. Baron von Lutwitz, General and Governor. End quote. Dined at the palace in a din of German officers. Buhl, Pousset, and Resize kept me in countenance. There were also some 20 or 30 Austrian officers, the first we have seen. They were quiet and well-behaved, and contrasted sharply with their allies. Brussels, September 19, 1914. This morning, our vice-consul came in from Ghent, bringing with him a pouch and a huge bag of letters and telegrams. These had been got through to him from Antwerp yesterday, and he made a run through the lines early this morning, having been turned back several times on account of small engagements between Belgian and German outposts. This morning, a Dutchman came in to see me, and after showing me a lot of papers to establish that he was somebody entirely different, told me that he was a British spy. He then launched into a long yarn about his travels through the country and the things he had seen, unloading on me a lot of military information or misinformation that he seemed anxious to have me understand. After he had run down, I asked why he had honored me with his confidence, and was somewhat startled to have him answer that he had no way of getting it out, and thought that inasmuch as we were charged with the protection of British interests, I might have an opportunity to pass it on where it would do the most good. He seemed rather pained at my remarks, and was most reproachful when I threw him out on his head. Yes, my shrewd friend, it has also occurred to me that he may have been a German spy, just trying to find out whether we were indulging in dirty work. It would not be the first time that that sort of thing was tried on us. Monsignor N. came around this afternoon and asked me to take him to Antwerp on my next trip. I told him that I could not, as I had already promised to take some other people, and that my car would be full. He said that he had his own car, and that he would ask me to convoy him. He had heard that I had beaucoup de bravoure, tandis que moi je n'ai pas de bravoure, et j'aimerais me mettre sous votre protection. I sent him to see von der Lancken, and he came back in a little while to say that he was told that the only safe way was to go by Namur, Liège, and Holland, entering Antwerp from the north. He evidently insisted on a perfectly safe route that could be guaranteed, and they told him a story that they thought would dissuade him from making the trip. They do not like to have a lot of people coming and going. We have no more news from the outside world. The battle still rages all along the line in France, according to what we hear, but we have no inkling as to whether the German retreat still continues. The only thing we are told at headquarters is that the outcome is as yet undecided, but that the Germans are in a favorable position and that they will be victorious in a few days. I would give a good deal for a little real news as to how things are going. This morning, Major Langhorn, our military attaché from Berlin, breezed in upon us. He is traveling around with 6 other military attachés, seeing as much of the field of operations as the German officer who personally conducts them will permit. They got in this morning and left about 1, so we had only a few minutes' visit, and he carried off all our good wishes in New York papers. The German affiche of yesterday, ordering the Belgian flags taken down, has made everybody furious, and for a time we thought there might be trouble. If the flags had been ordered down the day the Germans came in, there would not have been half as much resentment, but on the contrary, they began by proclaiming that the patriotic feelings of the people would be scrupulously respected. Max, the burgomaster, got out a little proclamation of his own which served to soothe the feelings of the people. After expressing some views as to the German order, he says, quote, I asked the population of the town to give a fresh example of self-restraint and greatness of soul, which it has already so often shown during these sad days. Let us provisionally accept the sacrifice which is imposed upon us. Let us take down our flags in order to avoid conflicts and patiently await the hour of redress. End quote. Soon flags were coming down all over the city, and there was not a murmur. An hour after Max's proclamation was posted, however, German soldiers were running about covering them with sheets of white paper. The military authorities were furious because Max had intimated in his poster that the present situation would not endure forever, and that the Belgian flag would fly again over Brussels. In their unimaginative way, they sent down a squad of soldiers and arrested him. He was taken to headquarters and brought before von Lüttwitz, who told him that he was to be taken as a prisoner of war to Berlin. Max replied that he bowed before superior force, that he had done what he knew to be necessary for the preservation of order in his city, and that he was ready to accept the consequences of his act, that at any rate he would have the satisfaction of having maintained order here up to the minute that he was sent to Germany, and that he could not be held responsible for what might happen after his departure. General von Lüttwitz sat up and took notice of the last part of this and rushed off to see von der Goltz. In 10 minutes he came back and told Max that he was free and that the field marshal desired that he should continue to act as burgomaster as though nothing had happened. Why don't people have a little imagination? The town is still bottled up, and troops are being marched back and forth across it, as I believe, purely for the purpose of impressing the population with the belief that they are far more numerous than they really are. Late this afternoon, I took a drive to the edge of town, and we were stopped half a dozen times and had our papers examined. From all I can gather, it would seem that the Germans are entrenching themselves as solidly as they can so as to be ready to resist another sortie without sustaining the terrible losses they suffered last time. They cannot be very happy over the way things have been going in France, although they have this afternoon announced a great victory on their right wing. One of our friends, who has just come back from the coast, reports that there were a lot of French troops marching through Belgium on their way from Dunkirk to Lille, evidently an attempt to turn the German right wing. We have heard nothing more about it. The food supply of the country is being rapidly exhausted, and there is urgent need for importations. The public knows little about the situation, but a serious shortage threatens, and we must have a considerable stock from abroad. The Brussels Committee has raised a goodly sum of money and hopes to get food from Holland and England to meet present needs. Similar committees are being formed in other cities, and they too will require food from abroad. The local committee has asked Shaler to go to Holland and from there to England to purchase as much food as possible, make arrangements for sending it across the frontier, and investigate the chances of getting future supplies. The German authorities have given assurances that they will not requisition any of the supplies imported for the use of the civil population. They are to issue placards signed by the military governor ordering the military authorities to respect our purchases. These placards are to be affixed to the cars and barges bringing in the supplies, and we are inclined to believe that they will be effective. After hurried preparation, Shaler got away this afternoon with young Couchman by way of Liège. I went out to lunch with him and see him off. It is not an easy task he has ahead, but he went to it with a good heart. Yesterday evening, the minister had an interview with Baron von der Lancken about the question of my making a statement as to what I saw at Louvain. I naturally am very reluctant to be brought into the affair, but the Germans have been very insistent, and finally von der Lancken said that he was confident that if he could talk with me for a few minutes, he could arrange the matter to the satisfaction of everybody. He asked that I go to see him at the ministry at 6:30. I hurried home and dressed for dinner so as to be able to go straight to Mrs. Z's and then run over to the ministry on the minute. The office of von der Lancken was dark and empty. I waited in the chilly corridors for 20 minutes and then went my way. This morning, one of his minions was here on another matter, and I took occasion to mention the fact that he had not been there when I called. He came right back with a statement that they had come back from the field particularly early on my account and had waited for me in vain for nearly an hour. I assured them that I had been there on the minute and had been in the office and that there was no one there. Mystery. By way of clinching it, I said that the office was dark as the tomb. Then a ray of light struck the German, and he said, "Oh, I see, you came at 6:30 Belgian time. Of course, von der Lancken expected you at 6:30 German time. When he asked me when I would call, I felt inclined to set 11 in the morning and then wander over at 3 in the afternoon with a statement that, of course, I did everything according to New York time. I had an hour's talk with von der Lancken about noon and finally got off without testifying, which is a great comfort to me. He knew from their own troops that I had been in Louvain during the fighting and had already reported that to Berlin. I finally prevailed upon him to let it go at that. After we had settled our business, von der Lancken talked to me for half an hour or so about the war in general. He said they had just received a telegram that Reims is in flames, cathedral and all. It is a terrible thing to think of, and I suppose may turn out to be another Louvain before we get through. Von der Lancken explained it on the ground that French troops had come up and occupied the town, and that it was necessary to take it by storm. The troops could never operate against a position of that sort until artillery had cleared the way. I don't know just how far that sort of an explanation explains. The Germans got out an affiche of news this morning stating that les troupes allemandes ont fait des progrès sur certains points. It does not sound very enthusiastic. People coming in from Mons and Charleroi yesterday and today say that the German rear guard has fallen back on villages near those places and ordered the inhabitants to leave. The idea evidently being that they are preparing to resist any further advance of the Allies. After lunch, Baron de Menton de Horn was brought into the legation again. The Germans seem anxious to get rid of him and have finally turned him loose. I cannot very well make out their object in setting him free without getting a German officer in exchange, but they were keen to get him off their hands and wanted us to take cognizance of the fact that they had accorded him his liberty. This we have done. I shall be curious to see whether there is any sequel to this case. Late this afternoon, we got a telegram from the consul at Liège stating that Shaler and Couchman had been arrested in that city because they were carrying private letters to be posted when they got to England. They had taken a certain number of letters, all of them open and containing nothing but information as to the welfare of individuals here. They were on a mission of interest to the German authorities, getting foodstuffs to prevent a famine here. The minister got off an urgent telegram to the consul to get to work and have them released, and also saw von der Lancken about it, with the result that the wires are hot. I hope to hear tonight that they are free. These are parlous times to be traveling with correspondence. I may have to get away any minute for Antwerp to see if we cannot arrange to get flour down here for the city. There is enough for only a few days now, and there will be trouble when the bread gives out. We have now been charged with Japanese interests. That makes 6 legations we have to look after. End of section 16.